But I don't want to be among the mad people, Alice remarked. Oh, you can't help that, said the Cheshire Cat. You see, we're all a little mad here. But how do you know that I'm mad? Alice asked. Well, you must be mad, said the cat, or else you wouldn't be here. Hit the music, Ray.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pop excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the March 2025 edition of the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. Welcome back to Post Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen. We are so glad that you chose to spend time with us this evening. I am one of your hosts here, the Godfather Nate Milton, over 11 years in the game. And guess what, fam? Ain't a damn thing changed. And I am joined, of course, by my fellow advocates. First up, let me introduce a brother who all of you know and love. Some people call him the angry intellectual. Some people call him Moderna Kris. Some people even call him Mimosa Kris. He's also currently the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California, and the mastermind behind the deal that brought Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers organization. Y'all give it up for my co-host, my brother, and my friend, Kris from LA, aka Dr. Christopher Ealy. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Yo, what's up, man? Chilling. Waiting to talk these graps. Lakers won. I'm a happy man.
You a happy man tonight, Professor?
Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to this John Cena conversation because I had it on Sid's platform on
Shout out to Sid, True Hill Heat.
But yeah, we haven't done like a super deep dive in it yet, like on the NWA podcast. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. And you know, there's so many layers to it. So I'm just looking forward to talking about this.
Yeah, there's levels to it, Doc. So we are definitely going to get into the heel turn heard around the world, what John Cena, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Travis Scott did at Elimination Chamber. But we also going to get into some AEW and maybe even a little TNA as well. But let's bring on the next member of the crew. This young man brings you all the news that's fit to read here at Post Wrestling. One of the hardest working cats in the business. Y'all give it up for the youngest in charge, the Yeek himself, my nephew, Andrew Thompson. What's good, Neff?
Uncle Nate, Uncle Kris. It's always good to see you two fellas, man. It's always a good time to be back on the NWA podcast, talk some graps. Kris was talking about his Los Angeles Lakers, man. My Cleveland Cavaliers just got off a 16-game win streak. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, man. I feel like a lot of people sort of counting us out just because we Cleveland. They ain't really paying attention to us how they should be paying attention to us, but hopefully we show out in the playoffs and, we make a run. And my only concerns is Boston. That's the only team that scares me in the NBA in the East is Boston. I'm not too 100% sold on that. But definitely looking forward to the show today. But as you know, Nate, a lot of this don't get done, man, without a certain producer. Nate, the final, we call him the final boss, or Dwayne the Ray Johnson.
He is a man that goes by many names. Dwayne the Ray Johnson. Some people call him Caitlin Dark because he's the Caitlin Clark of production. Around here at Post Wrestling, we call this man Ray Ting because he's tight with his cousin Wei Ting, holding production down here at Post. But he is the fourth member of the NWA crew. Y'all give it up for this man. Not only for what he's going to bring to the show this evening, but because it is Ray Williams' birthday weekend, y'all give it up for two-way Ray Williams.
What's going on, good people? Good people. Always a pleasure. Just glad to be amongst you all, and of course, just another year flies by. We all can't be in Vegas partying and living it up. I wish I could, like somebody. But all jokes aside, Andrew, I love
everybody
you,
can't live that geek lifestyle, brother.
Hold on, wait, how I get it?
You just throw a shot at your new school partner.
You see it? Come on, bro.
Like, I'm in Vegas. I can only pop in, baby.
Hold on, wait, time out. See, now I got to jump in. Hold on, wait, Nate. First of all, nobody even knew I was in Vegas until like 2 days before I left Vegas. So the way that Ray is phrasing it is making it seem like, first of all, wait, ain't nobody know I was in that damn city like until like 2 days before I left. Hold on, Ray. Hold on, Nate. Why he thought it's supposed to be new school versus?
I don't know what Ray got. Like, look, everybody's doing heel turns. It's the cool thing to do right now.
Hey, wait, but you know what, Ray? I'm gonna take the high road. Happy birthday, my brother. There we go.
In the words of Michelle Obama, when Ray goes low, we go high.
I'm just picking with you, Andrew.
I know it's all.
I love you. It's all love, brother.
Always love, always. But yeah, happy birthday, Ray. If y'all want to show some love to Ray Williams tonight, man, there's a couple ways to do that, man. You can drop a comment in the chat and let Ray know how much you appreciate his work here at the NWA Podcast. But if you want to cut the line, if you want that VIP Andrew Thompson in Las Vegas, Nevada status, hit the super chat button and get to the front of the line. Super chats get read first. So show some love to this man, Ray Williams, who has been a vital member of not only the NWA Podcast, but also what we're doing over at Nefarious Media. So show Ray some love, y'all.
Thank you. And yeah, but y'all ain't got to bring up my favorite basketball team. We're just gonna skip past that.
Hey, watch the Wizards looking locked in for that number one pick, Cooper Flagg.
Boy, cool. Hey, Nate, let me tell you something. That man Cooper Flagg, when someone's Washington Wizards think they're gonna get him, he about to be like, "Hey, we going back to Duke."
Right, like I'm gonna go back to school. I finish my education. Focus on what's important right now. The NBA can wait.
They say that you want to know the funniest thing. The Wizards about to be trash again next year. They about to be like, "Come on, Coop, let's go."
That's the thing. The Wizards are like, we can do this all day, baby.
We can do this again.
Run it back.
But JG tried to give me some hope. Good brother Justin Goodrum over at Hoopsology. He appeared with us on a episode of the Kings of Sport podcast that was live this past Monday, or Wednesday rather. But yeah, he tried to give me some hope. But yeah, I'm not falling for the banana.
To be fair, the hope that he gave you was they play hard. Like that's like they play it like you're supposed to play it. Like you don't get credit for what you're supposed to do, right? It's like saying Ray produced a good show. Like, yes, but that's what Ray do. Like, we ain't giving Ray no extra credit for being a great producer. We'll give you the adequate amount of credit, Ray, for the job that you're doing, sir. But Ray, we got one more member of the panel tonight, a special guest making his first appearance here on the Nubian Wrestling Advocates of Post Wrestling. He's somebody who has appeared on the Nefarious Media Network before. He's a new member of Team Nefarious, might I say, Ray. And it is good to bring him on. Originally, I was gonna call this man Main Event Jay Lacey, but I feel like Ray, that'd be a disservice to you because the listeners know how long it took you to go from 10-day Ray to the two-way race. So I can't just make this man Jay Lacey a main eventer off the street. No disrespect to Jay, but he ain't got it like that. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, let me introduce to the post-wrestling audience our guy from Nefarious Media, upper mid-card Jay Lacey in the building. UMC, what's good, brother?
Yo. I appreciate the platform. I appreciate being on with you gentlemen. I did feel a little slotty though, but it's all good. But tonight,
hey, look, if I make you a main event of night one, Jay, like you ain't got nowhere to go, brother. I'm giving you a runway to greatness.
I appreciate. I thought I was gonna get the Motor City machine gun treatment. I appreciate that though. That's cool. I can be Jay Mysterio. That's fine. That's cool. I could be Jay Mysterio. In this case, I could be JJ Dillon, like you guys, the Four Horsemen. I'm cool.
Okay.
Excited
I like what you're
guys. And you know what? I'm looking forward to hear what you guys got to say about the bracketology, the tournament that's coming up. March Madness. It is what it is. So again, I'm just looking forward to the conversation, and that's what it is.
All right, we got Jay Lacey joining us, and again, as he mentioned, like things are not only mad when it comes to the world of basketball, but especially when we talking about professional wrestling. So we're going to get into a lot of things, but before we do, Ray Williams, we got to let the people know a little bit about the home base here. Nefarious Media is where you can find all things related to Kris, nephew, Jay, myself, Ray, Brittany Monet, Steve Willie, Chinyere Okafor, Downtown Brown, and the rest of the crew at Nefarious Media. So check us out on socials, subscribe to the YouTube channel, but most importantly, hit us up at the patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. We're 2 months in now to this labor of love, to this new endeavor. We see a lot of excitement about it, man. People are digging the programming that we're dropping, the content that we're putting out, man, trying to be truthful, trying to be thoughtful, and trying to turn it up a little bit, man. Have some fun on these podcast streets, especially in these uncertain times, especially when the world seems like it's going crazy. We bringing some common sense and we bringing some fun to the game. So check us out, Nefarious Media Network on Patreon. $5 gets you in the door. Try us for a month. If you like what we're doing, keep it locked. If not, no harm, no foul. But most importantly, man, share this with your friends, because we are really trying to build something here. And it's something that we feel is positive and necessary for such a time as this. So Nefarious Media, we are changing the game by any means necessary, even if those means may be nefarious. Now, this is normally the part of the show where I pass the rock to the youngest in charge, to the Yick. But Andrew, I'm gonna call an audible. I'm Kirk Cousins on these streets. I'm finna call an audible because I was listening to some music this week at work, man. I work 50, 60 hours at the job, so I keep music in my ears a lot of times to keep me motivated. And one of my favorite songs from back in the day came on. Big Pun, Still Not a Player. I know y'all remember that one. And my favorite part, Kris, one of my favorite parts is at the very end, where they break it down. They're like, Boricua, Morena, Boricua, Morena, Boricua. Y'all know that part. And it just, the music, the rhythm, the beat gets in your soul. And you can feel what Big Pun and Fat Joe and the Terror Squad was bringing to you on that track. And it almost made me feel, Andrew, like I was a member of the Terror Squad. Like I was in them streets with Fat Joe and Big Pun. But I also know there is a fine line between appreciation and appropriation. And I feel like somebody needs to come to the front of the congregation because they have crossed that line. Yes, we are talking about Tessa Blanchard at TNA Sacrifice. What in the Malibu's Most Wanted is going on here, nephew?
Hey, Nate, I ain't gonna lie. For like a split second, you kind of scared me. I thought you was about to introduce us to the show. I was like,
we saving that for sweeps. We saving that for sweeps in May.
I was like, hold on, man. But yeah, Tessa Blanchard, she had a special performance for her entrance at TNA Sacrifice by one Crystal Poppin, and she was very much under scrutiny for her appropriation, as you put it, and it was. Tessa Blanchard is becoming a funny individual, to say the least, and even at the post sacrifice television tapings, that photo had came out where Tessa Blanchard was standing next to, I believe, NXT's JC Jane, and a fan had pulled out a sign that said "She's racist."
Mm-hmm.
and like again back in January when she had her first match at what was that? I think it was Hard to Kill, if I'm not mistaken, against Jordan Grace. And the crowd in Garland, Texas chanted that she's a racist, and then it happened again in another at the live episode of Impact. I mean, the last episode of TNA Impact.
Not to cut you off, nephew.
Oh, no, you good.
Watching us live tonight, just look at this video on your screen,
right,
man.
This is my first time fucking seeing it. So she showed up dressed like a B-girl, and that what the fuck, man?
Like Tessa's thing is like I've seen this point made like a lot over the last the last 2 days since the show happened on Friday, and it's like she spent that time in CMLL in Mexico, and like married the Daga, and that type of thing. They've been on her ass, rightfully so. So it's like, I mean,
let me tell you, nephew, again, not to step on your toes, but you know what I'm saying? I understand, like, if you're in a relationship with somebody, if you work in some place, like, you can have an affinity for that place. Kris, you done known me a long time, dog. Yeah. My girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, one of my favorite ex-girlfriends. I don't have 42 exes like Kris. I only got like 7 exes. Y'all need to listen to Nefarious Media if you want to hear the backstory between Kris and all of his former paramours. But my ex-girlfriend lived in Canada. I was in Canada for a little minute. You don't see me walking around saying crody and eating poutine and watching hockey all damn day long, because that ain't me. And Tessa, sis, niece, that ain't you. I don't know who you thought you was, but you're not beating the racism allegations coming out here appropriating like that.
She wasn't never beating them allegations when they first came out. And what was that? That's how me and you first loved.
That's how we first. That's the only good thing to come out of that situation.
My whole thing is, I don't think she was ever beating the racism allegations, but she could have at least weathered the storm a little bit better than doing that shit, man. I don't even know the context behind it. I am, wow, man.
So I'm like, even when the stories that first came out from like fellow wrestlers about like their past interactions with Tessa, I remember Nate and I was talking about it on that 2020 Hard to Kill podcast. And
you mean Brian Mann?
And Brian Mann, yes. And we like, I mean, I think as far as people choosing to forgive her on that, I think that's just up to that individual person, that's what you want to do.
Right, yeah.
But the way that I'm looking at it, I'm like, Tessa, she like refused to like own up to these things that she was being accused of, like just completely ignoring it, like did not want to address it, like in these. I mean, like, and again, when I saw this at Sacrifice, I wasn't like surprised, but I'm not gonna lie, I did get a kick out of seeing people like rightfully so, like check that and get on that on social media. But again, I don't think that she'll address anything. I think she'll just move on and just keep. I mean, like I'm like kind of curious as to how, and I'm like I want to get to our guest Jarek as well and get his thoughts on this. But it's interesting to me because I want to see how long TNA can keep like acting like this isn't a thing. Like, dude, literally at your live pay-per-view, people were chanting "She's a racist" audibly. They did it again on a live episode of TNA Impact. People are holding up signs in your camera shots at TV taping saying she's a racist. And then, and like now you have this latest stunt. So Jarek, any thoughts, my man? And welcome to the NWA Podcast.
Yo, what a welcome. So this is my first time laying eyes on that footage right there too. Oh my God, she's a colonizer. You know, she's just taking this and just, not apologizing for it. And I think that's, as a people, when you mess up, you want to give people a doubt, the benefit of the doubt, and hear them out and be contrite with it. She hasn't even tried to do that.
Yeah.
The thing that's really resonating with a lot of fans, especially like myself and the other TNA fans, are just like, you know what? We're going to let you have it. You're going to keep showing up on screen. We're going to keep voicing our opinion about you. And I think that's, she's going to have to apologize at some point. It's just going to be a matter of when TNA decides, like, you know what? This is really doing us more harm than good. We got to pull the trigger, and we have to have you out there and at least, I don't know, fake an apology. They need to put this fire out quickly.
Hey, Jerry, let me throw one back at you real quick. Like, how long do you think that TNA can keep going without like addressing anything? Because like this is 2 months now that she's been back, and like look, we listed all of the different chants that have happened, and again the fan signs. Like at what point do you think TNA is like, all right, like we gotta say something or do something about this situation, or do you think they're just going to keep trying to like, okay, maybe one day it'll stop and people will stop bringing signs to shows, people will stop chanting? Like what's sort of your just off the top of your head?
One of two things has got to happen. Number one, if Big Brother, aka WWE, says, you know what, this is our radar, you affecting our bottom line, that we can't have that. We need you to do something about it, or we're going to terminate this agreement. Or two, it starts impacting, pun intended, their bottom line. When they start noticing that viewers are not tuning in anymore, the buzz is starting to wear off a little bit, and they're gonna have to, once the heat gets turned up to where it starts impacting their dollars,
right?
That's when they're gonna have to pull her aside and say, "Hey, look, we need you to address this and move forward."
To that point, Jay, though, I think out of those two options, it would be option A. Like, that's the one that's going to have to happen, because let's be real. And I'm the TNA-ist of TNA fans. But there was a time in my life, Chris, I was TNA.
Yeah.
If TNA losing money at this point is like that old Chris Tucker line on Def Comedy Jam. If a brother robbed me, he'll just be practicing. Because it's like, I feel like, and this is no shade on TNA because they've got a good product. But I feel like, nephew, this, the audience they have now is the audience they're going to get. I don't see them getting any bigger or smaller. Right. Like, if you were watching TNA at this point, you are a diehard. You are a TNA hardcore fan. They don't have, ain't no such thing as a casual TNA viewer. And so, Chris, I think that the only way that this gets resolved is if, like somebody up at Titan Towers is like, hey, yo, there's a picture of one of our contracted talents standing next to this person, and there's a sign that says she's a racist. We don't need our people being associated with this person. So either y'all got to get rid of her, or we getting rid of you, TNA.
Shit, I was about to say, Nate. I mean, I don't even know if that's gonna happen, because Mr. Paul Levesque, he real. I don't know, man.
It's a hard thing to call.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Here's the thing. She's never gonna apologize for the racism. That's just not happening. I've been saying that for months. Any hope that she's gonna apologize, you can just kick that shit to the side, because she's not apologizing.
I'm about to say, Chris, real quick, not to cut you off, but I also think in her mind, apologizing is admission of guilt.
Right?
Like you're admitting
guilt. It is. I mean. And that's the thing. She doesn't want to admit guilty. Apologizing is an admission of guilt. That's why I don't think she's going to do it, because I don't know what the law is in different states, but you don't. She doesn't want to run the risk of getting sued for defamation or whatever. But at the very very least, she doesn't need to be exacerbating the situation. I wouldn't be dressing. I don't know the context behind it.
Put the video back up, Ray. Put the damn video back up.
Yeah.
So we can see this while Chris breaks down his point.
Right. Yeah.
Keep going, Professor.
Nah, but Chris, the context of it, I mean, I don't even really think it's no context. I think it was just more so. Yeah. She just. Because they was also in El Paso, Texas, when that happened. So I think that was like.
I think it kind of makes it worse, nephew. Like she didn't do this in Orlando. She did this in
This is just
nuts.
Like, I don't even know why TNA would think this is a good idea in this kind of political.
What's up, shorty girl's name? B Poppin'?
Crystal Poppin'.
Crystal Poppin'. Like damn, Crystal Poppin'. Like.
Chris, I get it.
First exposure to you on
I
this,
see the wordplay.
Crystal
Poppin'. I took this it's like Crystal Poppin', except.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Come on.
Tessa. Anyway, this is fucking silly, man. I mean, this kind of shit is one of the reasons why people in the mainstream media don't take wrestling seriously and will never take it seriously, because when you see stuff like this, it kind of gives permission to make fun of it like like wrestling is just some subculture that nobody should care about, and acting like just like a caricature. It kind of underscores that kind of thinking. It's really, really pathetic, man. This is just like, especially with the time we live in right now, especially with what she was accused of, like I just don't believe that Tessa Blanchard was ever a fan of hip hop culture. Maybe she was, I don't know, but I've never seen any.
Well, she throwing the N-word around.
Yeah, well, at least with Cena, like I remember watching WWE Confidential back in 2002, and they were showing him at home and how he was a big fan of rap music and stuff. He's from West Newbury, Massachusetts, which is kind of a better part of Massachusetts. It's about, I want to say, 30 minutes outside of Boston.
Yeah.
So it's a good part of Massachusetts, but at least he was a fan of rap music. So when they gave him that character, it was an extension of something he was already kind of into.
Right.
Like I just don't like this stuff at all, man. I really wish I didn't have to talk about this today, but yeah, it's just sad what TNA is doing to cling on to relevancy in 2025.
And the sad part is, and this will be my final point, Ray, hop out here too, because I want to get your thoughts on this. But the sad thing is, you talk about TNA trying to get relevancy, Chris.
Yeah.
The sad part is they already have something that can give them relevancy with the whole NXT deal. Like that's something that can expose their product to maybe some other people and maybe slowly but surely expand that core audience that they have. But this isn't it. This isn't the way to do that. And the other thing that makes me really, really sad about this, Ray, is Tessa Blanchard to me is the Anakin Skywalker of professional wrestling. Now, what I mean by that is Tessa Blanchard, whenever I see her, it's like I'm not at my house in Virginia. Whenever I see Tessa Blanchard, I'm immediately transported to the fire pits of Mustafar. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at Tessa Blanchard and I'm like, hey, you were supposed to be the chosen one. You were supposed to rescue us from the darkness, not enable it. And it's like, dog, somebody who is that talented, like that innately talented, like even in her current form, I think Tessa Blanchard is one of the 10 best female wrestlers in the world, like on the planet, like in terms of in-ring ability, promo ability, character work, look, all of that. Like the fact that you have frittered away what could be this prosperous career, that you frittered away, because this ain't never happening. Well, I ain't gonna say never, but it is not likely to happen, Chris. You frittered away $1 million match with Charlotte Flair. That's something that could have happened had you had your attitude in check. Because let's not forget, it's not just the racism. It's not just the racism. That was the cherry on top of the sundae. It's the unprofessionalism. It's the attitude. Like there's a reason she was booted out of WWE. Like it was like, nah, you ain't getting no contract, sis. There's a reason. Wow, Women of Wrestling, the greatest wrestling promotion of 2024, nephew. There's a reason they built that whole rebrand around Tessa Blanchard, and after a few months, they was like, nah, you ain't the one. There's a reason why TNA was like done with you the first time. And so it's like you're getting chance after chance after chance and squandering it. And for somebody who is so talented, again, has so much potential, it's sad to see. And it's not because of anything the industry did. Like the industry did not destroy Tessa Blanchard's career. Tessa did that. Ray Williams, what you got to say about all this, man?
Well, first off, not only is it appropriation, but it's also pretty much just gimmick stealing because she's calling herself El Diamante. You know who else is known as El Diamante?
Who would that be, Ray?
A wrestler from ROH named Diamante, who's also appeared on AEW, who happens to wear a bandana, maybe not over her head, but around her mouth, like she's a like. Well, I was about to say like a bandito, but that's getting a little close. But when we talk
and a
about
wrestler who is actually Latina, let's not
exactly
just that point.
that was gonna be my final point. That was gonna be the nail to drive this point home, brother Nate. So yeah, it's sad to see, and then for them to have and also on the aforementioned Kings of Sport episode, we were talking about Stephen A. For them to have the unmitigated gall to surround her around my milk of magnesia.
My God.
How damn that?
Wow. I see the correlation, right? I see the correlation.
Bro.
Oh my goodness.
No, this man did not just say that. No, he did not just say that.
And then I think Quan had a thing in the chat that saying, and I'm glad to hear this. This warms my heart. This warms my jaded little heart to know that it says Cora J wasn't happy to team with her on a recent episode of TNA. I believe he means Impact. After the match, she tweeted the Marshawn Lynch gif. I'm only here so I don't get fined.
Yeah, Cora. I mean, Cora definitely tweeted that. You could, because I don't think that anyone wants to be affiliated or associated with anybody who is like. I mean, I don't even think it's like an accused thing at this point. It's just kind of fact to like what happened and what was said. So, like, and the crazy thing about it is like, I even said this. I think it was back in December when we recorded the NWA podcast. Like, I don't think that they necessarily need Tessa. I think it was more so of a reactionary move to knowing that Jordan Grace was on her way out, and it was like we need like another big hitter in the women's division to sort of take the reins for this thing. And I'm like I mean I know it can be like difficult, especially when you in. I mean when you in that like. When you're looking at the hierarchy, you got WWE, AEW, and then talents may spurse out wherever they choose to. And I'm pretty sure TNA they could try to like reel in some big free agent names and X, Y, and Z and stuff like that. But I said this back in December. Like I just don't think that they needed to bring Tessa Blanchard back into the fold. Like especially considering that the things that we talked about for the last 15 minutes or so, like she has not addressed anything or owned up to anything, and again she never will own up to anything because it's far past that point now to even start like that. And even if you do apologize, it's like, bro, that you like 3-4 years too late. Like I don't even with the damn apology.
And she's been rewarded since then, Andrew. She's gotten jobs since then,
and has been rewarded since then for sure. But the thing is, like you see, I think the damaging thing also is that a lot of the conversations that come out of social media, for the most part, is about Tessa and her entrance and not about the actual show. Like, I mean, even with Mustafa Ali and Mike Santana, bro, like, I don't know if y'all had the chance to see the segment that they did, like, on the Go Home episode of Sacrifice, but that shit was like a really great segment. Like, Mustafa Ali was playing, he was like, sort of leaning into like Santana's like past, I guess, like alcohol issues or something along those lines, and they like it was like it was a powerful segment. It really was, and it was a great segment. It was one of my favorite segments that I've seen on like wrestling programming this year. I say at least, like, if I had to like really go down and like break it down, I'd probably say like top 10, top 15 if I had to like really think about it. But yeah, like again, it's a lot of the conversation like comes out like Nick Nemeth turned on Matt Hardy. I mean, I don't think that's like maybe not in the grand scheme of like the pro wrestling atmosphere, but within TNA, that's a big turn for a character who has been a babyface for an entire year. Now he just switched and turned on one of your guys who just wrestled at NXT and at the theater in Madison Square Garden, who's a legend, like Matt Hardy. And it's again, a lot of the conversation is not surfaced around the show. You had Masha Slamovich defending the title against Cora Jade. Moose and Jeff Hardy for the TNA X Division Championship in the ladder match. Jeff was fucking getting ragged all around there like he was 25 again. But like again, it's like like I said, it's like a lot of the conversations are not about the actual show itself. It's about Tessa Blanchard and her cultural appropriation. And again, I'm gonna just repeat it. It's like at some point, I think it's gonna the longer TNA continues to not address this, the longer this will continue. Like how Nate had mentioned, you got people that are in NXT, JC Jane. It's a screenshot of a fan holding up "she's a racist" sign, and I'm pretty sure at some point it's maybe not the company itself, but it's gonna be wrestlers, man, who gonna be like, dude, I'm not trying to keep being affiliated with that. Like you linking me to someone who's a racist. You know, like you don't want to keep associating me with that. So it may come a point where maybe certain wrestlers will be like, I'm good. You say you go to TNA and work with Tessa, can I work with somebody else? And you know, that could arise and could cause a whole bunch of other different issues to arise. So I think it's just a matter of TNA needing to address it. But I mean, even if they do address it, I think it's far past the point of like people actually considering forgiveness. Like again, that 2020 podcast we recorded, Nate, I think you said that one of the things that she needed to do right out the gate was apologize. And again, like we said, it's not up to the mass. Like as a mass group, I don't think that one person can decide if she's forgiven or not. That just comes up to how you view certain things in your individual life and your experiences in X, Y, and Z. But that's exactly that window for me personally has closed for an apology, and it's kind of just apologize. Yeah, I have to watch and say. Remember, Big Swole still hangs around Tessa as she even admit that we're trying to repair the situation with Tessa and La Rosa Negra. Oh, I did not know that she was still hanging out with Tessa, but I probably gotta look that up. But I definitely remember the situation with La Rosa Negra, and she she spoke out about that whole ordeal, and she said she kind of just wanted it to, because I guess the more people kept talking about Tessa, the more it, drug her in. And I guess she must have got fed up with people kept inquiring to hear her story about the situation that she already gave, and then so. Again, like I think we long past the part of the apology stage. So,
and again, nephew, the racism is only the cherry on the sundae. Like the racism is not the reason why she is not with some of these companies. It's a factor, but we know there are people in AEW, people in WWE, people in TNA that don't have the most progressive or even open-minded views when it comes to people of different races, when it comes to people of different sexualities, when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah. But they still got jobs because they know how to keep their damn mouth shut. And the problem with Tessa is, yes, the racism is an issue, but it's also the attitude. It's like being born on third base, thinking you hit a triple. And it's like, girl, you still got to put in the work no matter what family you come from, no matter what kind of connections you had in the industry. The reason that you are not in WWE, the reason you're not in Wild Women of Wrestling, the reason why you were not in TNA the first time is because of your attitude. And that is something that only you can change. I can't change it. La Rosa Negra can't change it. Big Swole can't change it. Moose can't change it. You're the only person that can change that. And so, and I saw Anwar in the comments saying, did I really think Tessa was a top 10 female wrestler on the planet? I say yes. To me, if I was starting, if we don't know nothing about these people's personalities, Chris, and we are starting a promotion and we're doing a draft, like a real draft, not like a WWE brand split draft. But if we're doing a real draft, Tessa is going to be one of my top 10, 15 picks because with her age, with her look, with her in-ring, with her promo work, I think you can get a lot of mileage out of Tessa Blanchard if she had the right attitude. And the reason why she has not had a better career is because of her.
Yeah, I think with Tessa Blanchard, she was definitely on an upward trajectory a few years ago, right? Even
TNA put the damn world heavyweight title on her, Chris.
Yeah, they put the belt on her because they trusted her to carry the company. And then it was probably BS when they put the belt on her. But then, because of her tweets and stuff, she kind of told on herself in this self-aggrandizing way where she was, I don't know if she's trying to make
what was the tweet, nephew? It was like women should be trying to promote other women and not tear them down. And then the women on the internet who saw that was like, oh, hold on.
They just took to that. And now she's got to kind of and that's always the case with these kind of things, right? It's the Streisand effect, right? It's like you're getting along just well in the world.
Shout out to Downtown Brown. Don't nothing hurt a duck but its own bill.
Right, yeah, but you're drawing attention to a situation that you really didn't need to draw attention to. You're the kind of person that you are. and you're not this uplifting type, so why are you trying to like front yourself off to be this person that you're not? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but
I did want to there was a comment in the chat. I wanted to bring it up from Anwar Starwin. Like he had mentioned something about like he mentioned something about like I guess Nate's purview about Tessa's like her ranking is like is amongst talented performers in the business or whatever like that. And this is how I put it. First of all, and again, like we love Anwar. Shout out
No doubt.
we appreciate you always being in the chat. But this is how like first of all, Nate worked what 50 some hours per week at the job. Like I'm just like I'm
at minimum.
He has. I'm pretty sure Nate can't, stay up to the crack of dawn or like got certain, what I'm saying? Like people got lives to live and X, Y, and Z and stuff like that. So like I don't like that. Like I mean, he's saying like your focus is like North American wrestling, and I like me knowing like the work you do. Like I'm talking about non-pro wrestling work. Like I know that consumes a great deal of time. So I don't want to do that thing where it's like, hey, your focus is only this. Because I mean, like again, everybody can't, be locked into this, that, and the other.
Like I understand Anwar's point.
But I didn't even know about this shit until the show.
Yeah.
Like I mean, we got like we pay attention to the news, but we have to prioritize WWE and AEW because that's Marvel and DC, that those are the companies
Ain't
now.
saying Image ain't got good comics. Ain't saying Dark Horse ain't got good comics, but most people are reading Marvel and DC. Yeah.
That's where like all the big stories happen at, right? If you want to call this a positive, I mean, I guess it's got TNA in the news.
It's got us talking about it.
Yeah, we're talking about it. I'm not of the belief that no news is bad news or whatever the saying is. I think there is a such thing as bad press. I think this is not good on any level for anybody involved. People need to be talking about TNA and their product, right?
Yeah.
That's what they need to be talking about. And if you're a TNA consumer, you need to be talking about who your favorite TNA wrestler is, why it's the best, and all that. The Nick Nemeth heel turn. I heard about that. Even though I'm not like an avid TNA watcher, I heard about that. And that was big news. That I have other critiques of that we'll probably get into later. But when you do something big like that on your show, that's what we should be talking about. But instead, we're talking about Tessa Blanchard and her.
And spoiler alert, this is probably the most coverage we'll talk about Sacrifice, but this is the most in-depth conversation we'll have about Sacrifice, and that's a bad thing for TNA.
Right? Yeah. Like there are people on this network that think we don't even need to be covering TNA. Like there's fans of this show that are probably listening right now. Like why
when y'all gonna get to Cena?
Yeah, like why the fuck are y'all talking about Tessa Blanchard? But I mean, this is what they're in the news for, and this isn't a good thing. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and then my last point to Anwar, like I said, I respect your opinion, brother, and we appreciate you for tuning in. But in terms of what I'm saying about Tessa, like Tessa to me, and this is no shade to any of our sisters down in Mexico, because Fabi Apache been putting in work for a minute. No shade to our sisters in the UK, because Nina Samuels is a beast. No shade to our sisters in Japan. But I think Tessa Blanchard is someone with that name, with that look, with that in-ring, with that mic work that you could make money off of anywhere. And the only thing that prevents her from making money anywhere and everywhere is her. And so I think that's the big story, because this is somebody who could be Charlotte Flair for TNA.
Right, yeah.
She could be fighting Charlotte Flair in WWE, but her attitude is messed up, and that's the reason why this is the only time we bring up Tessa Blanchard, is when stuff like this happens, and not because of her in-ring, not because of her mic work, it's because of stuff like this. And I remember
back in the day, when AEW was in its infancy, people were talking about her being the first major signing for AEW. Like, why has AEW not signed her? And then slowly,
she would have killed it from an in-ring perspective.
Right, yeah. And then slowly her like personality started to unravel, you know, and that's why that she's not attractive to a WWE or an AEW at the moment, because it's just, I mean, I think there's just way too much baggage with Tessa that I think the bad outweighs the good.
Yes.
Ready to reroute this bad boy?
Let's stop talking about the NWA World Heavyweight Champion Tessa Blanchard, y'all.
Right.
Ready? Pass me the rock, Uncle Nate. Swing that rock on my back. And let's do it. Now, we're gonna start off with with our guy Jarek first, man. We'll give him the first dibs. We got the fallout from WWE Elimination Chamber. Of course, the big news coming out of that. John Cena turns heel for the first time in about 20 years. I think the last time Cena was heel was like 2004, 2005. So yeah, that's been a long time. And he opted to side with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Turned on Cody Rhodes to switch up the dynamic at WrestleMania 41. It is official. Cody is defending the title against John Cena at WrestleMania. First and foremost, let's go to our man Jarek. Jarek, what did you? So sort of like a packed question here. It's like a lot in one. But like, what did you make of like first of all the final stretch of Cena and Punk going at it, and then Rollins curb stomping Punk and Cena choking him out. Then of course the big turn. Now we got the upcoming WrestleMania match, and then lastly, like what are you expecting from this segment coming up tomorrow night on Monday Night Raw with Cody and Cena? Supposedly supposed to be doing some type of segment, but there's been advertised that they're going to be in the same building. But what is your expectation of what this first interaction between these two will be like since Elimination Chamber?
I'm expecting John Cena to be full peacemaker. That's what I'm expecting. He's going to have to justify his reasoning for turning around on the fans and just, I mean, you see the tweets out talking about discipline, doing what you don't want to do in order to get the results that you want. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I definitely anticipate that type of John Cena. Matter of fact, I expect to see the Total Divas version of John Cena. That jerk that was, so regimented on everything. Everything had to have its place, and that's the version I would like to see out of him. I thought the heel turn was done fantastic. I mean, it was great cinema. The dude, had like a jovial face, and he was overacting, and then with the hug, you just saw the face just turn just to stone. And that's when like, oh, they're doing it. And after the kick to the nuts, it's like, oh man, here we go. But the other thing I'm expecting, and I'm hoping to see at WrestleMania, either night 1 or night 2, whenever they decide to do the match, Travis Scott has got to get that receipt. Cody is about to give him 1, maybe 2 crossroads, and he's gonna put some stank on that thing. So that's what I expect to see.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be I'm like really interested to see this first. I guess whatever type of segment they do, like I don't think that they'll go right away to the in-ring promo battle going back and forth. I think they'll probably save that to like the last maybe 2 weeks before the actual WrestleMania show. But man, like it's an interesting approach. Like I mean, going the route of like John Cena being the white meat baby face that he's been for the last 20 years, and you could always go that route, and you do the baby first versus baby face and just let the fans choose. But I think this was a sort of more unique approach to go about it. I remember saying something similar along the lines back in back in December when New Day, when Kofi and Xavier had sort of made that switch a little bit. Like I kind of like to just sometimes seeing these like traditional Ricky Steamboat-ish baby faces like sort of just flip the switch a little bit. So I mean, like it's gonna be cool to see the dynamic between Cody and Cena as they we got these 4 or 5 weeks left until WrestleMania. My only thing is like the match has to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, and dudes, I mean, and let me say that first, when Cena was in that that final stretch with Punk, that was like, I think that was like the first time that I've seen Cena like locked in. Like he looked like he, I mean, it obviously wasn't as fast as, you know, some of their past interactions have been with. That was like damn near 15 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
But Cena, like he looked like rejuvenated to a certain extent during that little back and forth that he had. Like, you know, but I mean, maybe you could just chalk that up to them two just having in-ring chemistry. So like maybe that's a big part of it as well. But I'm more so curious to see how this match actually turns out. Like, and I'm figured that there will be like some, you know, like some shenanigans and interference and X, Y, and Z. Like, I definitely think Stone Cold Steve Austin is going to be involved in this match somehow, some way, because like The Rock is going to be involved, and I think that'll be their way to bring in Austin, and you know, you'll have that big moment. So I think it'll be a lot of like, you know, at the beginning it'll be in-ring base, and you know, maybe they'll move around outside, and then you know, they'll get to the interferences and individuals coming in and X, Y, and Z. But and like I think that'll be like their way to sort of shield Cena in a way. Not that I'm saying that he needs that, but I think that'll be a way to just to protect him a little bit more, so you don't like be like, okay, we need Cena to go out here and just wrestle this 30-minute main event at WrestleMania. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we definitely gonna see. But that first segment that they doing on Raw, not tomorrow night, but Eastern time here at like 3 p.m. So yeah, we gonna see. But Nate, what you
here, man?
Oh, you go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just saying it's gonna be noon out here.
It's gonna be noon for Chris.
Yeah, noon.
Have a nice lunch with John Cena, brother.
Yeah.
But nephew, this man, John Felix Anthony Cena, on these streets. Been listening to his Sam Cooke tapes, Chris.
Yeah.
This man, John Cena, looked in the mirror and said, "It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it is." This man, John Cena, sent millions of little kids across the country, across the world, home, crying with tears in their eyes. But this man they thought was pure good. This man they thought could never be corrupted. Cena said, "Hey, this is a business, kid. I'm about to show you how we do this thing, man." Oh, the only thing that I think would make this better is if we had a longer runway to WrestleMania. Because what I would do tomorrow afternoon on Raw is I would have this whole build-up. Cena, Cody, their first interaction, have Devontae in the ring ready to scrap. Cena comes out, says nothing, walks away. If we had the time, because to me, you could get as much mileage out of this as, and we showing our age here, Chris, as one of the greatest stories, in my opinion, in wrestling history, the Sting and the Rafters story.
Right, yeah.
Well, this man Sting ain't say a word for damn near a year. Just showed up here, bits and pieces, giving you flashes, a little physicality here and there, but for the most part, you ain't really understand what this man Sting was on. And I think you could just spin this out, just drag this out, and have the audience on the edge of their seat waiting for more. But being that we don't have that amount of time, because WrestleMania is right around the corner, I think what we get tomorrow is the preamble. Like, this is not going to be the meaty segment in terms of Cena and Cody going back and forth on the mic. I think they're going to give us just enough. We're going to get the appetizer. You know, we're going to get a little taste, a little sample of what this feud is to be, nephew. But I have no doubt in my mind that this match is going to kill. Because I thought even when it was babyface, it was going to be an all-timer. Because you have John Cena, who has been QB1, who has been the flag bearer, the standard bearer for this company for so many years, and Cody, the current standard bearer. And Cody Rhodes, as I've said many times, is not the greatest bell-to-bell performer in the world today, but I do think he's one of the greatest storytellers in ring in the world today. And I know he and Cena, babyface, they would have had a great story for us in the course of that match. But this, Andrew, heel Cena, maybe with a new attitude, with a new wardrobe, with a new theme song. Come on now. This is the stuff the dreams are made of, Chris.
Right.
We've been waiting for. And so this is the main event of WrestleMania. Don't give me that night 1, night 2 this year, nephew. There's a clear
Nah,
cut.
I ain't arguing with you.
There's a clear cut night 2 main event for WrestleMania, and I think there will be some smoke and mirrors. There will be some shenanigans, some tomfoolery. But
some Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Some Stone Cold Steve Austin might show up. Magga Taker might pop out here for a little second. Terry might try to sell us some beer. Who knows?
Yeah.
But I think that, Kris, my worry, I don't have any worry whatsoever that this match is going to come off great, because I think, from what Cena showed us in the chamber, like Cena's never been, one of these bell-to-bell cardio guys. I mean, he's had the cardio, but he's never been like a guy that's going to wow us with 5.
I'm about to say, Nate, I think Cena's like in-ring ability has always been like a mirror of who you put him in there with. Like if you put him in there with like a Sami Zayn or a Kevin Owens
or falls to his opponent's level.
A Claudio Castagnoli, you put him in there with them.
I mean,
he gonna match it. Or AJ Styles, you put him in there with those individuals, and that's when you'll see him try to.
And I think Cody's gonna bring him up to that level, and they're gonna have a banger, Kris.
Yeah, WWE has this formula with all their like main eventers. Not like, I'm not talking about your Triple H's and Mick Foley's. I'm talking about your Rocks, John Cena, people like that, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, those people. Like once they become a big star in the company, they really do start dumbing their style down, They don't have him do as much risky shit. Like Macho Man, I don't think you ever were going to stop him from doing that top rope elbow drop. But like when it comes to like Hogan and Cena and Rock, they wrestled a certain way before they became main eventers. And then when they became main eventers, they stopped doing the risk stuff, because they're the golden goose, and you don't want to risk them getting injured. Same with Steve Austin too. That's just what they do in that company. I just want to give a shout out. I should have told them I was going to do this beforehand. I need to give a shout out to Hansi, because so hopefully we could clip this for Hansi later. But I have been singing this John Cena needs to turn heel drum. I've been beating this drum since 2017. Someone sent me a clip, and forgive me, it might have been Brandon from New Jersey, I'm not sure, of Hansi calling in one of the post shows and saying, what if they do something like what Kris said and have John Cena turn heel, and the John and Way just swept that shit under the rug like it was the most horrible idea on the planet. John has already given me my due. No, John hasn't. Way has already given me my due. John has yet to give me my due. So
you got receipts, Professor?
Yes. So I just want to say that this is WWE did the right thing with John Cena. You couldn't do a babyface. You could have did a babyface versus babyface match. This makes it more compelling. This adds layers to it. The argument that I've been hearing, I've been seeing online, the prevailing argument is if you turn John Cena heel, all people are going to do is cheer him anyway. And to me, that's kind of a weak argument, almost like a straw man argument, because here's the thing. John Cena will get cheered, and that's fine. The problem with these stories, usually in WWE is infamous for this, is that when somebody is a babyface, they have no edge to them. They turn into dweebs. They turn into dorks. They turn into geeks. They turn into geeks who have no level of coolness to them at all, that the bad guy's coolness usurps them. I say this all the time. I watch DC and Marvel movies, I like the Joker. I just don't want to see the Joker beat Batman. You feel me? I like Lex Luthor. I just don't want to see Lex Luthor beat Superman, right? The way WWE books their baby faces is you want to see the bad guy win. You want to see Lex Luthor beat up the fucking good guy because they're lame good guys. I do think what they did with this heel turn was great for Cody. The first thing him saying to Rock is telling him to go fuck himself.
Yep.
That automatically put edge on that guy that makes him interesting, you know? And if you put a CM Punk in the ring with Cena, I think Punk will get cheered. I don't think this is something that you have to really overthink. Just don't make Cody a dork. Don't make him a dweeb. Make him a regular guy. Keep his edge to him. Cody maybe should go a little bit darker too. I'm not saying he needs to go to dressing in all black and stuff like that. But like, at least, you know, he needs to show signs that he's not going to just be putting up with Cena's shit. That's one of the things that got Cena booed for like 10 years straight is he was a good guy and he never took anything seriously. It was like every time someone was trying to fight him, he treated it like a joke. He acted like a juvenile delinquent a lot of the time. He would rarely ever get serious. And it was annoying to watch him on TV. It just was. It was just not fun watching John Cena on TV. So you now have a chance to book Cena with some edge, to book Cody with some edge, make him be a baby face. And I think they've done a good job with Cody Rhodes. He's not a guy that's always one-upping The Rock or one-upping John Cena. He's a vulnerable guy, but he's cool enough, you know. You have to kind of treat Cody Rhodes like a Luke Perry type, you know. He's cool, he's tough, but he's also got a soft side to him, you know? And hopefully they do that, man. But I do want to, this wasn't a huge risk because Cena is not full-time with the company anymore. I could see a scenario where Cody wins at WrestleMania only if John Cena is just trying to like speed up his retirement. I could see something where like Cody beats him at WrestleMania and then Cena turns back face. I hope that's not what happens. I hope they extend this out.
Yeah, I was about to say to your point, Chris, I think they need to like ride this out to like the end, like just go all the way to December with the heel run. Just stay consistent with it. And I mean, even with like the last I think 2 weeks or so that Cody has been on television, like I think that he's shown this character has shown that edge. Like he went at Cena with the, you know, the if you want some, come get some, and you know, all that. Like, and I honestly feel like, you know, those dates that maybe Cena is, I'm going to assume that he's going forward going to be on most of the shows leading up to WrestleMania, or all of them, or at least be featuring in some type of Cody, something involving Cody. But in the case that he isn't, I think that Cody is like at the point where he can sort of, you know, pull the weight by himself. So, but yeah, like again, with this dynamic is like a really interesting one, and I want to swing it back over to our guy Jarek about this. It's like, Jarek, what do you sort of this dynamic between Cody and Cena? Like, are you like sort of in line with what Kris was saying? You expecting more edge than already that we're seeing from Cody? Like, again, he's already taking the little jabs at Cena and stuff like that. So are you just expecting that to amplify as the weeks go on as we lead up to WrestleMania?
Yeah, I mean, they already started with the whole GFY, you know, when Cody dropped that. So that was okay. That's number one. And number two, they do have a blueprint already. So remember when Kevin Owens was going to have a match with Stone Cold? Stone Cold did not go to WrestleMania.
Right.
They have a blueprint already of how to go ahead and you know, promote a match and then build that anticipation. I mean, everybody's wanting, to see Cena and his reaction, and I think less would be more in this case. So, I mean, whatever he provide, if he says anything at all, I think it's going to be well orchestrated. So I know they have an end game. I do foresee him, as they say, get a slow build to it.
Yeah.
And next, like the second to last show and the go home show or whatever, that's when Cena's really going to lay his cards on the table and say, this is the full breadth of my character, and be able to express, his true intentions of, this heel turn. I don't think that he'll be doing the bright colors. I hope he doesn't do the bright colors.
I do too. Yeah.
I hope he stays away from that. I hope he has some cargo shorts, and goes.
Yeah, I remember on CVV's show, he said that when he was going to turn heel the first time, he was going to move to a singlet and a robe or something like that.
I ain't saying don't need no damn singlet. Don't need no damn singlet, bro.
So the singlet days is over, dog.
Singlet days is cooked, brother. We don't need because I know you're not saying that, but I'm just poking fun at what he said. But like again, that's another interesting aspect of the heel turn as well. Like the theme music, the presentation, and all that type of stuff. Like that's another whole aspect of it. I think a lot of people are sort of anticipating it. To Jarek's point, like I don't think that they'll give it away on Raw. I don't think like we'll get the full shebang of what it is. Nah. I mean, Nate, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, I mean, them European crowds kind of worked it. If you gonna do something like that, them European crowds.
No shade to Brussels, but I feel like the first time we get the new music, I feel like it's gonna be stateside.
It's gonna be in Chicago. They got Raw in Chicago in early April. So
and I do have to say something. This isn't doubting what Jarek said or downplaying what Jarek said, but people gotta chill on this Cody Rhodes beating down Travis Scott stuff. Look, I used to wrestle a little bit in high school.
What?
Not pro wrestling.
I ain't know about this.
Amateur assassin on these.
Hey, bro, Kris has lived such an interesting life, though.
I've fucked up my eardrum wrestling before. It's not a serious injury. Travis Scott did what he was supposed to do. He was.
You talking about Bully Ray was talking crazy. He was like, if I ever see Travis Scott, I'm like, bro, you was
this guy has never wrestled before, and they told him to. I don't think John Cena wanted him to give him fake looking punches. I don't think that. I think John Cena, not John Cena, Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's going to have a celebrity do something like that and be like, yo, hit me softly. I don't know this, but I can imagine Cody saying, lay it in and hit me hard. Because if you're a wrestler in Cody's position, what would you rather? A Travis Scott punch coming across looking fake as fuck? Or him wailing in on you? Yeah, you get a little injury.
He slapped the shit out of him, bro.
Rent money.
Yeah, but you get your receipt back later.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Yeah. That's kind of like Travis Scott is a big star. Now, and WWE always tries to overplay the stars that they have. But Travis Scott is a big star. I know this firsthand. I'm not the biggest Travis Scott fan, but when I talk to college students, they know who he is. He had the McDonald's value menu for all that time, the value meal or whatever. He's somebody that is important in pop culture. So the last thing you want to do to him is beat him up and paralyze him because he fucking gave Cody Rhodes a stiff punch, man. Is this what we're doing in 2025? Really, man? Like I just don't understand that logic. I think Cody Rhodes get his revenge. Travis Scott, he'll know next time not to do that, but I'm kind of glad that he did do it. I thought it made the story more compelling and interesting. Like I said to you on NMN, like I said to you, Nate, if I was in the ring, I'd have gotten a couple shots in on Cody. Man, it would. I just would have had to have done that.
Right.
I couldn't have just stood there and watch. I would have been like, yeah, let me get a lick in.
It's surreal that this moment, which will live forever in wrestling history, has Travis Scott attached to it. And I think it's pretty cool that, Travis was a part of this. I also think, and Ray, you can come out because I want to get your thoughts on this turn. Because we did talk about it a little bit on Nefarious Media Network. And for those that don't know, tomorrow, programming note, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, Ray Williams, myself, and a few other people from the Nefarious Media Network will be having a live watch of Monday Night Raw from Brussels. And if you are a member of the Patreon, you can join us for that live watch. If you're not a member, you can watch along. But if you are a member, you can actually hop on stage and chop it up with me, Ray, and the rest of the crew. So tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, Raw on Netflix from Brussels. We going to be there to see what's going down with this man, John Cena, and this man, Cody Devontae Rhodes. But I think, Ray, what excites me so much about this, because I do feel like Cena is going to win at WrestleMania, because it doesn't make any sense for Cena to go through this transformation and then lose first time out. Because he's effectively the Rock's muscle here. And if he is the Rock's muscle that loses the first time out, he's no better than Solo Sikoa. No offense to Solo, but Cena ain't no damn Solo Sikoa on these streets. So I think Cena's going to win the title. So what's interesting to me is the story of where does Cena go now that he's the heel champion, and also where does Cody go? Like, I think those are going to be two interesting stories. And then ultimately, we know when Cena retires, he's not going to retire as a heel. So, like, how do we tell the story of this guy that turned heel to break this record, going from that guy to the guy that we knew for all these years? Like, wrestling is about so much more than just bell to bell. It's about the stories that you tell. It's about compelling characters, Ray. And I think this heel Cena character is one of the most compelling that we've had in a while.
I agree. And I think it couldn't have been so had he had turned earlier. Like, I know it's always been a thing, I think, for maybe like the last 5, 6, 7 years, however long that he, maybe like the last 15 years, however long he's been getting the Cena sucks, let's go Cena, the back and forth. I think it wouldn't have had a bigger impact had it would have been done any earlier. So I commend them for sticking with this and for actually having the plan to have it go this way, especially like you said, now that you do have a preeminent baby face, a preeminent face of the league, if you will, or a face.
You got two of them, because Roman is there too, and CM Punk. So you got they're good on baby faces in WWE. So Cena turning him heel is not risking what it would have risked back in the day. Right,
and let's say. Even with when we talk about a Roman or a CM Punk, like they still have a bit of edge to them. So it's not like you consider them straight up baby faces. But with Cody, he's like the all-American boy. And it's like, even with him having that bit of edge, like you said, the go F yourself line, like that shows he ain't no Punk, but he's still like he's still like the golden boy, if you will. And so it's good to have John Cena kind of use that as kind of like a contrast to go up against when he used to be the quote unquote golden boy or the golden goose, however you want to put it. I have a different take on the whole Travis Scott thing. And it's not as far as like whether he was too snug or whatever.
You thought he should get his ass beat too?
No.
Hey, Bully Ray.
Hey, Bully Ray. I was about to say the same
You think they should show Hollywood that this is what happens to celebrities when you appear on WWE?
You got to protect kayfabe, brother.
Bully Ray is crazy.
Fuck you up. That's what happens.
Hey, you ain't see Snooki taking no shots, and you ain't see Snooki out here going into business for herself. No, no.
David D. Schultz over here, man, slapping reporters,
slapping the raw dogs, slapping his.
But I'm looking at it from the point at which all these people are saying, well, who is Travis Scott? He shouldn't have even been in the ring. Who is he? Who is he bringing? And it's like, Travis Scott may not be for you, but he's for somebody. Yeah, and I think
for a lot of people,
like it's for a lot of people. I think when they ask, like, who is he anyway? Who is he?
That's hey Ray, that's a much later conversation right there, brother. That's
exactly. And we got to tread the line with that, brother. But in terms of his popularity, I'm looking up on chartmetric.com. Brother has 58.9 million followers, 2.2 million TikTok followers, 37.5 million Spotify followers, 19.6 million YouTube subscribers, 12.2 million X followers. And you know who's the person who's actually performing the theme song for WrestleMania? That's Fiend by one Travis Scott, which has 1.2 billion streams on Spotify.
Right.
So he's speaking
but
to
he's
somebody.
No Crystal Parsons.
See, like Travis Scott is a couple generations behind mine, but I still know he's important in this time and space because I talk to my students, and my students kind of keep me hip to who's hot and who's not, and they love Travis Scott. You know, that's just one of the guys whose name I constantly hear. I used to hear Blast a lot, them talk about him and YG and all these other people. But yeah, Travis Scott is like, the fact that WWE got him is kind of a little nuts to me also. You know, it would be kind of like I can't even think of the celebrity, like the actor equivalent to Travis Scott. Maybe like maybe if they got Anthony Mackie to do this shit, you know,
that'd be wild. Cody Rhodes getting his ass beat by Captain America.
Right, yeah, but I do think this is a good look for WB and Bully Ray, man.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
If you put your hands on that dude, you'd be slapped with litigation so fast. You'd be exiled from Dudleyville.
And that'll be after you get roughed up by security.
Exactly. Travis Scott is not just walking around these streets all willy-nilly by himself.
Right,
yeah.
But brother is 5. I think they said he was like 5'8", 5'10". Yeah, you know he ain't walking around by himself.
Yeah,
but Bully Ray done had some interesting takes over the last 2 months, to say the least. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I seen some things, but there was some other big news happened at Elimination Chamber. The start of the Women's Elimination Chamber match was Naomi and Liv Cargill, and then
Oscar goes too.
Jade Cargill made her return for the first time since the fall of 2024. She went right into the cage, thought she was about to go out to Liv Morgan, and then she beat the hell out of Naomi as Bianca Belair watched along. Since then, we have it has been confirmed that Naomi is the one to check Jade Cargill, and it appears that we are building to a match at WrestleMania 41. Might be the first. I think it's the. Probably got to fact check this, but I think if it does happen at Mania, which I'm pretty sure at this point it will, that it'll be the first time that a non-title women's match, singles match, happens at WrestleMania, which would be a nice little statistic. But definitely want to mention that that segment with Bianca and Naomi, the whole Revelation segment, like that's again when I was talking about some of my favorite segments that I've seen this year, just from a variety of different promotions and companies and things of that nature. That one is definitely up there. Love that segment. I felt like Bianca and Naomi, felt real. It didn't feel like they necessarily like went in like with I'm sure they had a game plan of how they wanted to convey things and how they wanted to say things, but it didn't feel like it's just like, okay, let's just go out here and kind of just let our like sort of emotions like within our characters get wrapped up in the shit, and let's just see where it takes us. Like we know where we're going and where we're headed to, so let's just like let it naturally take us there. And I especially felt like Naomi's part of the end, but you can see like the it was that sort of line between like knowing her friend is gone. Also, like you hear some of that jealousy coming out a little bit with the relationship between Jade and Bianca, and Naomi was like, she called her ungrateful, unselfish. It was ungrateful. She was ungrateful, right? She said like called her ungrateful B word and and all that stuff. So like I get again, like it's going to be real like interesting to see how we carry this, but I think like 5 or 6 weeks until WrestleMania to see like what else they'll pull out the bag. And also like Nate, I wanted to sort of get you in on this, and it's like I don't think Bianca all the way innocent, man. Like I think that this is a situation of in the storyline essence, like Naomi taking one for the team,
right?
While Bianca goes and chases this WrestleMania title match, and of course, like Bianca, she's gonna be facing Io. But let me say this: as we're recording this, Bianca is gonna be facing Io Sky in a singles match with Rhea Ripley. I feel like Rhea Ripley gonna find her way into this. It's gonna be a 3-way that they're gonna do at Mania. But but yeah, I don't think Bianca all the way innocent, man. But I think that this is a situation of Naomi taking one for the team, and then after that, we'll get we'll get with but the revelation that Bianca is in on this. And we saw our brother Anwar Starwin said that y'all buying Bianca selling now. I'm not buying Bianca with Bianca selling, man. But Nate, what you think?
It's funny, nephew, because he brings up the good brother Phil Lindsay from Grapsity. Phil's not buying what Bianca's saying. You're not buying what Bianca's saying. I got downtown Gerard Brown in the chat, who's Team Nefarious, is not buying what Bianca's selling. I'm not buying what Bianca's selling. Like, what are all these people who are doubting Bianca seem to have in common? It's that, we of the culture, I'll just say, nephew. And it's like if you go back and look at Elimination Chamber, when Jade comes to the ring, and it was a wonderful way to bring Jade back. And she's going into the ring. You think she's going after Liv, but she does that hip pivot and goes after Bianca, goes after Naomi. Naomi's first move is not to be like, hey, what's good, sis? She looks right back at Bianca. And to me, that look said like, hey, yo, this wasn't part of the plan. And so then we get the beatdown, and it was a great beatdown. Like, it was visceral. Like the ode to the ode to the Freebirds Von Erichs, where she slammed the cage door on Naomi's head. Like all of that worked perfectly. And then you got the story of Bianca having to get herself together and end up winning that Elimination Chamber match. I thought that was a great start to the event. And then we get to SmackDown, where we get that great segment. And like you said, nephew, it didn't feel overly scripted, overly rehearsed. It just was, what would our characters say in this moment? And let's just go from the heart, go off the top. And it felt real. And that moment, like you said, where Naomi hit her with like, you ungrateful bee. Like we've all been in a situation like that where you realize a friendship is over. And if that friendship ends on bad terms, sometimes you will say something that you may not mean. You may mean it in the moment, but you may not mean it overall. But you know that that's the last strike you can hurl at that person. It's kind of like, we talk Marvel a lot here on the program. It's like Captain America Civil War at the end. After Bucky and Steve done whooped up on Tony Stark and left him down there, deactivated with the suit. All Tony got left, Ray, is, hey, dog, that ain't even your shield, man. My daddy made that. My father made that your friend killed. That doesn't belong to you. You don't deserve it. And Steve is like, he kind of right. Let me just drop this and let's keep it pushing, Bucky. And I feel like that's that line for Naomi. It's like, hey, this whole thing, the big three, has dissolved. So I'm gonna hit you with what I can in this moment before Jade comes out and mollywops me again, because that's a thing that's going to happen. But I think,
Nate, you want to know, like, so just further speaking about the Naomi turn, like, it's like, I remember her saying in an interview one time, and she was, and this wasn't even that long ago. This had to be like, what, maybe 3 weeks ago. But like, it was prior to Elimination Chamber. I think it was with on the Big Pop podcast with Donnie DeSilva and Jimmy Corderas.
Okay.
She was asked what would you think about turning heel? How would you feel about that? And she said she'd be with it, but the only way she would be with it is like if it was like an all hands on deck. Like we're not about to treat this like some random thing, because she was like, if we're gonna treat it as like just this thing that happened, I can just stay babyface and keep doing what I've been doing this whole time, and like we're not gonna like fully lean into this. And what I like, just from what she said in the interview, like, you know, Naomi's a very humble individual. Like she's not gonna. What I think that she means is like there should be some type of title run that comes from this. Like if I'm throwing away how many, like I can't, like the last time Naomi was heel was like during those team bad days. What was that, like 2013, 14-ish, 16-ish, or whatever it was, whatever that time, no, not 16, but like 15, 14, that time period. So like if you putting away a decade plus of just straight babyface work, and now you're parlaying that and transitioning that into a heel, like I'm assuming one would be like, okay, we got to get something. And I'm not expecting her to just go on a rampage, because I'm pretty sure the title picture going to be, you know, filled in. But I think at some point, you know, you kind of got to slap Naomi something, like maybe a women's U.S. title run or a women's Intercontinental title run. What's that, Gerard Brundy said about Bianca and Naomi caught up and set it off. Naomi need that money.
Shout out to Downtown Brown.
Shout out to Gerard, man, good dude right there. But yeah, like I think that I think once I think the true, like how we'll look back at this Naomi heel turn, like I think the true sort of like essence of it, or whatever the description, or whatever word you want to use, I think that we'll truly be able to see what this is once we get past this Jade program, and I think that it'll carry on for a few months. But
I don't think WrestleMania is the end of it.
I think the real meat and bones of this Naomi heel turn is going to be how they are able to, or if they are able to, carry on this momentum past this big program. Because we say that this is just wrestling in general. You have a hot program, and then there comes the part where you have to keep this person hot, whether it be babyface or heel, after they leave this particular name. Like even look at and again, I don't think nothing bad about Damian Priest at all. Like I think especially the world title run, that's why I was such a big proponent of it and advocate for it, because I think that you need to elevate talents to that main event level, because you can't keep them in a certain position forever. But even when we look at Drew McIntyre, his big thing for the last year has been CM Punk, and then now CM Punk is in something else, and Drew has to transition to something else. And you know, you start to see certain opinions online about like not being as interested in Drew as they once were over the last year that he's been entangled in like. But I think that's just a matter, going back to Naomi, I think it's just a matter of like you gotta keep it hot. So I mean, the Jade thing is gonna keep it hot, but like I'm more so interested to see how this continues, and if they can sort of keep up the steam of revolving around Naomi past this big program.
And to me, nephew, that's where Bianca comes in, because I think you can go one of two ways.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if we are to believe what they're showing us on television, that Bianca is not a part of this, which I don't believe, then you know you've got the Jade feud as first mission for Naomi, but then there's the Bianca feud, and I think Bianca would need some backup. And I believe it was Downtown when we talked about Elimination Chamber over in Nefarious Media that brought up the idea of getting some backup in the form of the Meta Girls. And I think that would be an interesting way to go. But I think what is going to happen with this story is it is going to be revealed that Bianca was in on this. Like, she may not have ordered the code red, so to speak, nephew, but she knew about it.
Yeah.
Right.
And she didn't do anything about it. And so now you're in the position of, well, I'm kind of complicit in it. She's in the Steve Rogers position. Like, hey, dog, you knew this man that killed Tony's parents, and you ain't say nothing to your boy. So, yeah, you didn't do it, but you kind of did it. You knew about it. And so you've either got to make up with Tony or you got to ride with your boy. And I think in the end, Bianca is going to align with Naomi. And I think that's going to be very interesting, because I think the way, like, it's going to be a balancing act, nephew. Because the big ticket item is going to be, Bianca's a heel now. Like, oh damn! But we also don't want that to overshadow the great work Naomi's been doing these past couple weeks, because she's been putting her foot in these promos. She's been putting her back into this. And so I feel like there's a lot of mileage out of this for all three women, in the big three to come out of this. I think it is interesting, though, that Jade is the one who is the sympathetic babyface in all of this, because I feel like that's a harder ask on your audience to, especially if Bianca's going to be a heel, to go against Bianca and Naomi against Jade. But I think like the three of them, and again, this kind of goes to Cody and Cena. Like, if you've got a good enough babyface and you've got people creating these stories and crafting these stories that are good enough at their jobs, then you can get the audience to come along for the ride. And so, yeah, I'm with it, Chris. I'm with it, Jay. I'm with it, nephew. And I'm excited to see the next chapter. But we know you did it, Bianca. We know you was involved.
Hey, Jerry, let me ask you this. So in terms of, so we now know that, Io Sky just beat Rhea Ripley for the Women's World Championship. And it looks like we're going to head to some type of three-way. When you look at, especially with it seems like a lot of momentum that Bianca has right now. Like, do you think that Io Sky's reign is going to be a short one? Like, do you think that they would transition the title from Rhea to Io just to have her lose a month later at WrestleMania? Because like just from what I'm feeling right now, it's kind of hard for me not to believe that Bianca's going to end up winning the title. But like at the same time, I'm like, dude, y'all just put the title on Io, like, but she's now slided into this story where she's kind of like she's her thing is with Rhea and Bianca, but Bianca's thing is with Naomi and Jade, and all these people are sort of like in this interweb. So Jerry, like, where do you? And again, they kind of did do a good job. They did do a good job this past Monday, where they sort of, Io slapped the hell out of both Rhea and Bianca, and like let them know, like, y'all ain't gonna make me be the third wheel in my own WrestleMania story. Like, you're not about to cheat. Yeah, she like it kind of reminds me of there's been past women's champions where this happened, where they've always been like the third wheel. But Jerry, like, what do you expect of this sort of final result? Like, do you think they'll end Io's reign just a month out from winning it?
She is a transitional champion, and damn, because she is so talented. I mean,
but she one of the best. Like, I would say, I think main roster wise, like I don't think that there's I'm talking about bell to bell.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a wrestler like in that women's division that's.
But they never give her any story, Andrew. They never give. She's the athletic wrestler with no backstory. You know what I'm
saying? Megan said Io be like, you're not going to disrespect me. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Jerry, my bad. I mean,
no worries. I think she is a transitional title holder right now. I love the way she does. Like you were saying, bell to bell, brilliant. Unfortunately, she's in an era where there's a Bianca Belair.
Yeah, man.
An era where there's a Rhea Ripley, and I'm glad they gave her a storyline. I just don't like how they put Rhea Ripley reinserting herself back into this story. And the reason why I say that is because I kind of don't want to see a three-way. Either give her the one-on-one, give the title the respect it should have. I understand why they're doing it. I just don't agree with it, But I think Bianca's going to walk out of WrestleMania with the belt, and is going to lead back into the whole Naomi, Jade, Cargill storytelling. And I love the way that, going back to Naomi, they're giving something for her to have multiple layers, because we've only seen the glow Naomi. I want to see the I did it for Bianca. She went back to get her father-in-law said, I did it for The Rock. No, I did it for Naomi. So I'm sorry, Bianca, but I want to see that and how that plays out, and how that works. Is she going to drift off into, like you're saying, maybe the Metaphor Girls type of action? Is she going to drift off into the Bloodline? What's going to happen with that? I love that there's so many different directions that she can go with this, and I'm very interested in where this roller coaster takes us.
Chris?
Yeah, I liked it okay. have you guys seen Beyond the Gates on CBS? It's the new
what's that?
Opera with it's a new soap opera. The Dupree family, they live in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Sex, drugs, all. It's a soap opera. It's Black Days of Our Lives. This kind of, and you know me, I have to have my little trashy entertainment every once in a while. This was kind of Beyond the Gates-ish to me.
Okay.
As far as just the melodrama and all that, I'm willing to see where it goes, though. You know, I'm not gonna crap on this completely before it takes off.
You let it play out, Chris?
Yeah, I do think that they deserve at least that. You know, they deserve for me to let it play out. I'm glad that Jade Cargill is finally in a story that she could sink her teeth in. One of the things I don't really like, and this is not just a WWE problem, this is a problem with AEW too, is that when you have the women and they're all, it's like 8 or 10 of them in like 2 storylines that are important on the show. You know, I wish they could kind of like everybody was on their own different journey, but I get it. You know, we gotta walk before we run, crawl before we walk, all that shit.
I'm about to say, Chris, hey, shit, what's going on right now way better than that deal for Tiffany and Charlotte, boy. I don't know what the hell going. Hey, Nate, you know how we always talked about how for at least one of the women's matches, the women's championship matches at a WrestleMania, it's always, hey guys, look, we don't have nothing for the bill right now, but just go have great matches.
Fire once we get there.
Like it's like look, we don't know how to get there, but once we get there, it's gonna be great. Right. So y'all go out there and do like a little pull apart or something.
Hey, you know so crazy. Like we all talked about this last year because it was the same thing with Bianca and Oscar at Mania. What was that? Mania 39. Dude, the bill was just like. But guess what? They went out there and had a great match.
Same for Sasha and Bianca.
Same for Sasha and Bianca. Mercedes and Bianca. Like it was kind of that same thing, and it was just like I don't know what it is about that. But Chris, my bad. I ain't mean to interrupt you, bro.
No, you're fine. I wasn't really gonna say much more beyond that because I've heard internet stuff why they might have taken the belt off of Rhea. I don't know if it's true or not. But I think that the fact that they did this now, because they're already gonna have a 3-way with Roman and
Punk and Rollins.
So you know, I don't know. Like I will say this, I'm ambivalent towards a 3-way match with these women. I don't like love it, but I wouldn't necessarily hate it if
it's gonna be a good match though, Chris.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
I wouldn't necessarily hate it. The thing is, as long as they're not, because I hated it when they did it with a few years ago with
the Rousey Charlotte Becky.
Rousey, yeah, because
man, hey, oh my goodness, don't get me started on that, bro.
Yeah, Charlotte had no business in that match.
None.
They shoot her in it in a stupid way.
I'm about to say, Chris, remember who had to pay the price for that? Oscar.
Yeah, exactly. Like Oscar had to lose the belt to get Charlotte in. That just speaks to the senile nature of Vince McMahon. The fact that he booked something so ridiculous like that. At least this is like at least this would make sense for all 3 of them to be in it. You know? I don't feel like it's a shoehorn to put Io Sky in it because Io Sky did.
You mean Rio? You mean Rhea Ripley?
No, I'm talking. Oh yeah, Rhea Ripley. Because Rhea Ripley was the fodder. She was the she was the person that received the loss. You know.
Yeah.
In this whole 3-way thing. So if they did that at the this isn't me advocating for a 3-way, but at least it makes sense, you know.
And I also think part of the reason that you do this, Chris, is because to me, and this is the match that I think should have been one of our WrestleMania headliners last year. I feel like Bianca and Rhea, a singles match at WrestleMania, that's special.
Yeah.
That's special. And I think with all the stuff going on with Jade and Naomi, you can't really focus on Bianca and Rhea. So a way to kind of still have your cake and eat it too is by doing the 3-way with Io, which like storyline wise, it might not all fit, but it's going to be a hell of a match. And that way we get to keep Bianca and Rhea's singles match at Mania in our back pocket for a later date.
And I'm kind of falling in line with what Jared, because I think he made like an excellent point. And it's like, and then Kris said it too. Like I don't have an issue with Rhea working her way back into the fold, because I definitely think they're going to announce this 3-way tomorrow. But it's I really genuinely was looking forward to the Io and Bianca singles match at WrestleMania. But I'm like, again, like Nate said, I think Rhea coming back into the fold would just sort of add more layers to it. And then that way you can, Bianca and Io have wrestled before, but like you can sort of protect the one-on-one Bianca Io match, and then you can sort of, dibble and dabble with Rhea and Bianca, getting in the mix and stuff like that. So yeah, and then I think they also made a great point with the, with everything that's going on. Like I think that after WrestleMania, Bianca's focus is going to shift back over into this Jade Naomi situation, like whether she's the champion or not. I think it's going to completely transit. Jade, depending on what night the match is on, Jade might screw her over in that match. So in that triple threat. So, but yeah, like it is sort of a unique situation in the sense of like, I'm curious as to what they'll do with Io, because she just won the belt. And like, but there have been plenty of people, more than just me, that have wanted to see Io back as the WWE Women's Champion, and like actually have like some substance to an actual run. Because I felt like with the title reign that she had, what was that, SummerSlam 2023? I know it won 2024, but 2023 when she cashed in the Money in the Bank, like it didn't, like it felt like they were just like sort of just, coasting along until you eventually got to the Bayley program and, that whole deal. But I was actually looking forward to there being some, like another chance at giving Io a solid run. But like, much like how Jarek said, I definitely think that I think that there's like I would say like an 85% chance that I think she's losing the belt at WrestleMania. So
even if she won, nephew, I don't think they know how to book
like beyond this, right?
Yeah. Like I think all they know, Kris, is Io's fantastic in the ring.
She's a great fucking wrestler.
They ain't got no damn stories for her.
And sometimes the best you can hope for some of these wrestlers is that at least they become transitional champion, because it's not just about what we feel for these people. It's what how the company sees them, right? And it's way worse to just not be relevant at all in WWE or AEW than it is to be a transitional champion. Because at the very least, and this is like a mulligan. This isn't like a grand prize, or I'm not even saying this is the best thing. I think this is the best case scenario for a lot of talent is you have this, you're a transitional champion, and you could just put that on your resume. And if you ever need to do indie bookings, that's something you can fucking tout, But I'm with Jarek. I just don't see them. I don't see her being a serious contender for a long time. I think WWE still has an issue with different people. Let me just say that.
Well, not just different people. Like I will broaden it out, Kris. I think WWE does not know how to book their female champions. The only female champion that they've had with a compelling storyline in the last 4 or 5 years, to me, has been Rhea Ripley, when Rhea Ripley had that thing with Liv Morgan, and even that dragged on a little bit too long. Becky,
Ronda.
Yep.
All the white women. That's
yes, the white women. Because I was gonna say, like, not even all the white women though, because Tiffany Stratton's title run has been gone. The Bayley title run, we all love and respect Bayley. Like Bayley is one of the best. Her title run was cheeks. and that's not me being tongue in cheek, being facetious or whatnot. Her title run was underwhelming, to the nth degree. When you look at Io's title reigns, both of them, to me, I think they are, even though this current one is only a couple weeks in, we all know the writing is on the wall on this one, nephew. So like, I feel like they do not have any investment right now in terms of crafting great stories to the title chase, and then when the person becomes the damn champion, giving them a great title reign. Like, I don't think they are equipped to do that right now. And so it's not a fault of any of the women. The women that have succeeded have either been, as you've noted, Kris, like these traditional, shall we say, champions, traditional champions, or somebody who is like just above and beyond talented. Like, I think Bianca's title reign was okay, and that's not because of anything the writers' room did, not because of anything creative. It's because Bianca damn Belair is just that good that she was able to overcome the terrible booking that they gave.
Hold on. Traditional is crazy.
Traditional champions, tradition, brother.
I think with Bianca Belair, I really. There's certain talent that I think are unfair to compare to like other talent, just because they've got just their charisma department. They were just very blessed in those departments, and to compare other talent to live up to Bianca's standards is not fair. To me, it's not quite on the level of The Rock. But it's one of those situations. Like, I never liked WWE when you would say WWE hasn't had any black champions, and then they named The Rock, and I'd be like, yeah, but The Rock is the fucking Rock, It's not a fair comparison, because not every black man. Not every white man is going to live up to that fucking standard, And the thing that me and Jake used to always say was, the standard for a white guy in WWE is the Miz,
right?
Champion. The standard for a black guy in WWE to be champion is the
damn Rock.
That was
one of the greatest to ever do it.
Yeah, those comparisons are night and day. And I kind of feel the same way about Bianca Belair. I think she is
she's the standard. She's the standard for sure.
She's our non-traditional queen.
Right. They're like
Hey, Ray, cut Dave Mike, man. Cut his mic. Cut his mic. Non-traditional queen. That's But I'm still stuck with the traditional.
Traditional wrestlers, nephew.
But to Chris's point, just to piggyback on what he said, like we've all said this countless times, and I'm pretty sure Jared has said it himself. Like, dude, it's so crazy to me to see like Bianca in this spot now, to where people are like I mean, not everybody, but you'll have those. Bianca's on TV too much. She's in this storyline and that storyline. Like, dude, I remember like 5-6 years ago when people were like, Bianca needs to get pushed, and WWE doesn't know what they're doing. They don't know what they have. And Bianca Belair, like, even when she got called up to the main roster, they had her sitting in the locker room for like 6 months before she even got a chance. Right. And then like just to see like where she is now, like, dude, she's like legit their number one. Like, I'm in that women's division. I say, like, in the company. What happened? Oh, we got a super chat.
What we got, Ray?
From Anwar Star Win. Shout out to Anwar for being in the chat. We appreciate the super chat, my brother. He said wrestlers trying to fight MMA fighters isn't smart. We're going to talk about that. Look at Anwar. Anwar got the run sheet. What are you talking about, man? Anwar got the post wrestling run sheet.
Ray linked the run sheet.
Yeah, man. Hey, Ray, stop leaking spoilers, brother. What you doing, man?
No, it's your birthday, but damn, Ray.
It's crazy to me to see how Bianca's in this. I think she's probably. I think it's Roman, Cody, then Bianca in terms of like just promotional.
If you look at Netflix, like those are the people they've got highlighted when you go to Raw. It's Roman, Cody, and Bianca.
Yeah, it's like, and even on the promotional aspect, like when it comes
Bianca
to like
don't
events,
even be on Raw like that, but they got her as one of the 3 people.
That's what I'm saying. Like, even when you look at the promotional aspect of it, like when they send out people on events, and like I'm covering like a lot of news and stuff. The person I'm always seeing doing X, Y, and Z is Bianca Belair. They got this event, send Bianca. You got that event, send Bianca. So it is crazy to me to see how she's in this position now, but not surprised at all. Like, but more so just crazy to actually see it comparing it to what we were just 5 or 6 years ago.
And most of it is just because of Bianca, nephew. It ain't like they propped her up. It ain't like they've given her the greatest storylines in the world. Bianca and whoever she's been in there with, they've done the work. They've put in the time. And so, like, to me, like Bianca Belair, it's crazy because as great as Bianca Belair is, imagine if the company knew how to book their female talent. Bianca Belair could be even bigger. But the fact that she's here, man, the fact that she is at the level that she is, and it is, I would say 90% due to Bianca Belair. Like, yes, WWE gave her the vehicle, the stage, and the platform, but she took the ball and ran with it.
I'm about to say they tried to take her out with that Becky Lynch 2021 SummerSlam. That was we was in the trenches. We was in the trenches back then.
Let it play out, brother.
Still people to this day. TJ McAloon, a good friend of the Nefarious Media Network, that will still try to get on these streets and fool the people, hoodwink, bamboozle them, lead them astray, let them be run amok. Jay, and like, well, you see. Turned out great for Bianca. It's like it wasn't because of it's Bianca is that damn good.
That's always the thing with WWE is they stumble on these happy accidents, and then what fans do is give them credit. We'll see it worked out. They knew what they were doing.
I about to say Chris with Bryan Danielson when they tried to say they did that thing when they was like, oh, I guess over the years the perception has been, oh, we wanted this to happen. Y'all ain't want that shit to happen. That was not supposed to happen.
I remember me and Nate were on SP3's show, and SP3 said that because what they did in Los Angeles to Cody Rhodes, how they had him lose, and that it ended up being the right decision.
In the long run,
me and Nate contended that it ended up being the right decision.
But in that moment,
that shit could have easily went left. It wasn't. That wasn't like it was Vince McMahon's senile fucking booking.
If it was anybody other than Cody, like it might not have worked.
Right? Yeah. Cody just had the personality to carry that for a long time, right? Because I mean, like if you grew up in the Luger era, you remember how over he was at that SummerSlam. It wasn't fool's gold,
Talk
about that man, Hall of Famer Lex Luger.
Lex going in the Hall of Fame, man.
Total package.
I did want to, because brother Anwar Starwin did mention this, and Nate, I want to kick it over to you first. But man, it looked like Jade got some heat, man, going on backstage. So so a report had came out first from Dave Meltzer, the Wrestling Observer newsletter, that Jade rubbed enough people the wrong way in the Raw Women's division, and there was an altercation between herself and Shayna Baszler. The issue allegedly stemmed from like inside the ring issues. Like, you remember that period during the summer when we recorded, we talked about like the tag matches and things of that nature. So apparently this whole ordeal happened over the summer of 2024. There was apparently some in the locker room that took issue with Jay's video that she put out after, she attacked Naomi, where she mentioned that she was surrounded by wolves. And then, we had Chelsea Green, who took to Twitter, and she was like, imagine calling me a wolf when I'm just chilling like this. And it was a picture of her and her dogs. And, the report from the Observer had also noted that like when issues arose in certain matches, Jade reportedly or allegedly tossed the blame at others. And then, that's when the escalation or the tension between her and Shayna Baszler escalated. And then, there was another note in there that Jade had reportedly asked for time off during the holidays. But, there was also conflicting reports that she was injured at the time, and there were some who didn't believe that she was really injured. So going back to the social media response, Nate, like, Chelsea comment, Zoe Stark comment, and then Leah Morgan, I can't lie. It was a nice little double entendre. I can't lie. But she hit the part about what did Jade ever do to get pushed this hard or whatever like that. Can't front on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to tell jokes, you know what I'm saying? That's how I am. Like, I can appreciate a good joke. But, like, on a more serious note, when you have these stories coming out and you have multiple wrestlers like taking these sort of nuggets and notes about it on social media, whether they're trolling or not. I don't think they're trolling. I think that they're sort of, maybe stoking the flame a little bit. But like when you hear about this, Nate, what was your sort of first your sort of first reaction to it, and then also when you see talents on the talent roster tweeting about this and tweeting at this, because Chelsea had sort of went on a little, like she was replying to multiple different individuals about this specific situation. But like when you see talents on the roster commenting on this and taking these little jabs or whatever like that, what do you think that sort of creates within the locker room, and then also, I guess, the public perception of Jade Cargill?
So things like this are always interesting, nephew, because this could be one of a few things. It could be 100% true.
Yeah.
It could be partly true, and we're turning things up a little bit because as part of the job, that's part of working people, that's part of making money down the road eventually. Or it could be, just fabrication, or it could be somebody's opinion being different from somebody else's opinion. So we know, nephew, that Jade is a non-traditional performer. Just gonna let that sit. I'm just gonna let that sit for a little bit, folks.
Yeah. Let's marinate on it.
Let it marinate for a minute. But I think that there may be some truth to this in the fact that where Jade is coming from in terms of AEW, like the way they run business is different than the way the WWE runs things. And we've all been in a position, we can relate this, take this out of the world of wrestling, and let's take it to our personal lives. Like we've all been the new person at a job, during our lives. And some of the things that you did at your previous employer might not be the way things go at the new job. And you got to learn that. Like it's a learning process. Nobody comes into a new job knowing everything about the new job. That's not how jobs work. I work at a job where people have been there for 15 years. I ain't been there for no damn 15 years. I'm not trying to be there for no damn 15 years. Sign up for the Nefarious Media Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. So I ain't got to be at this job for no 15 damn years, ladies and gentlemen. But there's people who's been at my job for 15 years and are still learning things, are still, kind of getting the lay of the land, because things change all the time. And so with this Jade story, like, yeah, maybe she did want some time off during the holidays because that's what they did in AEW. But that ain't like holiday time is tour time in WWE. That's when we're making this live event money on these streets. And so, like, yeah, I could see Jade being like, oh, this ain't like, I'm not used to this. I ain't feeling 100% because nobody in that business feels 100% because they working 300 damn days a year.
I'm about to say, Nate, just to add into your point, like there was that report that she was injured. Like nobody has been able to like confirm or anything like that. But like that was the assumption as to what. And
like it's always like athletes, pro wrestlers, like there's always that line: are you injured or are you hurt? And she may have been injured but still able to perform, or she might have been in a situation where she was hurt and couldn't go.
But you want to wait real quick. You had just reminded me, Nate. So like after Elimination Chamber press conference, Triple H did say that she was there was like a hiccup in her recovery. So like that, and he said that they weren't even sure up until a certain point that she was even going to be able to come back at Elimination Chamber. But luckily things worked out to where she was able to come back. So like when I heard that, it was like, okay, yeah, she was really injured at that point, but also. Like again, even with not even just the Jay story, it's always interesting. Like when these stories come out, like whether it's from any company, about any specific wrestler. Like this came out the day that Jay was supposed to show up on SmackDown. Like it came out on that day, So it is like when you hear these type of stories, and like we've discussed this like with the Muffin Man plenty of times on the NWA podcast. These different.
Well, that was going to be my next point, nephew. Like, let's assume that all of this is 100% true. Like, we don't know, but let's assume it's 100% true. Your employer is going to be willing to put up with as much nonsense as you bring to the job in relation to as much production and as much income as you can bring into the job. Like, there's different levels to this, nephew. Like, you can't, and I don't want to, pick on nobody. But I'll name friend of the program, somebody that we all love here at the NWA Podcast. If Jade Cargill is causing waves backstage, there's going to be a different reaction from management than if it's Shotzi Blackheart on these streets.
Right.
No offense to the good sis Shotzi, but there is an investment that they made in Jade that they did not make in you. And so, like, I don't know if this is true or not. If it is true, like Jade, hopefully don't be picking no fights with nobody that was in the UFC and whatnot. But like there are going to be accommodations made and concessions made, nephew, if you are a star. And Jade, yes, she hadn't been in the company that long, but Jade is a starra. Like a starra. Like you can look at her, she pops off the screen. We saw that reaction at Elimination Chamber. Jade Cargill is a star. And so, yeah, if she is ruffling feathers backstage, I'm sure Uncle Paul will talk to her about it a little bit, but nothing is going to come from this in terms of like repercussions or like you know, Jade, you got to get out of here because we can't have this. Like, no, like they know what they've got in Jade Cargill and they're not going to mess it up just because some people may have hurt feelings backstage.
Brother Ray Williams, can we get your thoughts? Can we get your thoughts on this, my man?
Speaking of somebody who's ruffled feathers everywhere he goes.
Yeah, that's how I'm about to say that this man took a shot at me. 5 minutes into that show.
Unprovoked.
I was like, God,
unprovoked.
I ain't even do nothing. Come on, Ray.
That's what you get for trying to take my company car away from me. All this time,
hold on, wait, Tyler. How you hear about that? You heard I was trying to take the car. I got
Ray got Anwar spying on these streets.
People, that's all. Don't worry about how I heard about it. I got my sources. Just like you got your sources.
His anonymous sources, nephew.
Yeah, you got your sources. I got mine. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where to start because I know we started on those 3 beautiful ebony sisters, queens, and then we had kind of shifted over. But
that's got to be a t-shirt.
I'm telling you,
that has to be a t-shirt.
A t-shirt, Dickie Bird.
Non-traditional. So wait, I'll be a non-traditional podcast.
Very.
You wouldn't hear a podcast like this back in the 50s and 60s, nephew.
Non-traditional is crazy. That's crazy.
I'm glad the dog whistles didn't go more like we are urban and they're
I'm about to say, but Ray, you like your thoughts. So, but first, your thoughts on the sort of the Naomi Bianca segment, and you know, leaning in towards WrestleMania. And then, of course, the report about Jade Cargill that just came out. Any sort of details that sort of stuck out to you, and you know, along Nate's line of thinking, like, do you believe it? Do you not believe it? And like, what do you think are going to sort of arise from this as you see talent sort of speaking out about it, whether it's in, you know, stoking the flame or whether they're serious or not? Just your whole thoughts about that whole deal.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll start with that first then, because it's kind of fresh on my mind, and I kind of had like an analogy in my head, kind of describing the situation. It's like, are we seeing Jade Cargill become like the Goldberg of the women's wrestling division? And what I mean by that is like, are we seeing someone who didn't have that much experience in the business before, now because of her look and because of how she's being pushed, it's like she's kind of being shot up to the moon, but then because she doesn't know the business like that, or like you were saying, Nate, because she's used to having things done a certain way in one promotion that she worked in, that she thought that she might have the same things be available in another promotion. It's like, is she ruffling feathers in that aspect? And is Shayna Baszler kind of like the Jericho to her, where it's like putting her in her place or something like that? So I don't know. I think she does have a big chip on her shoulder, and rightfully so. I think the truth is always somewhere in the middle, and I don't want to go ahead and put that label of her being difficult to work with her other like cohorts or other colleagues like that. But I'm just like, I want to see how it ends up as far as her getting more seasoning and as far as her, because again, she's still relatively new in the business. So it's still some things that she probably doesn't understand, not just about the inside the ring aspects of wrestling, but also, and I hate to be that guy. It'd be like, well, you gotta be respectful, and you know what you gotta do backstage. I'm not saying she gotta shake everybody's hand and stuff like that,
Right.
But I think she has to also find that balance between, hey, you do have a chip on your shoulder, and hey, you're in phenomenal shape, and you're out here and you're doing your thing, but also kind of like find how to be respectful.
I know what you mean, like that middle ground.
Yeah. So I think that's one thing that she has to learn, and I think she, in terms of her age, as far as like within this particular business, I think she's still pretty young within the business, even though she has lived like a full life prior to this, but she's still relatively young to the business. So I think it's just that somewhere in the middle, and I think that she has to navigate that carefully. As far as the storyline between those women, I think the initial shock of Elimination Chamber, and we talked about it on the Ringside Rap, now christened as Ring Theory. We talked about it.
Say it again, Ray Williams. What's the name of the show?
Ring Theory, presented by Nefarious Media Network.
That's got a ring to it, dog.
So we talked about it as far as just like the pure shock, and when it happened, I'm just like, well, that was too easy for Naomi to just, if she did it, to just get taken out like that. But then that Friday Night SmackDown came around, and I thought that was, I know this is a cliche and it gets used a lot, especially with wrestling nowadays. I thought that was pure cinema. And like, while you guys were talking about it, like in my head, I'm trying to be like my cousin Way. And I was gonna do like a deconstructed. I know we ain't got enough time to do a deconstructed like he did with John Cena and Bray Wyatt all those many moons ago. But
man, Ray, I say you asked to write an article on the Post Wrestling website.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I gotta get my writing chops back together, but we'll see about that. But I just do a little tidbits, and kind of like the same feelings that I had were kind of shared by, I don't know if you guys listened to Before the Bell podcast, but those brothers over there do great work, and they kind of like outline, and I had done a whole video for my Instagram just outlining like the little details that I saw. And then, of course, the next day, these brothers go ahead and dissect it exactly the same way. I was like, doggone it. Now it's going to seem like I'm biting off them. But I will just point out two things. One is just as Bianca and Naomi are talking, and as Bianca is just, she says she's done, she leaves out, Naomi's voice, the tone of her voice, like the pitch of her voice changes from being high as like, you're gonna leave me, and then it lowers, and she goes from like being the victim and like trying to defend herself and doing all the gaslighting into this like abusive partner where it's like, you're gonna leave me, you're just gonna go, you're gonna walk away. I was like, woo. And so it's like crazy. It was like two different people, and so it was like that was one thing that kind of threw me off. And then as Jay comes out and she goes into with the beatdown, and she lifts up Bianca, or not Bianca, but she lifts up Naomi. Before she gets dropped down, the last thing she screams out is Bianca, and then boom, face first into the mat. And so it was just like that dichotomy between her trying to defend herself and trying to get back. And you guys were talking about how she used that B word to kind of nudge and try to needle Bianca. But then in her most vulnerable moment, she's calling out for the last friend that she knew. Is like, whoo, that hit me. And so, I just think when you guys talk about Bianca being like not the invisible hand, but kind of knowing it, knowing what happened and kind of holding it back from Jade. I can see where that goes. The only thing that I see wrong with this is that Naomi's got to get back. She's got to get her get back somehow, because it's 2 straight appearances that she's just being wiped off the mat. We got to show that she's a threat to Jade. Like, we got to show that she was capable of pushing her off and pushing her into the thing. And that's another thing when I was talking, like her voice changed when you're like, I should have pushed her harder. I should have pushed her sooner. I was like, woo. And so, but I think if you're going to kind of expose like that mean streak of yours verbally, then you got to show it physically as well. So I think in at one of these points, she's got to show that
she got to get one up on Jade.
I think so. And that could be in the form of like I think you guys were saying possibly her linking up with Metaphor or getting the heavy somehow, like just or getting the heater somehow so that she's not being punked around. Like if she's gonna be the punk, let her get away. Like that's what I was thinking on Friday night. It's like if she truly did it and she gonna be the punk, let her at least get away this time. Don't let her get caught up again. But I think she has to get her comeuppance one way or another. And as far as the three-way, potential three-way, I agree with you guys. I think, and we talked about it. I think the last time we talked about it, we did a preview of Elimination Chamber. And then I think we snuck in because on the Monday following, it was going to be Rhea versus EO. And I think everybody said, oh, EO losing. But she ended up winning.
Right.
We would have all lost if we had put money on that.
Hey, Ray, let me ask you this. So I think you made like a lot of great points towards the end. But if you had to draw it out, like as we 5 weeks out from Mania, you putting Naomi over Jade, or you putting Jade over Naomi at Mania? Especially like she just turned heel, Ray.
Yeah,
she just turned heel, man.
You gotta go with Naomi again. You gotta make her look like a force. You can't make her look like just getting punked right off the bat. Like again, I could have saw that if I could have saw that happening if maybe she got the upper hand or she got away on Friday. But you can't keep consistently beat her down, and then it's like then people aren't going to be invested. It's like, oh well, she's getting beat down all the time. She's going to get beat down at Mania. You got to show that she's a force to be reckoned with somehow. She may not be as powerful as Jade, but she's going to get beat
down at Mania, Ray, but I think she is going to win, like you're saying.
Hey, Jerry, let me ask you this real quick before we kick it over, because Jerry, like to sort of follow up on Ray's point, if they're, and I'm interested to see if you like have the same line of thinking. If there's anybody that's gonna, I think this is gonna be Jade's first, like if it is to be her first singles loss. I probably gotta check the cage match or whatever. But like Jerry, if this is to be her first singles match loss, like I don't think they're. Oh, we got another super chat. What we got? What we got? Brandon from New Jersey. Shout out to Brandon. That's my guy right there. Shout out to Brandon, man. He said Ray wasn't watching.
He is one of the members of the Eagles Don't Hunt Flies podcast.
Because
he oft forgotten member of the Eagles Don't Hunt Flies.
Did you forget to mention him?
I did several times. Forgot to mention him. He felt some kind of way, but it ain't personal, Brandon. We still love you, brother.
Shout out to Brandon from New Jersey, man. He said Ray wasn't watching Collision last night at Megan Bain. Or else Dr. Umar is coming for you, brother.
That's crazy.
That ain't no scam either, brother. That ain't no 2% right there.
That's great. Hold on, wait. We can't just keep it also. This man Ray said milk of magnesia.
That is fully pasteurized.
But that's crazy. But Jared, man, like if there's anybody who is going to hand Jade her first major singles loss in WWE, like, I mean, what better name than a freshly turned heel Naomi, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can't be a clean loss. It has to be something that we get some outside interference that introduces either new characters to the play, like the Metaphor Girls or something, or someone, like you were talking about, either bringing someone in from that's under a hood that, he trips her up or holds her foot down while she's getting pinned or something. It's got to be a dirty win to introduce a new
maybe now that we're talking this out, Jay, maybe it's Bianca. Because
I was thinking that
Jade is doing a little too much, right? Where it's like Bianca's like, you got to get your get back, but you going too far, and that's what ends up costing Jade the match, because Bianca's like, hey, you ain't got to do all this, and Naomi gets the win, and now you've got friction and beef between Jade and Bianca. Bianca hadn't fully turned, but we're sowing the seeds.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely see that as well.
Yeah. I think that's more of a possibility than Bianca turning like fully here.
Yeah, Chris, what you thinking, man? About the whole thing, the report, the term. What you thinking?
Yeah, because Ray, this isn't disrespect, but
here we go.
I don't know why. I thought I was supposed to be talking about the Jade stuff. I'm confused. Is that what I'm talking about?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Yeah, the Jade stuff, the report that came out.
Okay, okay. Right. So,
be easy on him, Chris. It's his birthday, dog.
Oh yeah, that's right. Happy birthday. So anyway, so the Jade stuff is, to me, that's like a nothing burger with extra nothingness with a lot of nothing sauce.
A double nothing burger.
Here's the thing that this is always annoying about the wrestling industry, is there's always these guys that love wrestling. It's their passion. It's what they grew up wanting to do. They grew up watching Nick Bockwinkel, and they grew up loving the Attitude Era.
Nick Bockwinkel on these streets.
Nick Bockwinkel, Dave Rob is crazy.
They love wrestling, and that's what they love. And then you got people who do wrestling, but they fell into the industry.
Right.
And because of the way they look, they're given a lot, and people get mad at the wrestlers and not the company that's pushing them because of them having certain things they want in their career, like wanting Christmas off. That's not like a abnormal thing to ask for, it's part of the course when you work a job.
Mm-hmm.
But it reminds me of, like, every time I used to hear people talk about like Sid Justice or Goldberg or anybody like that, the complaints about them were always just kind of like arbitrary nonsense. It wasn't like a real complaint. Like, people hated Goldberg or Brock because they didn't like the business. Like, that's, for some motherfuckers, that's how it is. It's their job. That's what they do. They're not there to make friends and stuff. They don't like kissing babies, all that shit. I remember this. I met Lex Luger a few different times. Couple times one time when I was like in middle school, the other time when I was in high school, and the other time I was in college. So the first time I met Lex Luger was during the Alex Express era. The bus was going all over the country, came through my area. Lex Luger just didn't like kids. He just didn't. I what was this, 94? I was like 13 years old, and I was excited to meet Lex Luger. He wasn't mean, but he just didn't have time for no fucking little kids. That just wasn't his thing, And that's probably why he never succeeded in that role, because he just doesn't like kids like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And John Cena does love kids.
This accusation is crazy.
And then I met him in high school. When I met him in high school, I was a little bit older, and I knew how to have a little bit more coolness when I would meet celebrities. He was nice, but he still didn't like fucking kids. He just didn't. That's just who he is, man.
Hey, Chris, throw a dirt on Lex's name before the Hall of Fame.
Well, I don't think this is dirt, because I'm actually defending it. I'm actually defending it.
You just saying Lex was just about his business.
Yeah, he was about his business. He was
very non-traditional.
Yeah, that's
he's no Nick Bockwinkel, I'll tell you that, nephew.
Hey, Nick Bockwinkel.
We on my old show that I used to do, and on the law, I remember listening to an interview with Sid Justice that I think Dan the Mouth Lawransky had, and he said, and someone asked him, it might have been Jason, I don't know, but someone said, "Weren't you excited when you won the belt?" And Sid's answer was, "It was cool, I guess, but it was just extra luggage for me to have around. I didn't like that shit, you know." And then we had him on Knox's show, the show I used to do with Mike Knox. And Sid said the same thing. He doubled down on it. He's like, "Yeah, I don't give a fuck about these belts and shit. Pay me my money." Right. Does the check clear? If it clears, we're good. You know, that's how he was. So that's why it's so easy for him to
Hey, Kris, and while I said this top says Omar slander, I miss y'all.
But I'm just saying, but this is, and I think Jade probably falls in this category a little bit.
Right.
And I think that if you're the kind of worker that expects her to just love and relish the business, I just don't think that's who she is. I think she likes the business. I think she respects the business enough to not she's in the ring with these people. But she's not gonna be all like some of these women and some of
I bleed wrestling.
Right, yeah, that's not her. So
like she ain't doing no indie dates.
Right, yeah, exactly. So I don't think it's fair of people to ask somebody who's doing their job and doing their job well enough to not get any complaints and not injure anybody, to then ask, "Oh no, you have to love this. You have to be passionate about it. That's not how people are all the time." I love my job, but there are professors who are like, "Look, give me my fucking check and send me home, man. I'm not here to make friends with kids and all that stuff. As long as they're not doing anything against the law."
Professor Luger out here.
Right, yeah. If they're doing their job, then what can you complain about, right? Now, as far as the Shayna Baszler stuff, that seems like a lot of hearsay and conjecture. So I will reserve my thoughts on that until I hear more about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just don't think it's a huge deal to not love the business, because that's just not how everybody is. And
right. But Kris, there's a difference between not having a deep love or a deep respect for the business when you get in and just being about your business. There's a difference between that and then some people thinking, "Oh, you way too arrogant to act like this."
But
you only been in the business for 2 years.
But is arrogance breaking any rules? Is arrogance injuring anybody? What is her arrogance doing that's hindering them from living their best life?
And in that company, sometimes arrogance gets you to the top.
And this is where the microaggressions come in. And I think sometimes people, women do it and Black people do it and other minorities do it to other minorities. It's who cares if she's arrogant? I really want to know what's wrong with that. Yeah, if you're arrogant, I don't want to fucking hang out with you. We're not going to have burgers and beer later, but you have the right to be arrogant. If you're not breaking any rules and hurting people and doing anything like that. And to the best of my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't heard Jade's name in any kind of seedy business. With her stiffing people, with her not showing up to work like she's supposed to, with her not making her dates, because she makes all of them, and she does her job. So what's the problem? outside of all of this superficial shit that these people are mad at.
You know what? Just to jump in real quick, I think Jade she's an athlete. When you're an athlete, you have a mentality. You have like an alpha mentality.
Right.
Shayna Baszler, another athlete, alpha mentality. I think it's just a clash of personalities.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Shayna is also somebody, to Chris's earlier point, Shayna is somebody who loves this business. Shayna is somebody who's been thinking about this business for a long time. Shayna is somebody who spent those years on the indies. Shayna is somebody who probably watched Chris's old Nick Bockwinkel tapes. Like, damn, I want to be like that someday. And so, like, not only do you have two competitive personalities, but you got somebody who loves, whose heart and soul is in this business. They wake up thinking about wrestling. Whereas Jade is like, yeah, wrestling cool, but it's a job though.
Yeah, and Jade
speaking of a job.
Hey, another super chat. Brandon from New Jersey. Shout out to Brandon, of course, our guy. He said,
Chris, the third co-host for Eagles Don't Hunt Flies. Don't forget
the third co-host is wild.
Along with Dickie Bird and
Martin Bushby.
I got Martin Bushby.
Yeah, shout out to Brandon, man. Brandon, don't let him get you down, bro. But he said, Chris, I remember when I was excited to meet New Jack in '99. He wasn't excited to meet me because he thought I was bootlegging, just like Nate was with Hiding Right.
Yeah, never meet your heroes. They may ask you for weed and women.
No, but you want to know what I think, honestly, like, it's just as simple as like what Jared boiled it down to. Like, I think that when you have two people who are like, they're like alpha type of mentalities, like I think that there's going to eventually at some point those two are going to butt heads. And when you have someone who I assume is a strong personality in Jade Cargill, and you have another individual who has this background in MMA, like who's not afraid of anyone in X, Y, and Z, and then you got somebody who probably isn't afraid of anyone as well, and isn't scared to express that from both sides. They going. They gonna butt heads, and that stuff is just gonna happen with it. Like that's you talk about NFL, NBA, like NHL. Like when you got two people in the locker room like that, at some point it's going, y'all gonna knock heads.
And then wrestling, what happens in wrestling is that when you pass the look test, promoters love that. You know what I'm saying? That they just like if you look at Jade and you see $1 million, $1 billion, whatever. You look at it and just see that. That's how it was with Ultimate Warrior. That's how it was with Goldberg. That's how it was with Sid Justice. It's just they have certain auras. Brock Lesnar. They just have certain auras that they bring into the room with them. Bobby Lashley's another one. It's like that's just how it is with them. And now some of these people that we name loved the business when they were kids. Most of them didn't love the business as kids. They fell into it because a promoter saw the way they looked. So they saw them bouncing at a club or walking down the street and saw money in them and said, hey, you can make a lot of money doing wrestling. And that's kind of was Jade's discovery.
I'm about to say, that's what happened to Bianca. She wasn't looking to become a wrestler. She got discovered and then,
But Bianca kind of took to the whole culture.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she definitely
And Jay didn't. And like Nathan said, Baszler is one of those people that loved this stuff when she was a kid. And Jade is just not. That's just not her, Yeah. And I think if you're gonna get mad at people for taking advantage of the accoutrements that they're given, you should be mad at the company giving them the accoutrement. You shouldn't be mad at the person. She's just doing her fucking job.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying about it. Like Sid wants to play softball and Sid wants to take off her softball. That's his fucking business. That's not your business. It's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah. So what Chris is saying, nephew, is don't get mad because John and Wade signed off on the Lexus for Ray.
Man, that's crazy. Man, hold on, wait, time.
You gotta take that up with John and Way.
Time out, man. Ray done had the Lexus for like a year. We ain't seen no pictures of this car. We don't know what he doing with it. I ain't heard that Bieber go on for like 6 months. Hey Ray, where the car at, bro?
As soon as you show me your clause in your contract that show that you get the Lexus, then I'll give you the Lexus.
Your contract is your business, my dude.
Ray said he had Brandon Thurston look over the contract before he signed it.
If I think you're getting favoritism, I'm not taking it up with you. I'm taking it up with John. I'm taking it up with Way. I'm taking it up with the top of the food chain.
Hey, Ray, I'm Ray. You in VA, right? I'm on the way. Fresh in the morning. I'm on the way. I'm on the way, Ray. But yeah, man, that's the Jade Cargill talk. But we do got to get into some AEW Revolution that happened on March 9th from Los Angeles, California, at the Staples Center. Okay. The Staples Center. Always call it the Staples Center. The Crypto.com arena, my ass. But just from an overall plan, now we're gonna start it off with our man Jerick first, but I'm gonna share some initial thoughts. Like I really did like this pay-per-view. I thought it lived up to the tradition that the AEW Revolution cards have often established. Like I think that these always turn out to be like at least from every Revolution pay-per-view, bro. There's like 4 to 5 matches that are just like you're gonna be talking about it at the end of the year. And I thought this one sort of was in that same vein. I thought Hangman versus MJF was solid. And I'm enjoying seeing MJF consistently on television. I enjoy Mercedes versus Momo Watanabe. Real quick, before I get into the rest of these thoughts and I kick it over to our guy Jerick, Nate, Mercedes, man. So for the first time since 2012, she returned to the Indies. She was at House of Glory. Just announced today that she's going to be in the UK for Rep Pro, defending the Undisputed British Women's Championship for the first time. And Nate, when they announced her opponent Kanji, so she was at the in the ring when the Mercedes video popped up. Nate, people were chanting at Kanji, "You deserve it," because she's getting a match with Mercedes.
Yes,
Nate, they were chanting, "You deserve it." Like she just got a multi and again, let me say this: I'm not laughing in a negative. I'm talking about like that shit is crazy. They're chanting "You deserve it" because she got a match with Mercedes. So like, and then I know Kris has mentioned a lot that the money match is Mercedes versus Tony, Timeless Tony.
Money match.
But Nate, when you look at just the last year of Mercedes, I remember when we talked about it, when she was like, we wasn't against her winning the title, but we was kind of like, man, we don't really want to do Willow like that, and X, Y, and Z. But like when you look at what she's accomplished, man, like the influence that she has, and like even like what you just mentioned, dude, you got people chanting "You deserve it" at a wrestler for getting another match against a wrestler. Like you can't, any type of like you can't fight that lady legacy, man. You can't do it.
That's the Mercedes Monet stimulus package. What you saw right there. That's the Mercedes Monet stimmy check. She handed out all over the world to these performers. And Kanji is a great wrestler. I mentioned Nina Samuels earlier. Her and Kanji had a great feud for a little minute over there. So yeah, and
okay,
I do be watching some stuff. And don't sleep on Unc over here.
Hold on, they ran from. Hold on, oh my goodness.
I know a little something.
Hey, Anwar, come to the principal's office, brother. Hold on, he trying to throw a little dot at Nate, but yeah.
Nate is beating these allegations.
You already know. So that's gonna be a hell of a match. Like she ain't gonna win. Like I have less faith. I have less faith in Kanji than I did with Io. Even though I was wrong about Io, I ain't gonna be wrong about Kanji. Ain't no way Mercedes is dropping any of these belts anytime soon.
Yeah.
I think right now she's in a really good space in the sense that, yes, ultimately end game is our Mercedes Moné Toni Storm matchup, Beyonce versus Marilyn Monroe. Like that's gonna feed generations, ladies and gentlemen.
You're right.
But I think Mercedes is in a good place where she is in a position where not only is she getting good matches out of damn near everybody, but she's elevating people like the Harley Cameron match. Like I love Harley Cameron as a character, but in terms of like that match itself, that was way better than it had any right to be with her and Mercedes. And so, yeah, like I feel like she's in a good spot where, the character is still strong. I feel like it's the rare case, Ray, where she's you could say she's kind of spinning wheels, but at the same time, the character is progressing. right? Like the belt collector is progressing. And so, yeah, I think Mercedes in a really good spot right now, man. Like she's, and you could tell she's rejuvenated, she's reinvigorated. And yeah, man, like I think she is one of the bright spots for AEW right now. Once we talk a little bit more about Revolution, like there'll be some less bright spots, but we'll get there.
Yeah. But like you go ahead, Chris, before I get on. You go ahead.
Mercedes is so awesome, man. I think she just
she is, bro.
Like Nate, all the stuff Nate said is true. Plus, she's making really, really good money, and she gets to do the stuff she wants to do outside of wrestling. AEW gives her that freedom, and I think she likes it there. And that's and it shows when she comes out and wrestling. She's never phoned it in. She didn't get mad when fans were booing her and rejecting her. She kind of went along, played along, did what she needed to do. And I think she's having a career. I don't want to even say resurgence, but she's having a career affirmation, right? She's kind of like showing the world what she is and what she can do. And I think that it's really, really great for her. And I'm with Nate. I'm looking forward to seeing Beyonce versus Marilyn Monroe. I think that is still the most compelling match.
It's a non-traditional match, Chris.
Non-traditional in every sense of the word. And the fact that they haven't even had any on-air meetings makes it that much more special. So when it does happen, it will be a dream match. And a dream match is thrown out there loosely all the time, but this would really be a dream match once they do it.
I was about to say, especially with these two specific characters, like the Mercedes CEO persona going up against talentless Tony Storm.
Like just the promos alone is going to be money. No pun intended.
You can make a strong argument that they are the two best women in wrestling right now. In America.
America for sure.
It's at least
that match happens this year.
Yeah.
Now, you want to know what? I don't think it happened this year. I think we get Mercedes versus Athena before we get Tony versus Mercedes. I think they save Tony versus Mercedes probably like I say at the least, bro, like early 2026 at the least.
Mercedes beats Athena or.
That's what like again we talked about this on the like, dude, it's in Athena home state. Like, I mean, you like if there was ever a time where but see the thing, she's still holding that ROH Women's World title. Like, I don't know when is the time will come for her to lose that. But you want to know what, Nate? The only reason I say that, and Chris, the only reason I say that, and Gerard and Ray is because next week on Dynamite, Mercedes is facing Billy Starks. So like now, so I think that's gonna be like the caveat to this eventual clash between. Hold on, wait, time. Like, I love Billy, right? As a wrestler, right? How's she back on TV before Athena? But you really don't like that. But again,
she is a traditional wrestler, nephew.
But you killing me with the traditional thing. But yeah, I do think that this is going to parlay into Athena's return back to AEW TV, and then we'll get the match at All in Texas in our home state. And I mean, like, I think she'll take the TBS title from Mercedes.
I was gonna say, like, she only got to take one belt. Like, Mercedes got like four of them joints.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Mercedes, I think, but I like how you said, Nate. I don't see her losing that undisputed British Women's title or the NJPW Strong Women's title no time soon. Like, I don't even see who is gonna, you know what I'm saying? Who's gonna be able to take that from her in terms of like a booking perspective? Like, who would you want to take the reins from Mercedes? But yeah, man, like you here, Chris?
No, go ahead.
Oh no, but I was just gonna say I think that's probably gonna be the thing. But with Jerry's point, like see now Jerry kind of got me thinking about it, because it's like, do you like Jerry? Would you want to hold off on that until 2026? Oh yeah, okay,
yeah,
cool.
Absolutely, yeah. At least when is Wrestle Dream? Is that in later on this year?
It's usually October.
October.
Yeah,
you gotta wait until at least.
Yeah, you got
early 26.
Yeah, that I can see that for sure. Early 26, that's probably good. Because I mean, but it's again like how Chris said, they haven't crossed paths yet, so it's not like you doing some disservice by not having them cross. Just keep them all. Keep them, dude. They kept MJF and Hangman Page away from each other for like 3 years. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You can keep Mercedes and Timeless Tony away from each other for for like
I do that in Wembley next year, man.
Yeah, that's actually a good shout. That's a good shout right there. Like But yeah, going to this other thing, the other stuff on the card, man. We had Swerve Strickland versus Ricochet, bang over match, and look, we're gonna talk about. I'm so glad you did that, but we're gonna talk about Swerve a little bit later. But dude, Jerry, let me kick this over to you. Ricochet being good at this heel role was the last thing that I expected from this man. Like Jerry, not that I thought that he couldn't do it, but I was not expecting him to lean into this the way that he has leaned into it, and it's actually fucking good. Like he's like that annoying ass heel, and it's working. And like even when he lost the Swerve, he showed up on Dynamite and started acting like an asshole again. And like that now he's in the he's going to be in the 4-way this coming Wednesday for the international title shot for Kenny Omega at Dynasty. But Jerry, like, did you first of all, when Ricochet first did the heel turn, were you expecting it to be as entertaining as it is now? And would you ever have expected Ricochet could you ever have expected Ricochet to like? Dude, he like, and again, even in the microphone now, like he sounds more confident. Like it's not like hesitation. Yeah. Like, dude, Ricochet is like, you know what I'm saying? Like
he's on the ballot at least for most improved for 25.
Yeah,
I mean, he's doing his thing. When he first came out, I had my doubts about it, man. The thing about it too, when he was doing the I was like, no. But he was consistent with it, and he wore me down. And now he's doing those little things where he's got the cap backwards. And but you know what? It's working because I mean he's drawing a reaction, and you can tell, like you were saying to your point, he's getting more and more confident on the mic. I mean the way he moves, and he's breathing new life and actually having fun and leaning into this. Okay, if I'm gonna be a villain, how can I do this in the most goofy way that's going to be entertaining and still come across as vicious? Because Swerve pulled that out of him. Swerve
he definitely did.
I didn't think that he had levels to him that I didn't think he had, and I don't think the rest of the wrestling community thought he had it too. So yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to Swerve for putting on a banger match. That was really good.
Hey Jay, let me put one back at you. Like, do you think that Ricochet's current act is one that needs to be rewarded with the championship, or do you think he has one of those acts where it's like he doesn't he is the vehicle in the story? Like he doesn't like. I mean, of course, like him getting a TNT title, and let me say that I think Daniel Garcia is having a really fun run as TNT champion right now, and then you got Omega with the international, Okada with the Continental. But like, do you sort of fall in line with that same thing? And like Ricochet can sort of be the vehicle in a lot of people's story, but where do you also draw the line to where you don't want him to get like he's just that guy to where like you need to get him over instead of like pushing him to that next level?
I think his ring work is going to get him over. The character work is added. It's a plus. Yeah, it's like, okay, we all knew that Ricochet could do all this stuff from way back, but the character work that he's doing is just like, this is an added layer that's going to be more entertaining.
Right? Yeah.
But if you put a belt on him, yeah, cool. I mean. But I don't see him winning a championship anytime soon. You got you got Omega with a belt. You got Hangman in line. You got Swerve in line. There's way too many players. So I mean, I don't see him winning a title. But I mean, I really do appreciate the work that he's put in.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if he's going to win a title this year. He'll win one eventually. Yeah. The thing that with Ricochet is, and this is what annoys me about WWE fanboys, is when Ricochet was in WWE, they did not see the value in him as a main player. You know, they towards the end of his run, they were using him as fodder to get over Braun Breaker. And if you are a talent and you see yourself more than that, and you have a company that you're working for that says, hey, we like to use you to transition our minor league wrestlers into the big leagues, you know, because we don't see you as a main player, you know, then you're going to naturally want to go to a place where someone is going to see you like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Ricochet said this to the Hurt Syndicate. He said this to MVP Lashley and Shelton Benjamin. He said, watch me work, you know? And I think in AEW, we get to watch him work, and he's doing what he always wanted to do. I think Ricochet is one of those guys that always just wanted a chance, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think he was asking for too much, but he didn't want to be looked at as a guy that you could that was disposable.
Right.
He didn't want to be looked at as a guy that was disposable, as a guy, oh, Ricochet, he's a good hand, but we don't want him in main matches. So Ricochet, you're a team player.
He's a B+ player, Chris.
Yeah, you mind jobbing to Braun Breaker and that kind of thing. And if you're, and certain wrestlers get insulted by that, because certain wrestlers, this is their art, this is what they care about, this is their craft, and he's doing this in AEW. And like, I've seen him work heel before in Los Angeles, so this is
PWC, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so this isn't like completely new to me, but this is definitely, I didn't see him work heel like this.
Right.
I always talk about the Kurt Angle type characters that were a character that could be a dork, but when it's time to turn it on, they turn it on. And I think Ricochet is being groomed to be a character like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to his rise, and I think he made the right decision by going to AEW.
Hey, Chris, you want to know something so interesting with what you just said about the point about him being like the dork type of character?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that Ricochet is playing that role so well of like really towing that line between being, again, like the dork and then being the asshole. And like he's like really like walking it back like with each different performance. And then I know you got something to add, Nate?
Yeah, I was gonna say Ricochet is what Carmelo Hayes should be.
Right.
This adjutant, this irritant, this dork, this asshole, as you say. You know, sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses, but he always has that aura about him. Whereas with Carmelo, it's just like, oh damn it, dog. Like I end up feeling bad for Melo because it's like, dog, you ain't winning, dog.
You know what, man? It's so funny because I actually have an article pulled up about Carmelo from an interview he did, but we can circle back to that after we finish talking about Revolution. But yeah,
real quick on Ricochet though, Neff. I feel like,
good.
To Chris's point, like I don't really blame WWE as much for the Braun Breaker stuff, because if you know my man is kind of thinking about heading out the door, I think you owe it to yourself as a company to get the most value out of him by building up somebody else. It's what Tony Khan should have did with Ricky Starks, but he didn't do it. My issue with the WWE and Ricochet is he was athletic black dude with no backstory for like 5, 6, 7 years. And they found no other role for him but that. Like the one time they tried to give him a character, he was a superhero. And it's like, come on, baby. We ain't look. And Andrew, you know, I'm all for black superheroes. I saw Captain America, Brave New World twice in the theaters. I'm gonna see it one more time before it leaves the theaters. I love me some black superheroes. Even I didn't buy Ricochet as a damn superhero in the WWE. And so I feel like when you get to AEW, Chris, we knew bell to bell that like this brother could go. But I think the character work and being that irritant, being that adjutant that gets under your skin, and even when he loses, he still has that confidence and that aura about him. Like I think that's what differentiates himself from how he was in WWE. And I would not be surprised if he wins the title this year. Like obviously that main event scene is crowded as hell. But I could see him eventually, because Garcia ain't gonna hold the TNT title all year. I could see Ricochet as one of those dudes that maybe gets a shot at that.
Right. I see it as that too. And Ricochet, for me, and this has been a WWE problem for a while, Ricochet was getting turn the channel heat from me. and he was a baby face, you know. Like because they had him say that. They reminded me of this. I think I put this way deep in the recesses of my mind and forgot about it because I didn't want to remember it again. But now that it's been brought up, let's talk about it. Ricochet, they gave him this line that superheroes are real or some shit like that. He would like say it thousands and thousands and thousands of times. I'm like, who is this fucking cornball, man? Who is this Melvin? This guy is
Melvin.
Like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are they doing this to this guy? You know, like I never wanted to hear him talk. Now in AEW, I at least want to hear what he has to say. You know,
right?
Like Nate said, you can't ever begrudge a company for sending another guy packing, because that's how you should leave a wrestling company. But they were doing that with Ricochet way before the Broad Breaker stuff. The Broad Breaker was just kind of the crescendo that sent them to AEW. But yeah, I think it always helps when the company sees value in you and you see value in yourself, and you're able to do your art on what you want to do it on.
He said, and while Starman said Melvin in the chat, that shit was funny. But
shout out to everyone named Melvin. You know, Melvin Van Peebles.
Melvin, that's a traditional name, brother.
Right.
You killed me. Like the first like glimpse I saw this of Ricochet was I think when he attacked Zack Sabre Jr. at New Japan Power Struggle in October, but he was still a babyface in AEW at the time. Like he was still doing the thing with Ospreay and it was like in the mix with Takeshita and all that. So we didn't. But like when I remember when he attacked Zack, right, and then he got the mic, dude, Ricochet seemed like so comfortable, like speaking, and it didn't feel like a hesitant thing. It didn't feel like he was like trembling over his words or like thinking about what he had to say. Like it was like this like new breed of confidence, and like I think that they made this heel turn to like the perfect time, because I honestly do think as far as like AEW TV, he was starting to sort of like fall right back into that spot that he was in WWE, where it was kind of just like, okay, yeah, we know Ricochet's a great wrestler, but like what else is there? And like they really, like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. When Swerve and Prince Nana did the toilet paper thing at what was that, World's End, I think, or whatever show it was, they did the toilet paper thing. I was like, oh, I don't know, Ricochet gonna bounce back from that. But then he did, bro, and now he's like at this point where like I want to see Ricochet in more talk segments. I want to see him in more interview segments. Not even just like, because like we all know Ricochet is a fucking great wrestler, but like. Like an exceptional wrestler, more than great, but like it's been cool, man, to see him in this new position, this new spot, to where it's like you like, again, it's something like Nate said at the beginning of the show, like the build stuff, that's always going to matter, and it's always intertwined. Like I hate when people try to separate the two. All that shit is intertwined, right? But you gotta have, if you want to ascend to levels that your career maybe has not hit, you gotta have something else. You can't just be like, of course you have your exceptions to where wrestlers are like just great wrestlers and they can but you gotta have something to make people give a shit about.
Gotta make me
like,
care.
Like, dude, like even, and let me tell you this, I'm not comparing Ricochet to Bryan Danielson at all. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying that, well, Bryan has always been known as a great wrestler. Everybody like, but if you ask me, if Bryan Danielson's not on your, I say at least top 6 all the time, you fucking crazy. Like you like he's, but like the thing about Bryan is,
I got him right behind Tessa Blanchard.
All right, Nate. Yeah, I say that. Okay, Ray. You know what? Let's mute Nate. Let's mute Nate's mic, and we're gonna bring Anwar Starwind into Nate's spot. But like, dude, the thing about Bryan is Bryan has this thing about him. And he's always had this thing that's make you give a shit. And I'm just using it as an example. And I think that Ricochet has finally found this thing that makes people care about what he's doing. And you want to know the funniest thing about wrestling is, and I'm pretty sure that this is something that's that I'm pretty sure Kris would agree with too, is that at some point this act that Ricochet has is going to turn into a babyface thing to where people are going to cheer him for the shit that he's doing. And then you're going to have a whole different, layers to unravel and things like that. So, yeah, man, shout out to Ricochet. But we're going to definitely talk about Swerve later. But going to the rest of the card, we got Chris's shirt right there, the Hurt Syndicate versus the Outrunners. I'm not gonna lie, man. I wasn't like a big fan of this match being on pay-per-view because it's like I just didn't. Somebody singing?
Oh, that was
that was you, Ray.
People.
Ray, you adding background lyrics. He doing ad libs, but nah, man. Like I
that
really
song is
wasn't
catchy as hell, though.
It is catchy, motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie, but like it was like
make a shirt with that on it.
Whether we heard people.
Yeah, we heard people.
But you don't need a shirt. The damn fans sing it every time they hit the ring. You don't need the shirt. But
I'll buy the shirt. Though.
Yeah, buy the shirt. But like the Hurt Syndicate versus the Outrunners, like I wasn't like that big on this match being on pay-per-view. Right. But I mean, I also think that it kind of shows the AEW kind of need a little bit more oomph in that tag team division. Like honestly, like Leo and Action Andretti was ringside. I would have preferred that on this pay-per-view card. Like it's a cool to see the Outrunners on, but like I would have preferred like them like on a Dynamite or Collision. Yeah. Like I really
they're
wasn't.
fun, but they're a TV act.
That's something like that. It's more so of a TV act, and but again, like seeing Shelton and Bobby get the the big "we hurt people" reaction, right? And you could see Shelton kind of taking it in, but he was trying to stay in his like stoic mode. But you could tell when he heard the reaction, he was kind of like but it's like that Outrunners thing, it was kind of just like like we could have did that shit on Dynamite, and then you could have gave. I think that Leo and Action Andretti would have gave like a more revolutionary type of match.
I think this is Tony Khan's mentality on that. They wanted Shelton Benjamin and MVP on TV in front of that LA crowd. It didn't matter who they were wrestling against. They just wanted them to have that match. And it was a lame match with the Outrunners. I didn't like it at all. But sometimes it's just they want these dudes on TV. And even they're not thinking of anything creatively. It's like Hogan coming out. It's like the Hogan back in the day too. Let's clarify that.
Traditional Hogan.
Traditional Hogan, yeah. It's like sometimes there would be cards back in the old house show days where Hogan didn't really belong on the card, but you just want to bring him out for that live crowd there. So they could get their money's worth and get that reaction, right? Right. You can't have wrestlers like Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin, an act that's over like that in your company and not have them on a Los Angeles pay-per-view. You just can't do that, So I think that's kind of the thought process behind that. Although I do understand that it wasn't the greatest match.
No. But it wasn't the worst match on the card.
Oh, no.
Nah. Yeah, it was all right. I thought it was all right. It was what it needed to be. I think it could have been shorter. I mean, give Outrunners a little bit of hope, but then just murder them.
No, they weren't giving Outrunners any hope on that shit.
Nah, that match could have been. I'm glad they got the pay-per-view check. I'm happy with that. But I mean, that could have been, say the Dynamite Collision.
Yeah. And they needed to be on the show because they're your world tag team champions.
Right. Yeah.
Like they needed to be on the show, but the match could have been shorter. Like we could say that about the whole damn card though. But at this point, we know what AEW pay-per-views are. Like they're giving you everything and then some. The overindulgence is there. But I think, I kind of alluded to it. Outrunners versus the Hurt Syndicate was not the worst match on the show. We'll talk about the Hurt Syndicate a little bit later too, because they may be doing the Lord's work in resurrecting MJF, at least for me. But the worst match of the show to me was that damn main event, Kris.
Yeah.
Like the best match on the show to me was Tony and Mariah. That was a hellified match. The worst match on the show though was that damn main event. You know, not just for the finish, but just overall, I wasn't locked into it, fellas.
Yeah, I didn't love it either. I don't know what it is. Like.
Yes, the Hurt Syndicate is a great non-traditional powerhouse tag team.
Like with those guys, with Edge and not Edge, Adam Copeland, and
Ray's boy.
See correctly.
My slave name. I get it. Like Adam Copeland and what's his name?
John
Moxley and Christian. I don't know why the AEW does these kind of things. They'll have like tournaments that last forever. And then the guy that wins the tournament never wins the title. And like, you know, they gave Christian that fake money in the bank briefcase or whatever they call it there. And
it's not a money in the bank briefcase, Kris. It's a currency. It's a currency in the case. Currency in the case. It's totally different, brother.
Right.
Non-fungible contract.
You sound like Vanilla Ice when he was trying to
about Queen and Under Pressure. Like, no, their song goes ting 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 tiggy ting ting. My song goes ting 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 tiggy ting ting.
I get it.
That's an actual quote from Vanilla Ice, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Interpolation.
Right.
Interpolation.
But I think I don't know. I do think that luckily the rest of the show was good.
Yes.
So you could kind of forgive this crap. But I don't know, like, because there were people like in the Christian camp.
Oh, my bad. I meant the full screen. My bad.
Kicked him out, Ray?
No, he's back. My bad. I meant the full screen.
So it's cool. But you have a lot of people who are just very anti-Christian and very pro-Christian online. I wouldn't necessarily mind it if they gave him the belt and as a transitional champion.
Right.
That wouldn't have been the most offensive thing to do, in my opinion. But I mean, I don't know what TK's long-term goal is for the world title. I
know what it should be.
Yeah, I think the pay-per-view ended on a strong note. So, like, because I mean, the fans, I didn't go to the show live. I was thinking about it, but I was doing a lot of writing that day.
Kris still beefing with TK because they messed up his mobility scooter that one time.
Yeah, and I watched the pay-per-view. I didn't even watch the pay-per-view that night. I watched it Sunday morning. And it was a good show, but I do think that AEW is gonna have to like clean up this kind of crap, you know. With these
real quick on the so with the rest of the card real quick. If you my bad, Chris, you continue your point.
That's it pretty much. You could go to the
I was gonna say about the Tony Mariah match, like that shit should have made him
best match of the card.
That was fire, bro. Like that was like the crazy thing about it is, but that match was like 13 minutes.
It was 12. Yeah.
So, what was it, Ray? What was the official time?
I think John said something like 12:41 or something like
12 minutes, dude. That match felt like it was like 20 minutes, and just like it was like the quickest 20 minutes. And dude, Mariah and Tony, like again, I don't understand. I think Tony might just got to bite the bullet on that one, because I remember even he said in the press conference, he was like, well, you know, any of the last 4 matches could have main event. And I'm like, Tony, you know good and damn well,
right,
that match should have closed that show.
Right,
like, dude, first of all, this is like your longest running story in the company, and I'm like, dude, you got a chance right here. But you want to know what? There's a part of me that's kind of glad it didn't main event, because they had to follow so much. But now, like, but even then, like I think that it's still.
I think it still would have rocked.
Yeah,
even if you had to follow everything.
I'm not saying it in that perspective. I'm talking about just from like crowd intake and things like that. Because sometimes crowds can get fatigued and stuff. Like I don't have no question. Like the doubting any wrestler can follow a match is like that. Like if there was any example that AEW had, is when Kris Statlander and Willow follow Ospreay and Pac at All Out. Like they like that. I still think about like them following that up and like just fucking knocking that shit out the park. But yeah, Tony and Mariah, man, like that was a great like bookend to their program, and that again the best match on the show. I thought Ospreay and Fletcher had a banger steel cage match. I enjoyed Kenny versus Takeshita. Like I think Fletcher has like broken through that like glass ceiling, the proverbial glass ceiling, and like now it's just a matter of like just further capitalizing on it. And I think it's very clear to me that they sort of we sort of leaning towards Ospreay, maybe possibly main eventing that All In show in Texas. And you know, speaking of who he might be headlining that show against, as y'all were talking about. Man, let me tell you something. I'm gonna get Brother Ray on this real quick. Ray, I have never seen such just a clear direction that needs to be taken. This man Swerve needs to be the world champion. Like again, the Death Riders thing. It's been October, November, December, January, February, March, 6 months in. I ain't really seen that much progression, Ray. Like it feels like we sort of just stalling and waiting for time to pass. Like I don't know if they fucking waiting for Darby Allin to get off Mount Everest. I don't know what the fuck they doing. But like we need this world title scene needs a heavy reset. Yes. And I feel like there is no bet. Like Ray, this shit is a layup. You got the second year in a row with Swerve. Could like Dynasty. What is that? You could turn Dynasty into Swerve's event. Like when he just wins a championship or wins it like that. That'll be, I guess, that'll be the second year in a row he's won the AEW World Title at that same show. Like, do you, especially after, because one thing I know about Ray is like very he likes to give things time to like marinate. He'll be very fair with his opinions, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean I'm being like dead serious. Ray's like the conscious one of like the group. So like, but do you think that enough time has passed to where like it's like, all right, it might be time to put a bow in this Death Riders thing, and let's just let Swerve. Just give him the keys.
Yeah, I think it is time for us to kind of move on. And Mox is always going to be like that guy who's like behind the scenes is always leading the pack and who's always doing what's right for the company. But I think this storyline has really fallen flat. Yeah. The thing is though, like. And I think Brent Chittenden brought this up on the Kickback episode, is that, and I kind of agree with him, that I thought, and I don't know, Scoops, I don't know if your sources are in, but I thought that the perfect ending to this would be Eddie Kingston coming back. But now we're kind of hearing that Eddie Kingston is thinking about retiring, or maybe.
Man, I think Eddie just got emotional for a little bit. Yeah, I don't think you retire. You know how it should be. Like sometimes, like it's not even wrestling. Like sometimes you just get in your feelings. And like
even if he does retire, it's wrestling, dog.
Yeah, that's true.
You know how that be. But I mean, I don't. But I think Eddie the type to say that he retiring and he'll be back like next week, right? Something like that. But yeah,
I was retiring this week, man.
Right. And by the say, who is actually believing wrestling retirements these days?
Nope.
But you went, Ray.
He was saying, I was retiring for the evening, meaning I was going to bed. Because you wrestling fans, you always jump into conclusions. But I do think that this would be a perfect time for Swerve to go ahead and win it. Yeah, I think. Well, who else would you have? Like you said, we're not waiting for a doggone Darby to come off the mountain. Hopefully, he does come off the mountain. Right. Hopefully, he don't go on the mountain. I'm wishing another bus would hit him so he don't have to go.
Right?
No, but I'm saying I want him to
would you like
live.
to contextualize that, Ray?
I want him to live, but I don't want him to go up to the mountain and risk dying. Like,
So you want him to get hit by a bus so that way he doesn't get on the mountain.
Hold on,
That's
hold
what
on.
happened the first time.
This man said, I wish another bus.
Yeah, he'll be fine. One of those Everest Sherpas will protect him. Making his ascent. He'll be
hey, Jerry, let me ask you this. So if you are to go the and Nate, I'm gonna kick it to you after this for another question. But Jerry, like, so let's say they do go the route of Swerve winning the world title at Dynasty, right? His last title run, like I think the reason we remember it so fondly is because like it really wasn't that long. He held the belt from April to August. Yeah. He dropped it in August. Like it was like a good four months. But the thing was, it was so much compacted into this run, and it was a lot of substance. And it further again proves what I'm sure you think as well about, like, every title run doesn't need to be this goddamn year-long journey. Like it can just be this 5-4 month period of time, and you can get a lot in. So do you think could you see a situation where they sort of repeat, but instead of Danielson, it's Ospreay?
Yeah, I think pro wrestling in general can learn a lot from like mixed martial arts. Like you have these champions. I'm not saying that you have to hot potato the title like they did like in the late 90s or anything like that. But what you can do is have multiple title contenders. Like right now, you've got Mox, who's champion, but we're talking about Swerve, and you also got Hangman in the quarters waiting. You've got MJF as well, who's a contender as well. You got Ospreay. You've got Omega, Okada. You don't have to hot potato the title, so to speak, but you can actually have somebody have like short stints and then surprise us with another title change, you know? So, I think if Swerve were to get the belt, I mean, it's only going to put, you know, the roster that they have already with some heavy hitters. You'll have Mox back in rotation and the aforementioned people I mentioned already. On top of that, I mean, if you really want to put Cope in that conversation, you could. I agree with it, but I mean, you could.
Hey, Jerry, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think it's time for Cope to hop in the tag division.
Sorry, Ray.
I think you're not wrong on that. I would like to see one run with Christian Cage. I would love to see that. But I don't know how you're gonna go. How do you get back from that?
Yeah, I know.
How do you erase all of that and then just like, all of a sudden we're gonna be tag partners?
Yeah, we cool again.
I trust that y'all have something cooking, but I mean, it'd be interesting to see.
Hey, Nate. So like, Nate, how long you been watching wrestling?
Not as long as Chris in the Nick Bockwinkel days, but I've been watching since the late 80s, dog.
Right, Nate. When was the last time that it was like so evident to you that a black wrestler, male or female, was like, it's so clear that they're the person that it feels like Swerve is the person?
This is a unique situation, Andrew, because it's not like Kofi Mania, because Kofi Mania was this once in a lifetime, lightning in a bottle kind of thing, where the right set of circumstances had to line up, and everybody was like, "This could actually happen. Let's get behind it." Whereas with Swerve, he's already been to the mountaintop. And it's always easier to buy somebody as champion if they have been champion previously. And so when you look at Swerve, man, like I was one of the ones when we had this conversation before Swerve dropped the belt, I was one of the ones who said, I don't think Swerve should be dropping his belt. And now I believe, you know, despite the feel good of DBD winning the AEW title, like that's a great thing we can all agree on. Yeah. I feel like everything outside of that has happened since with the World Heavyweight title in AEW hasn't been as compelling. And a lot of that is due to the Death Riders, man. And so, you know, I did not enjoy the main event with Cope and Christian. And you got Mox on these streets. And Ray, I know Cope is your boy, but to me, that match wasn't copacetic. It was not copacetic at all, brother. And so, like, to me, like, obviously, the long-term plan for all of this Death Rider stuff, in my opinion, was Darby Allin coming in like his stepdaddy Sting and slaying the beast of this new iteration of this heel faction reminiscent of the NWO. But you got to pivot. Like, so to me, Darby's not the guy. anymore because we can't wait. Because even watching that match, I'm like, ain't none of these other dudes gonna win the title because that does not fit into the storyline that they're creating. It's not Eddie for me. Like Eddie to me in this analogy was the DDP, where you get a little glimmer of hope, but he's not the guy that kills the NWO. And so you have to pivot though when something like Swerve is happening, when something organic like Swerve is happening. And yeah, like I would put the belt back on Swerve. I would, no pun intended, I would kill this Death Rider stuff because it does nothing for me. I think Mox is still viable. Claudio's still viable. Yuta, Marina, the whole clique is still viable. But yeah, Pac. But this Death Rider thing is currently constructed, does not work for me. And to me, it left a bad note at the end of your show, which otherwise was excellent in terms of Revolution. And so, yeah, like to me, you put it on Swerve. And I like what Jay's saying about having a more competitive World Heavyweight Championship division where, yeah, Swerve's got it for now, but it could be Hangman 3 months from now. It could be MJF, who is getting that MVP rehabilitation. The brofoonery, he's being freed from the shackles of brofoonery. Could be MJF in a few months. Could be a lot of different people in that mix. Kenny, Okada, a lot of different people could line up. Ospreay, in line for that. And you don't get that type of excitement if Mox is your champion because Mox feels stale. And as a result, all of these feuds feel stale because it feels like, one of Chris's favorite shows, The Simpsons. One of the most famous lines from The Simpsons is they go into the fireworks factory and Milhouse in the back of the bus like, hey, yo, when we get into the fireworks factory, this whole Death Riders run has been a fireworks factory experience. And I feel like the only way to really set off that spark of the firework to continue the analogy is to do something different, shake it up, and put the belt back on Swerve because the audience is clamoring for it, man. The audience is behind this dude, and we know Swerve got the goods.
And real quick, I do want to say during that match, during that main event, it was so funny. It was odd. Excalibur was like, oh, a soft hush just came over the crowd because of the violence. It was like, no, because it's boring. Even when Coke came out and like they were trying to do the thing like what happened in Australia where they were singing along, even to sing along with his theme music didn't hit like it did when it was in Australia.
The sad part about it, the Los Angeles Children's Choir that was singing that was probably like the best part of the match for me.
Yeah.
And then when Swerve came in, that was it.
To me, it's an indictment on AEW when you have one of your legacy guys, one of the guys that's been with your company from the beginning. I was at the show in Las Vegas, their very first pay-per-view. I was at that show live. And when Moxley was the surprise at the end of the pay-per-view, everybody blew a gasket.
That shit was rocking.
Yeah, it was like it was a crazy, chaotic scene. And Moxley should not be getting go away heat because Moxley, that's the kind of heat he's getting right now. He's not getting the heat for being a bad guy. Right. He's getting the heat because people do not want to see him. And this isn't really of his making. This has just been some insane booking. You got the title covered up and we're waiting for what the reason behind this shit is. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's lame. It makes no
Chris.
sense. Go ahead.
I said, let it play out, brother.
Well, I mean, we've given this. We've
let it play out.
We've allowed this to play out for a little while, and it's
Chris has been 6 months.
Yeah, Moxley. Like I said, Moxley's one of their legacy guys. He's been there from the beginning. He shouldn't be getting booed like that. For me, this Swerve title reign, if I'm going to compare it to anything in wrestling lore or wrestling history, it would be Bret Hart's second title reign. Because Bret Hart's second title reign is what solidified him as this is this guy's company, right? The first title reign was just kind of, they were in transition and in flux, but when they finally had WrestleMania 10, it was going to be between Luger or Bret Hart, And Luger, they didn't put the belt on him when they should have at that SummerSlam. They let it go for way too long, and Bret Hart just got hotter again. And then at the end of that show, when Bret Hart won the belt, everybody went to the ring and kind of reined him in. And that's what this Swerve second title reign should be about. It should be about like legitimizing Swerve as okay, this guy is, when you think of AEW, the first name, if you're doing like psychology or ink blots or whatever, and you're doing those tests and you see AEW, and the first thing you should think about is Swerve, or it should be Swerve, Ospreay, and those two guys are pretty much, you know, that's who you should be thinking about. And I think AEW, if they're doing this right, they would just give the belt to Swerve. Don't wait for Ospreay to get back from Everest. I'm trusting the Darby. Don't wait for Darby to get back from Ospreay. I'm trusting the Sherpas. From, you know, hopefully he makes it to the top, because when you climb Everest, I've seen so many documentaries on this shit. You have to like hit, like there's summits that you hit, right?
Okay.
And some people, they make it to like one summit, and then it's like, okay, I can't make it to the top of this. And then other people can go the distance, and then the Sherpas assist them and find them guidance and all that. So good luck to you, Darby.
Okay, Chris. We ain't did this in a while, man. Let's take a trip to Tangent Town, because this is something that I have never understood, man. At my big age, Ray, at my big age, Chris, at my big age, Jay and nephew, I have never understood. Like, I get it. You know, if you want to test yourself, you want to test the limits of humanity. I have never understood the joy in climbing a damn mountain. Like you ain't getting no money for this, brother. You ain't getting no medals. You ain't getting no awards. You're climbing a big ass mountain. You might risk your health. You might risk an injury. You're climbing this big ass mountain, and you're not getting anything from it. Just the satisfaction of saying, I climbed the mountain. If somebody said, Nate, are you gonna climb Mount Everest? I would go to Mount Everest, Ray. I would climb up about 5 feet and hop back down. I climbed the damn mountain. That's all I'm doing today. Right. I ain't got to get to the top.
Right, yeah. I mean,
for what? For who, Chris?
I have no, because Darby isn't even in like a midlife crisis.
Yes.
Like, you know, like, because, you know, certain guys, when they're going through midlife crises, they'll like buy a motorcycle, right, or fuck 20-year-old chicks, or just something, start wearing leather pants,
sports cars,
all that stuff. And certain guys, they want to climb Mount Everest. I think Darby is still in the kind of daredevil stage of his life, and he's still like on the YOLO stuff, and maybe that's why he's doing it.
Also, mountain climbing is a very traditional type of activity. I'll just say that. Ain't nobody non-traditional climbing mountains, nephew.
Right? Yeah. I don't understand. I've never understood the Bear Grylls crowd or the white adventurous crowd. This is not my black ass. That's just not me.
You want to know the craziest thing about it though is like this man like literally had like the world title like right there, and it's like, man, take your ass to work and go get the championship. bruh, I'm talking about like, bruh, this whole storyline, like,
it's built around you.
That's what it seemed like. It seemed like this whole thing was about Darby finally getting that dub over Mox and getting the world championship. And now, dude, it's like Swerve. Swerve was already established anyway, but I feel like now you kind of, if you're gonna pivot, man, you got to pivot to Swerve.
Yep.
And then people are looking at it. I'm saying people. I'm talking about me. I'm looking at Swerve, Ospreay, and All In Texas. That's what I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like I don't know where Darby fits. Like, and then on top of that, like now I feel like even from an owner perspective, it's like, man, we trying to put the world title on. You want to climb mountains and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, that's real talk right there. Because I mean, to me, and this isn't making fun of Darby, but it's like we're like you are in this company, and there are people depending on you to be one of the top guys in this company,
one of the pillars.
And if climbing fucking Everest is more important to this guy than when
you don't take your Mountain Dew sipping X Games participating ass home and go to work, Darby.
Yeah, I wouldn't be putting a belt on this motherfucker.
I'm about do. Why don't you do your job, Darby?
And it's like if you want to climb Everest.
You know what's extreme, Darby Allin? Paying your damn bills, son.
I'm about to say.
Come living in the projects. Come living in Southwest. Live in Southwest DC for a day. You want to feel hard? Come to South Central. 7th Avenues. Come to the big Crenshaw. I'll take you to MacArthur Park. Come to these places. If you want to be on the edge, do some real shit, man. Not some white boy shit where the Sherpas are gonna protect you.
Hey, Nate, you wanna know the crazy thing about it is like I feel like now we got a super shout out to
T. Anthony. Welcome to the show, T. Anthony.
What's up, T. Anthony?
Shout out to T. Anthony, man. He said if Ray is hoping you get hit by a bus in order to save your life, it's a call to give the title to someone who's a right.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. That's true. That it actually gives credence to what Ray was saying earlier, a little bit, man. Because this is ridiculous. I do agree with Andrew on this. It's getting ridiculous.
Hey, Chris, you want to know the crazy thing about it is like now I feel like by Darby doing this, his time has passed. Like that window of him being like the guy, but that window is Swerve's window now, and like that's it's no. And the crazy thing is nobody's fault but Darby's.
Right.
It's nobody else's fault. This is his decision. So now you go come back. And I think he'll get a great reaction when he comes back. Yeah. But I don't think it'll be in comparison to what the momentum that Swerve is building again. Like, I don't think it'll be that. So, like, now it's like, if I'm Tony, I'm just
especially if I have to sit through 3 more months of Death Riders just to get that moment with Darby. Yeah. It ain't worth it.
Not worth it. Pack this Death Rider shit up. April 6th, Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? Let's bring this world title back to the non-traditional side, man. It's time. it's time to make the AEW World Championship non-traditional, man. But speaking of any last thoughts about this last topic?
Just it's so crazy because we talked earlier about Jade Cargill and the reaction that some people in the locker room had to her, and this man Darby Allin out here with Sal Masakea on the damn mountain somewhere with the Sherpas, like bring your ass home to work, Darby.
Yeah. Jade asked for Christmas off. For that, but this motherfucker is climbing Everest. And it'll go Darby and shit. That just shows you how these microaggressions work, yo.
And that's the thing too. It's like I know in basketball, don't they got in the contracts to be like, hey,
yes,
don't be getting on no motorcycles, don't be going out here.
Those prohibited. Yeah,
it's like they don't have that in the AEW contract. It'd be like, hey, stay off the mountains, dog.
Darby just be doing shit, bro. Like when he was talking about doing that whole thing about like on the lead up to Dynasty, the lead up to Counter Everest, like the first time when he was talking about like, well, I might die on the mountain, and I'm like again, you don't ever want that to happen, but I'm talking about just from a business perspective. If I'm Tony, I'm like, bro, like I like, do you want this fucking world title? Like, do you want this shit? Right. Or like, are you like you know what I'm saying? But again. It's kind of like, and it's so interesting, like with the Jade Cargill conversation, because like there's a lot of similarities and a lot of differences as well, and like Chris's point, like the microaggressions, but it's like that's that sort of conversation we had about like the sort of love for the business. And I'm not questioning Darby's love for the business, but I'm talking about this specific situation is so like jarring to me because it's like what the like, Brad, you have the world championship right here, and then but again, I think that if Swerve loses at Dynasty, which I think is a mistake if that happens, then that'll clearly let you know that they're waiting for Darby to get off this mountain, and then I guess whatever.
That's a ridiculous statement. Like we are holding up our world title scene. So this fool can climb a damn mountain somewhere.
Yeah.
Pause. Yeah.
If that is the case, I will start like seriously doubting TK's prowess as a promoter, you know. And I've never been one of those people that say, "Oh, TK is too nice" or whatever, because I don't think there's anything wrong with being nice if you're a boss,
right?
But I do think there are limits to certain things, right? And climbing Mount Everest is kind of.
Imagine if you in that locker room, Kris, and you asked for some PTO when TK was like, "Nah, I can't approve that, son." You're like, "Hold on, but you let Darby,
exactly,
get up on this damn mountain,
right?
And I can't take 2 days off to go see my family."
No, you want to know what's so like? I genuinely want, and we talk about like the reaction to some of the people, like the situation with Jade and WWE, and like how some talents kind of felt some type of way, I guess. I genuinely wonder like how some of those talents in AEW, like if Swerve is to lose at Dynasty, like I genuinely wonder how a lot of those talents are gonna feel if Darby comes back and beats Mox for the world title. Like it's gonna be like he been gone since late last year. I mean, since late last year, and he been climbed the mountain, and now he get to be the world champion again. And it's like, be the world champion for the first time. It's like, I don't know, man. Like I definitely think it's gonna be interesting. Like if there's any reports or anything like that about how certain people feel about that, but
we'll see how much TK values tradition.
He said Darby is a pillar. That's the difference. Well, I mean,
yeah.
What
the hell does that mean?
How you gonna be a pillar if you're not there to lift up the house?
Yeah. So is Jack Curry, right?
I mean, him being. Oh yeah, hold on. Say that again.
I was like, so Jack Curry, he a pillar.
Talk
Jay.
That
term pillar is a buzz term. It's a platitude.
Right.
If you can't define what that means in like 3 words, then it's meaningless, man.
You can't be a pillar if you ain't here.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like I mean, if you're talking about like pillars in AEW, I mean, shit, Swerve is a pillar.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you want to play that game.
Like, if we being real, the pillars have shifted. Like, the pillars are no longer what the pillars were. Like, I would say Swerve, Ospreay, Kenny. Maybe we putting Kenny in there. Mercedes, yeah. Like, those would be my new 4 pillars.
Right.
Yeah. There you go. So, I mean, but that pillars conversation, bro, it's like, that thing's so tired and old, man. That's not that. Yeah. Like, I mean, but it even reminds me of like
Ospreay, Tony, and Mercedes. Those are my pillars.
Right. But it even reminds me of like what New Japan did with like the Rainbow 4 Musketeers, where like you're holding people to like these sort of like unreal expectations right out the gate. Like, and some people live up to like we're in Narita in New Japan. Like, I don't really think that he's lived up to that sort of label, but like you got people like Yota Tsuji who has a rose to the occasion, and I showed Umino up and down. But like with the pillar conversation, it's just like I don't know, man. But we passed that pillar stuff. But like we mentioned Swerve, and I do want to talk about this. This is some great news that we talked about. Chris Bey's Bey-nefit Show, man. Out in Chris's neck of the woods, towards that area, the Future Stars of Wrestling Promotion in Las Vegas are presenting Chris Bey's Bey-nefit Show on March 23rd. Chris is up and moving, which is a great thing. Always great to see him. He's like, he's making his way. It's a long recovery, but Chris is making his way, man. And all the proceeds from the show are gonna go to his medical expenses and his recovery. Got names like Karrion Kross, Ricochet, Swerve Strickland, Kenny King, Leo Russ, Rich Swann, Brian Cage, the Rascals, some other people. Nate, how cool is it to see this show in general come to fruition and see so many come out and support Chris Bey, man?
Yeah, very cool. First of all, shout out to Chris Bey. You got a lot of love and respect for that brother. You know me, I'm much like John Pollock. I do love a good pun, so Bey-nefit, and that works for me. And yeah, like, not to get off on a rant here, but medical expenses are no joke. Like, again, Darby, you want to do something thrilling, pay some medical bills, dog. Like Ray and Chris know, like I had to go to the hospital a couple times over the last 2-3 months, and I got the most recent bill from my hospital visit where they provided me with some Temu.com ass crutches to help me walk around. Like these ain't even no good. Like the wrestling crutches, like those are some fancy crutches, like people have on wrestling. These are some Sam's Club ass crutches that they gave me. $60 damn for the crutches, $80 damn just for the visit, like just to show up. $80 damn, and I think my total hospital bill was like $200, man. And I got insurance, ladies and gentlemen. There's people out here that ain't got insurance, and medical bills are no joke. So, like bringing it back to Kris Bey, but also medical expenses. That little tag right there can help with medical expenses for your on these streets. Patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. But I think this is a great thing, man. And for Kris Bey, this is bigger than wrestling. This is about this young man's life and quality of life going forward. And so, yeah, like whether he steps in the ring again as an active competitor, that's besides the point, man. We just want to see this brother living healthy, living good, getting around right. And so, yeah, like it's just cool to see so many different people from so many walks of life in the business and so many different promotions kind of coming together to show love and support for this dude, man. It like Kris often says, wrestling is a garbage industry, and a lot of times it does prove itself to be that, but there are good times. There are good moments, and this is one of them. So salute to that brother Kris Bey, man. We got your back, and we want to see you living a good, long, healthy life.
For sure, man. So shout out to Kris. And also I do want to make mention of this. Kris Bey will be doing his first interview, man, coming up. I think it's gonna be with Chris Van Vliet.
Okay.
So yeah, but then we're gonna have some coverage on that.
You can come here too. You can come here too, Kris.
I getting Kris Bey. I know Kris Bey. I'm not best friends with him, but I'm casual friends with Kris Bey, and I've asked him to come on the show before. You could clip this and send it to him. I did ask him to come on our show before, but I don't. The TNA powers that be. There's layers to this, so they'll let him go on CVV's show, but our show, I guess, is not big time enough.
We're non-traditional, Kris.
Right, exactly. We're too non-traditional to have him on. But yeah, but Kris, we would love to have you on here, bro.
Would love to have him on, man.
Yeah.
Love to. Shout out to Kris, man. I'm glad to see him. Like that video that he posted when he was like, he showed himself walking back and forth. I was like, that's what's up, bro. Because
I think that may have been one of the first videos I saw of you, Andrew, was talking with Kris Bey.
When?
Like, didn't you talk to Kris Bey, or am I conflating things? I might be thinking of a call that you were on, and not an actual one-on-one.
I think it was probably one of the media calls that when they was Impact.
Okay. Yeah, I might be conflating things, but yeah, I thought I saw a video of you.
That's probably like, they still doing like those like media little junkets where people like giving the call, ask questions. Like they used to do that, but I do remember one where Kris Bey was on the call. I think he was. But
that might be what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
But Kris Bey, man, best of luck to him, bro. It's like similar to like the Big E thing where it's like sometimes, but you just grateful to just because he said like it could, like he said that if TNA, like if their medical staff didn't act as fast as they did, he was like, it's a chance that he probably wouldn't be here in general.
And again, shout out to
the wrestling company does that now,
Yeah, because we've seen like in this company, like again, shout out to TNA for their response with Kris Bey, because we've seen when it hasn't gone as great, like with Jesse Sorensen back in the day. So like, yeah, man, like this is all entertainment, this is all fun and games, but like this is a situation where you can legitimately hurt yourself, man. And so yeah, like to me. Yeah, obviously we all love Kris Bey as a performer, but this is bigger than that, man. We talking about this young man's life and the quality of his life for him and his family. So yeah, we send all the love and thoughts and prayers out to that brother as he continues his road to recovery.
For sure. But so I had our last story coming up, but Kris had mentioned something earlier that I wanted to talk about.
I was gonna say, it feels a little early for the last story, nephew.
Yeah, I know it is early as hell for the hey Jared. I'm about to say, man, Jared got it good. We about to wrap up. I'm about to say he joined at the right time, but you want to know what? I want to go to Ray for this real quick because we had this conversation about like the position of Carmelo Hayes on the main roster, and it's I don't think it's people are doing it in a negative way just because they came up in the same way and in the same like time frame with Braun Breaker, right? So Carmelo had made an appearance on that aforementioned podcast I told y'all about, the Huge Pop Radio, right? And he was straight up asked about his position on the main roster, like straight up. It wasn't no joke. Like they was just like, how do you feel about how things have turned out and X, Y, and Z? People think you should have more. And, he said that, he's excited and he's looking forward to what's ahead. But he had recounted like an analogy that Paul Heyman told him recently. And he said that Heyman told him that Carmelo is batting 1,000, but the only thing is that Carmelo is batting 8th in the lineup. And he said, Carmelo said he does not think that him being drafted number 3 in the draft, the 2024 WWE draft, meant that he was projected to be world champion immediately, but he thinks it was more of a projection that he be like a player on the main roster for the coming years. And like he went into like some other details, and then like the conversation that shifted over to like wins and losses on television, which we talked about before on the NWA podcast. And Carmelo said that his mindset is that if he loses, he's going to find a way to get over with the audience in the process. And, he understands his position on the card right now. And then, he went to it's just his line of thinking. He was like, he's not too worried about the win-loss conversation when the check clears and, X, Y, and Z. But Ray, like first of all, what did you make of the analogy that sort of Heyman gave him about like, you're doing a good job, but like the thing is you're just like 8th, 9th in the lineup to get a shot. So like, what do you make of that? And also, it's kind of funny because like an interview came out last week of Paul Heyman. And it was like a profile on WWE with Triple H, Paul Heyman, and Roman Reigns were interviewed. And Triple H said, "Look, man, like I got Paul Heyman mentoring Braun Breaker on a weekly basis," and it's like, what I'm saying. And again, like I'm not trying to compare the two, but like it's talking about because they just came up at the same time. But right. Like it does seem like. Again, in terms of the comparison that like they like, okay, Braun is the guy, and like Carmelo is just like, we'll see what happens with him. Like there's stock there, but we're gonna. But like when you have like Paul Heyman like mentoring this dude on a weekly basis and like give him help on his promos and his whatever he needs, and I'm pretty sure Heyman is probably doing, because he said he had a conversation with him, so I'm pretty sure there's like that same type of rapport. But like the thing with Breaker was just publicized. And that's why I'm sort of taking it like that. But like, what do you sort of make between the comparisons, Ray, and like also just with the analogy that Heyman gave Carmelo, and then also in comparison to the news that came out that Paul Levesque has Paul Heyman mentoring Braun Breaker like on a very heavily consistent basis.
I think the comparisons are justified. I do think, if you're going to have that analogy about Carmelo, then it's like, knowing Carmelo, he's going to be like, all right, well, put me up in the order then. Put me up in 3rd, put me up in 4th, and then see what happens. Because I think Carmelo is so confident in his skills, and I think if we're going to continue with the baseball analogy, he's a all utility. He's a 5-tool player. And it's like, you guys just want this home run hitter. You want this Mark McGwire type dude in Braun, and you guys are putting like the whole machine behind him. It's like you guys got all the eyeballs, especially with, we all know about the legacy with his uncle and with his father. And it's like both of them had not similar style careers, but both of them were champions in NXT as well.
Talking about like that uprising NXT,
yeah. And so I think Carmelo is showing that he doesn't need the pedigree as far as name value behind him, and I think some people would kind of consider Braun to be maybe a one-trick pony, and I think he's athletic enough, and I think he has kind of like, because they say a lot about second generation and third generation stars where it's kind of like innate, like they had that innate sense of how to work in the ring, and they don't have to be taught everything. It's like most things come to them. But I think Carmelo, even without having that pedigree, is still so smooth in the ring, and he's a 5-tool player, and he can make anything work. And I think you're seeing that with him now, like wherever he's put in. I know we've been having the discussion ad nauseum for the last, I think, 2-3 months about whether it's a good position he's in, whether it's a bad position, what's going on. I just think right now, I mean, as long as he's getting featured on television and he's getting put up against like the biggest names, and he may not come out on top, but I think hopefully it works out for him in the long run. So, and they'll continue to see that he does have this talent behind him, and that now we could start trusting you. But yeah, it just stinks that like they're putting they're putting the muscle behind the traditional looking star, but with our non-traditional brother, our conference player.
That should have been the title for this episode. Now that we think about it, the non-traditional episode.
Hey, Kris, since you, because Kris was like the first person to like bring this, like introduce the conversation a couple months ago. Kris, like when you hear first, I want to get your thoughts about Heyman's analogy to Carmelo about him, batting 1,000, but he's batting 8th on the lineup, and then hearing that Paul Levesque has like instructed Paul Heyman to like I need you to get Braun Breaker right now. Like, what did you? First of all, your initial comments that you made, what was that, November when you first said this, or the January or something, and then now when we are present day, when we have this new information.
I think Melo would be lucky if he was 8th in the lineup.
You saying like, he's coming off the bench?
Yeah, he's a pinch hitter, man. It's once they start putting you with fucking Miz,
damn,
and you doing this tag team, what Miz Melo? What
Melo don't Miz?
Melo don't Miz. That's a stupider name than the tag team itself. I don't think that Melo is destined for this lame WWE life forever. This is just where he's at right now. Anything could always change, man. You know what I'm saying? It's entertainment, it's wrestling. One day, you're the Asian dude on head of the class, and the next minute you're winning an Oscar. That kind of stuff does happen,
right?
But it's
hell of a pull.
Yeah, but it's like I don't think WWE sees him as a main eventer. I think I think he's in the Ricochet role that Ricochet was in. I think WWE sees him as a guy that they could put up against a guy that they are trying to get over. That is his role right now, and he can either accept it, or if he doesn't like it, complain about it or go to another company. But this is just his role right now.
Hey, Kris, do you think his size factors in? Oh, we got a super chat. He said, did the Melo story in some aspects remind me of how? Shout out to T. Anthony for super chat. Appreciate you, brother.
No doubt.
He said the Melo story in some aspects remind me of how Swerve Isaiah Scott was handled on NXT. And I don't want H to make the same mistake twice. Yeah, you want to know what's crazy? Like that's like, damn, that is good or not. Like when Swerve was in NXT, it's like you could see like some like semblance of something, but it was just never like he got the North American Championship.
Yes,
But did you see that interview he did with O'Shea Jackson Jr.? Was Swerve. Swerve said that he was never one of Triple H's guys. He wanted to be one, but that's just not who he was. And
that's what Bobby Lashley said too.
Yeah, and I see the same. And then all these guys have something in common. I don't want to.
You're a little too non-traditional for my taste, kid.
Yeah.
He don't see color, man.
Yeah,
he don't.
Yeah. This is shameful of Triple H, and we're gonna give him a grade at the end of the year his utilization of black talent, not just the women but the men too.
I'm sensing Kris is not going to invite Triple H to the Christmas
it could change. He could change this at any time. Because if he does, because The Rock is on the board too. If The Rock, if nobody black gets pushed, Rock's ass ain't getting invited to the cookout either, man.
Shit, I'm about to say the way that man leaning, that man full on with Linda McMahon. They trying to stop motherfucking African American history courses being taught in public school.
Was Rock caping for Linda?
Yeah, you ain't see him at the at her what's the name?
Hearing?
The confirmation hearing. He was front row.
Oh, I didn't see it. I saw Triple H. I didn't see The Rock there.
Oh no, I'm talking about Triple H. That's what.
Triple H. Okay, I would say if The Rock was there, I was like, what the hell is this dude's problem? He's been kind of being silent lately.
Hey Kris, you wanna know what's so funny? Like when I was thinking about that conversation we all had like a couple of years, not a couple, but like leading up to election season when we was talking about like how The Rock was sort of like on the fence and like he was doing like media interviews that were favored in like
he was on
Will
Kane's show.
Yeah, the Will Kane show. Like, he's man, like we ain't even going. You know what? That's so we talking about Carmelo. Jerry, what have you made of like the conversation we've had so far about this? But again, I don't want to take anything away from Braun Breaker. Braun's a fucking beast. Let me
he's good.
He's talented.
Yeah, but it's just the comparisons between those two, and it's especially because Jerry, they came up at the same time. And Jerry, you want to know what's so funny? Shawn Michaels somehow made Carmelo and Braun feel on par with each other. Like one didn't feel bigger than they like, and even when they were on the come up together, Shawn always made sure that this is my and it fluctuated. This is my 1A, this is my 1B, and then it would flip, and then Carmelo was the guy, and then Braun was the guy.
Yep.
And then, I mean, of course, those dynamics change when you get up to the main roster, but it is kind of funny to like.
Yeah, but it's like because he had all those guys, like because Solo Sikoa was in that mix.
Yeah, he had Solo. Yeah,
and he had, and they all felt like they were just as important as the other one, you know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But Jerry, what have you made of this whole conversation? And then also, I'm just curious to hear people's thoughts about the analogy about batting 1,000, but you batting 8.
Yeah, I think that TV time is expensive, and any time that you can get on TV, you're selling yourself as a brand. So he's making chicken salad out of the chicken stuff that he's handed to him, which is great. I mean, look at Friday night. I mean, if you watched him against Randy Orton, I mean, he held his own. I mean, that was, I think, to me, one of his better main roster matches that he had. Maybe it was his dance partner too that had to deal with it too. But again, he was in the equation. So anytime you get an opportunity to shine, he seems like he's doing his part to do that. Now, to go to your point with Braun Breaker, being on the, coming up together, you're handed the test. One person was handed the cheat sheet, and the other one figure it out as we go. And he's doing the best he can. I mean, the whole Miz thing, I look at it as like, okay, Miz is not the best, but at the same time, if you look at the longevity that Miz has had being on TV and given nothing, and he's made the most of his TV opportunity. So I think the page out of Miz's book to project himself, build his own brand, I think that could be his benefit.
So let's real quick, because this is a good point that you bring up, Jared. But let's look at the totality of Miz and people that they've paired up with and have made his partner.
Salute to that man, Alex Riley, on these streets.
Alex Riley.
Yep.
John Morrison.
Yeah. Tommaso
Ciampa. We could add him to that. What's
Truth?
Truth. What's the dude? Damian Sandow.
Yeah.
And R-Truth.
Bo Dallas.
Yeah. So it's
Bo Dallas.
Bo Dallas. Oh yeah. So I would say. I would say.
Who was my man? Yeah. Kurt Hennig's son. What was his name?
Michael McGillicuddy.
Michael McGillicuddy.
Yeah.
Curtis Axel.
I'm about to say Chris Logan.
Yeah, so I would say that if I was going to grade Miz's partners overall, I give it about a 40, not even 45%. I was gonna say 45%. That's a little much.
Just give it 44.
That's much.
I give it.
We don't want to do 45. Do 44.
I give it 40% even because because now I don't think the Miz spot is like, I think it's dependent on, if you're looking at it as a way to get money and seen on TV, then yeah. If you are as far as the art of what you do, and if WWE is taking it seriously, I don't know if the Miz spot is the best way to look at it, to see that, it's because Miz is just, like I said, man, he's always in the most goofy shit. He's like, even the world.
He's always on TV though, Chris.
Yeah, he is on TV. So that's the thing. That's the kickback, right? It's like, being on TV is one thing, but being on TV and being defined and lame all the time is another thing, right? Because you could be on TV so much that you're just, every time you're on TV, you're doing something lame, to the point where when WWE gets tired of you, AEW is looking at you like, okay, what can I, this guy is, unless TKC sees something in you that WWE doesn't see in you, that's going to be a hard hill to climb, because we remember, Nate, a couple weeks ago on the NMN network, we were talking about the way these guys, maybe it was on this show too, the way once you get defined a certain way in one company, it's very easy for the other company to define you the same way. Like looking at Andrade, no one can say Andrade is better off in WWE than he was in AEW.
Nope.
Or he's doing pretty much the same fucking thing. Like, and that's kind of when you get into these stalemate parts of your career, that's kind of where you land. And I don't know. I think Melo's gotta, like, if he wants to be top of the food chain, he is gonna have to make some noise about it in the most friendly black way you can do it.
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Levesque. I've got to air some grievances. Some non-traditional grievances if you have time.
The telltale sign with these companies is always when free agency comes up. And if you're about to hit free agency, what is the company that you're with doing to keep you?
Right. I'm about to say, it's not even just that. I think it's, it is just that. But like, I also think it's a situation of what is your value to AEW at that? Like, I'm talking about from that. Like, I'm talking about. So like, if Carmelo's contract is coming up, what would be the value that the perceived value that AEW would have him at, and how much would WWE be willing to prevent him from going there?
Yeah, that would be something that he would need to negotiate. That's the thing about the industry in 2025 is at least you can do that now. Like with Shelton Benjamin, they released him. He didn't even get the dignity of finishing up on TV or nothing. They just released him. He goes to AEW, and it's like he's a completely different wrestler, Like Tony Khan saw value in him, and Tony Khan painted that picture for him of what his career could be before he signed him. And that's kind of what the promoters' jobs are to do. If you are a commodity, like I remember watching Tony Khan on TV when Jade Cargill was about to leave, and one of the press guys asked him, could you have done more than you did to prevent Jade from going to WWE? And Tony Khan was like, I fucking did. He said, I offered her.
I give him that. He threw out the bank.
He said I offered her a ton of money. I gave, I was giving her anything she wanted.
Give her Christmas off.
Right. Christmas off. Yeah, you look at you now, Jade.
I know Tony sent her a petty ass Christmas card.
I know. He said he gave her the look at you now card because you worked at Christmas.
Hey,
yeah.
But Jared, real quick, I wanted to go back to you because you was hitting on some solid points about the, like, I don't know if you remember like where you left off, but I know you had said something along the lines of like Braun, like, again, not taking away from Braun, but like, you was getting on the point about, some people having the answers to the test and X, Y, and Z and stuff of that nature. Like, I don't know if you remember like exactly where you picked up off for, but
I don't. But I mean, going to that, I mean, we all know people that are just gifted opportunities. He's one of those people. He's got like I said, the proverbial cheat sheet to go around and hey, all I gotta do is fill in A, B, C, X, Y, Z, whatever. And Carmelo is, given the harder road that he has to carve his own lane in, right? So I don't know what that's going to look like for him in the future. I'm hoping it, opens up some opportunities where he gets at least a U.S. title look down the line, IC title. But I think he's already been pegged as this is as high as you're going to go. I going past that point, and I just wish him luck.
Yeah, no, for sure. Hey, Nate, you got anything to add, my brother?
Yeah, a couple things here. Like, first of all, I feel like when we look at Carmelo, like to that analogy that Paul Heyman said, and I love that analogy because I'm a baseball guy.
Yes.
He's batting 1,000, but we've got him in the 8th spot in the lineup. If this were actually a baseball team, and you have a MFer batting 1,000 in your lineup, he is not going to stay in 8th for long. You're going to move him up to at least the 5th spot or the 4th spot. Maybe you have him batting 2nd as a setup hitter, but you're not going to leave him in that 8th spot right before the damn pitcher. Not even the pitcher anymore because they changed it. Now everybody uses designated hitter. I hate that. That's a whole nother podcast for a whole nother day on Nefarious Media Network. While the designated hitter is a sign of the ruination of American culture. Baseball is one of the few things I like traditional, Ray. Let's just leave it at that. But I think when you look at Carmelo, I think there's a couple reasons why he's not in the same position as Braun Breaker. A lot of the reasons everybody's mentioned, the second generation deal, just being a traditional performer. But I also feel like one thing that is always going to limit Carmelo in this company is his stature. So to me, nephew,
size is always a thing.
like even though Triple H is there and it's not the old man anymore, size still matters in this company. And so to me, the test is not so much Carmelo, because I do feel like Carmelo's going to hit up against that glass ceiling at some point. He's going to find the brass ring a little too far out of his reach, and that's probably around that U.S. IC title range, maybe a tag team champion. I think that's the ceiling for Carmelo, unless something phenomenal happens and they really get behind him. But I think the test is going to be Obafemi. Like when Oba comes up, that to me is the test. That is the test, Triple H, of how much you do or do not see color. Because to me, Obafemi is somebody who, like as much as we love Melo, we can see with our eyes. We can see that there is a difference when Obafemi is on my TV screen versus Melo. And same thing like Braun Breaker. I don't begrudge Braun Breaker his success because I think the dude has a lot of talent. And if I'm Triple H, I'm not faulting Triple H, Andrew, for putting him with Paul Heyman. He's like, like this kid looks like $1 million. He's got the pedigree, no pun intended, from his family. We just got to get him a little bit more character. And Paul, I'm gonna have you invest your time with him versus Melo, even though I like Melo, but I kind of know where I see Melo in my head as a booker. Now, when Oba comes up, that's the test, because Obafemi should have everything that Braun Breaker has when he gets to that main roster, because he's just built like that.
But there is like absolutely no way that they can fill with Oba, right?
There are many ways that they can We've seen the ways over the years.
Make him a Nigerian warlord.
He'll be in a Nigerian drum match by SummerSlam, dog.
That's crazy, bro.
Thousands of times, man. So don't ever put anything past those fools.
Like
don't give them no ideas.
Oba, like, dude, he is such a layup, dog. Like, he is a layup talent.
I thought Trick was a layup too, though. To be honest with you, not Trick. Trick is a layup too, but I thought Carmelo was a layup a little bit. But like Nate says, it's that size things always comes into play. Yeah. But I do think part of it is the blackness. I'm how
you can't be black and short. Pick a lane, king.
Right, yeah.
And I say this as a short black king. It's a harder road to walk, Bello. I'm speaking from experience, nephew.
Like how much of an impediment it is, I can't say, but I do think that Triple H, the fact that he doesn't see color tells the story, right? It tells you what his priorities are.
As Brandy Rhodes said, Chris, if you don't see color, then you don't really see me.
Right.
I'm but anybody who drops that I don't see color line, brother, I know what you are. I know what you are. Like
you probably sitting at home drinking real American beer right now, brother.
Right. But no, man. Like we got another super chat. Shout out to T. Anthony. We appreciate. See, Anthony always in here, man. He said, honestly, Nate, I think the real test is Trick Williams. Yeah.
Yeah, Trick Williams.
I can see that.
I think it's Trick Williams, and I think it's Oba. For different reasons, because if they fuck up Trick Williams, then okay, we could still hold out hope for Oba. And if they fuck up Oba, then
I'm not gonna lie, and this is nothing against Trick, because I think Trick has a lot of potential. I think they're gonna fuck up Trick Williams.
Oh yeah,
I never want to be the first person to say that. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna wait and see. But if they do fuck him up, I'm not gonna be surprised.
She's gonna come out the new music, and then we're like,
they're gonna change his music, change his gear.
Right.
So I'm gonna walk back with that. I don't think it's 100% guaranteed, but with Trick, I wouldn't be. I'm gonna say with Trick, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. Yeah.
With Oba, I'll be genuinely.
Yeah. Well, like, the thing is, if they mess up Trick, we still have Oba. You know.
Yeah.
If they
Oba's our only hope.
Yeah. Oba will be the last hope. If they mess up
the last line of defense, brother.
And then if they mess up Oba, then we know that this company is not for us. You know.
If they mess up Oba, we still got Bianca.
We still got Bianca, so yeah, we got that. But
I'm still mad about Omos. Like y'all had this brother fly in and ain't did nothing with him, man.
No, he still ain't been on TV yet. It's been 3 months. Ain't seen him yet. I don't know, but like that's I ain't gonna lie. I think they're gonna let his contract run out.
They should let it run out in Japan. Like let that man live.
Let him go to Japan and make his money or something. But like, or if you want to keep him on the roster and you don't want him to be like a
Obi-Wan Kenobi, your only hope.
I mean, and wait, real quick. We talking a lot about them. We got a lot of hope in the women's division, dog.
Yes, the women's division is a lot more optimistic.
I'm talking about in both companies. You got a lot of hope.
I don't have a lot of hope of the black women's division in WWE, though. I have more hope.
More hope. It's all relative.
I have a lot of hope because if you got Bianca on the roster, that's always gonna be one for us. But again, Bianca is Bianca, you know, and it's not fair to compare the other women to her. To Bianca being a goddamn standard for them, but then with the women, the standard is one of those.
Don't say Shotzi, man. Don't say Shotzi. She took too many shots lately.
Like they've given the women's title to people who are. I'm not gonna say they're undeserving because I don't know them personally, you know, but they've given the women's titles to questionable people. Like as far as like their talent and stuff. And for the black women in WWE, they have to be awesome to make it. They can't
even get that shot.
Be mediocre. They have to be great. Like even
we got Jade, Bianca. You know, we got the main roster, and then we got Kalani Jordan. We got Jakara Jackson, Lash Legend, Jada Parker.
Where is Lash Legend actually?
She in NXT. She was at the.
So she's back in NXT.
On TNA,
No, she been back in it. Like she never left NXT. They just had stints on the main roster.
Oh, okay.
But she was at the TNA show too, Chris. They about to challenge for the
yeah.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, we got
we got B-Fab.
Yeah, B-Fab on the SmackDown roster.
Naomi, of course.
Yeah, Naomi, of course.
Got Mia Yim with the long back attack.
Nate, what's the lady from she Olympic gold Tamara Mensah got her the gold medal.
Oh yeah.
And then she on the LFG show. Yeah, but it's a couple now. I'm like sort of I don't know if I can get through like the whole goddamn roster right now. But,
she should once she comes up, she should be because like you said, she's not only an Olympic gold medalist in wrestling and freestyle.
Yeah, she's a badass, man.
Yeah, she is, bro. But, hey, hold on, wait, real quick, Jared. I'm actually interested to get you, bro. This man, you talking about like talents who have hope, but like I think that they got him like slotted in this tag position right now, dog. And this shit is like, I mean, it's not a bad thing because he's in a good spot, but it's just like I see Tavion Heights. Brand NXT. Right. They sent them over to Pro Wrestling Noah for the N1 Victory tournament. I think it was I think that was last summer already. But dude, he had like such a good showing, and it was like I think that they see like what a lot of people see in him, and then like he was back in the tag team, which was cool. He had No Quarter Cash Crew, and like he got the rest of the Hardys and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's cool, but like I don't know if it's just me, dog, but like you can see like that there's like something there, but like it's just a matter of like finding the right time and then like just capitalizing on. Like I don't know how much you've seen of Tavion, but like what do you think about him and his potential?
Honestly, I've seen more of Javon Evans.
Javon Evans. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Javon.
Mm-hmm. I've seen more of him, and I think that dude a little more seasoning on that cat, man. I'm telling you, I think he's something special. I think he could make some noise, but I'm not familiar with Tavion Heights, man.
Yeah, Tavion nice. But I'm glad you brought up Javon Evans because Javon doing the damn thing too. Like and then the fact that he's 19, 20 years old.
Yeah, he's young.
Got a lot of time. We got Wesley. It's a bunch of people in NXT that got some we got a couple line of defenses to go through.
Well, the thing is, like, there is no fear that they will do the damn thing in NXT. Like, that's never the issue.
The
issue is always that transition to the main roster.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because everybody is big. Like even with white wrestlers, some of you're gonna do.
Yeah, I'm about to say it ain't always perfect for everybody. I'm about to say shit. Look at what Nakamura is right now. But when he first came up, I thought there was a chance, like for sure, thought it was a chance that it was gonna go left. But like I would have never imagined like we at the point where Shinsuke Nakamura just kind of just like
Yeah. Like he was the biggest star in wrestling when they got him, and this is not just North American wrestling. Mm-hmm. Like Shinsuke Nakamura was the biggest name in wrestling when they got him, and Vince McMahon didn't think he was Japanese enough to be a top guy. Like I don't understand where these things come from with these people. I really
we know the root of it, Chris.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
The thing that is more surprising is you would allow that to get in the way of the money.
Right, yeah. Because like I remember this guy, and I remember people saying, "Oh, this Shinsuke Nakamura, he's like a prince. He's like a prince, Freddie Mercury kind of hybrid type of guy. MJ, like people were just so high on him. He gets to NXT, he does excellent.
Still one of the greatest moments in the history of NXT. That just not even the match, which was phenomenal, but the entrance with I think it was Lee Johnson's the violinist.
Right, yeah.
Like that to this day, still one of the best entrances in NXT, maybe in WWE proper.
Yeah, and they had both of the Japanese talents win the Royal Rumble that year. And both of them lost.
Don't get me started on how they done did Asuka on that main roster.
Asuka thing made no fucking sense. It's like, what was like? I just don't understand what was on Vince McMahon's mind. Why you would just shit away her like winning streak like that.
To be fair, Asuka's non-traditional as well.
Yeah, where she is.
Yeah. So
can we talk about
you good, Chris?
that new superstar in WWE? We know his name, but we don't know why he's here. But we don't know his name because they changed his last name.
Saints Row.
Yeah.
About Ricky Saints.
Saints Row.
Yeah.
When the Saints go marching in, brother.
Saints Row.
I'm about to say, I think we talked about Ricky Saints last month when he showed up. But I mean,
I don't think he had a name at that time.
He didn't have he wasn't Ricky Saints. He had the Scott Hall treatment last month.
Yeah. You know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here, Chico.
The absolute one.
But yeah, he's officially Ricky Saints. He got a match this week on NXT coming up against Ridge Holland. I think it's gonna be his first singles match. He got the dub in his first main event tag team match.
Yeah,
him and Javon versus Wes and Ethan Page. Like I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like I ain't like mad at the name. Like I mean,
I think it's the least of all.
They've had worse names in NXT.
Yeah, they've had way worse names.
It's just funny to me because it's like lazy. Yeah. They're like, okay, Ricky from New Orleans. You know what? Ricky Saints.
Yeah.
It came down to Ricky Saints or Ricky Pelicans, and Ricky Saints sounded better.
Ricky Pelicans is crazy.
Ricky Pelicans.
Ricky Superdome.
Yeah, and the way they were so like secretive.
That's crazy. That's wild.
Do you know who that is, Booker? That's Ricky Superdome.
Hey, yo.
Oh no, that's crazy.
Oh, come on. Get your mind out the gutter, Jay. Come on. Get your mind out the gutter, Jay.
Pause.
Ricky Superdome.
Yeah, Superdome, but yeah. I see what you did there.
Hey, bro.
But yeah, they like the fact that they just were so
Jerry, you a wild boy.
Yeah,
he getting closer to main event status. A guy up a mid card Jay.
Yeah.
Hey, but yeah, Ricky Saints. What he say? T. Anthony, Tyler T. Anthony super chat. He said, but Andrew, when Nakamura came up in the main roster, who did he interrupt? The Miz. He definitely did interrupt the Miz.
It all comes back to Mike Mizanin.
Oh yeah,
proving the point.
Proving the point, man. But yeah, Ricky Saints. His run, just got underway. Ricky Superdome is wild, but like but there was no negative connotation in my mind until Drake said something. Exactly. Now I would never be able to like not think about the fake names that we giving them without thinking about it.
See, Ricky Pelicans don't sound so bad now.
Ricky Pelicans ain't bad, man. Man, you know what, man? Ricky Saints cool, but you want to know what's I mean, I am kind of interested, like how they go about like letting certain talents keep their names, like what's the actual. I mean, because I've heard talent speak about it, but like I want to hear like their like actual process. Because I mean, you let Jay keep her name, right? AJ Styles kept his name, like you know what I'm saying. People keep their Kevin Owens saying like these people keep their names.
I don't think Jade would have went to WWE
if they didn't let her keep her name.
To change to a different name. I think Ricky Starks probably wanted to leave AEW and they were like, yo, you want to change the name? And he was like, fine. I don't think it's the worst thing to be named Saints. I don't know anybody with the last name Saints as a plural.
Right.
Maybe. I just don't know. Most people I know with the last name Saint is either like Saint or Saint John or Saint Austin or something like that,
Who's that guy y'all keep talking about from Four Brothers? Was his last name Saint or was it something else?
You talking about Victor Sweets?
Victor Sweet, yeah.
Ricky Sweets. That's a name right there.
That's a horrible name.
Ricky Sweets. It's still better than Ricky Superdome.
But there's a dude in NXT. I think he's in a. I don't know what. Like I think it's Evolve. His name is Ricky Smokes.
Ricky Smokes.
Ricky Smokes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky Saints ain't bad.
Ricky Saints is not bad, bro.
I give it like
Jones and
it's taking a while to grow.
Yeah, I give Ricky Saints like a B. You know,
given the options on the table, Ricky Saints is the least offensive, literally.
It depends on what he does. And those names really don't mean anything. Like if he got fired from WWE tomorrow,
he'd go right back to Ricky Starks.
Go back to Ricky Starks. You know, just like with Kevin Owens, you know, if he gets fired tomorrow, it's not like Kevin Steen is a horrible name. You know, I don't understand this stupid.
Yeah, I was about to say that
Johnny Saint.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, our last news topic for the day. I saved this for Chris. We got some legalese to talk about, man. Chris, Ryan Nemeth's lawsuit against All Elite Wrestling, Tony Khan, and CM Punk. Hey, bro, I swear to God, there has not. I think probably like April 2022 was the last time that this podcast has not had a CM Punk discussion. It's fucking crazy. That has been the last. I think it was like damn near 3 years ago was the last time it was a month where CM Punk was not covered. This man's name is always in the news somehow, some way. But the latest on this, of course, is that AEW and Tony Khan they positioned to move Ryan Nemeth's lawsuit to private arbitration. Nemeth is claiming that because of professional retaliation, he's been blacklisted from the wrestling industry by those he is suing. Punk was not named in the party that Khan and AEW, put in a petition, and AEW and Tony Khan argued that Nemeth ignored contractual obligations and binding authority requiring arbitration by filing the lawsuit in Los Angeles County. Nemeth's issues with Punk date back to 2023 when Punk first returned to AEW on Collision, and then Nemeth tweeted out literally the softest man alive after Punk's promo, and then claimed it was in character, which is I don't think that was in character at all. But a month prior to that, Nemeth had contacted AEW executives and said Punk might physically attack him when he came back. The incident took place. There was an incident that took place on June 1st, 2023, when Punk confronted him in the locker room and demanded that they settle their differences. Nemeth said he attempted to de-escalate the situation and then later reported it to AEW, but no disciplinary actions were taken against Punk. There was also another situation where Nemeth claims he was told to leave the venue Collision was at, and then AEW then took him off the booking schedule. Of course, there's more details over at the Post Wrestling site to check out. It's a long thing. Another point that Nemeth had mentioned was that he felt like Tony Khan was like, I can't remember the exact verbiage that Brandon Thurston had wrote, but it was like he was like, I guess infatuated with Punk, I guess, to the point where like he wasn't willing to criticize or discipline Punk in any way. But Chris, what are your thoughts about all this, my brother?
I mean, I saw this. I got Brandon Thurston. If you follow him on Patreon and I give him $10 a month or something like that. And you get these stories. So I did see this story come up when and it seems a little just kind of. I never am the guy that's gonna always be like, just because you are a lame wrestler, it automatically means that your case is nothing.
Damn.
I that's not how I operate. And when I say lame wrestler, I'm just I don't know anything right. I don't remember anything Ryan Nemeth did.
You're in character.
When he was on the roster, But if he's got a case, he's got a case. Here's the thing that he's gonna have a trouble with. If there is a tape of CM Punk smacking him up or whatever, and none of your homies in AEW got it on their camera phone, I promise you Tony Khan has burned any evidence of any kind of chicanery like that. So, like, you better have some evidence, because Tony Khan, we bust on him all the time, talk about how goofy he is and stuff, but I've never said Tony Khan is not an astute businessman, I don't think he doesn't strike me as the kind of person to where if some dude is suing him saying that he got beat up and stuff, and like a court subpoena him to give up any kind of tape, that shit is burnt and gone. So I just hope Ryan Nemeth has some kind of ocular visible proof of this happening, because if he doesn't, and it makes no sense, because I mean he's kind of put himself in kind of a blacklist situation because he's in TNA now. But CM Punk is their top guy there. They're not gonna let you, I think if of the guys that CM Punk had a beef with in AEW, of the guys that CM Punk smacked up in AEW, I think there's a much better chance of seeing Jack Perry in WWE than there is of seeing Ryan Nemeth. Just because Jack Perry was a somebody in AEW.
Yeah.
So I do wish him luck with this. I mean, I hope he gets whatever compensation. If he proves his case and he sues and it's successful, then get that man his money. But I just don't see this going good for him. I think we actually should have Thurston on the show to talk about this one of these days, because I just don't see what he gets out of this is besides getting blacklisted from the two top companies in North America. Maybe he could backdoor his way into WWE by going to TNA, but that's not gonna happen. I mean, shit. Yeah,
like best case scenario is some kind of settlement. Like that's best case scenario.
Yeah.
If he does have any evidence that the Muffin Man put them paws on him. But it's like, nah, man. Like Kris said, we criticized Tony Khan a lot on this program. But yeah, he did not get to where he is by being foolish in legal matters. And so, yeah, I don't think that this case has a lot of legs to stand on. I would love to have light-skinned cousin Brandon on to kind of break this down in the future. But yeah, like you're not going back to AEW, and not to throw dirt on this man, but I'd almost forgotten that he ever was in AEW. That's how memorable his run was. Right. You're not going to WWE. So like you in TNA, and that's not a bad place to be with your brother, man. Just hold it down there. But yeah, best case scenario, in my opinion, nephew, is he gets a little piece of change as a parting gift, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't even see him getting a huge settlement from this thing, because you do have to have proof, and I do. There is, like, I remember
you'll get $100 gift certificate to the AEW shop.
Right, yeah. Because I remember how Vince McMahon was with settlements back in the day, and he would rarely ever give them out. He'd give them out if the evidence was completely damning against him. He might give out a settlement, because sometimes even when the evidence was damning against him, he still wouldn't give settlements out, right? I just don't know. I'm trying to think, and I'm not a lawyer, so I always have to say that, but I'm trying to see where his evidence would be. Like the one thing he could point to is historical precedents, like CM Punk is on videotape smacking up Jack Perry. So I mean that did happen, and CM Punk even
it's like, Your Honor, I'd like to present Exhibit A.
Yeah.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Right. Yeah. But how does that pertain to you?
Right. And all jokes aside, like if he was physically assaulted by CM Punk, like that ain't cool.
Yeah.
But
get your money, man. Yeah.
But the thing is, like you said, Kris, it's not about what happened. It's about what you can prove happened.
Right. Yeah.
And if he ain't got the evidence, I don't see this going any way in his favor, other than, like you said, maybe a small settlement. Maybe they break him off a little something, but that's about it.
Brad, like Punk garnering like a reputation for beating folks up is like, come on, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, but I shouldn't be laughing at that, but that's not funny, bro. But I ain't gonna. I mean, my whole thing initially was it was like when Ryan Nemeth first tweeted out that thing about Punk. I was like, man, now why the fuck would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Like I was just like I don't know why he decided to take that approach, but like I do even remember like there was a story that had came out that like I think it was the HR email that had that Fightful had reported when he talked about like how like there were people in AEW like higher up that like sort of encouraged him to antagonize Punk, and like that's why it makes this whole thing even more like jarring, I guess, to like you know cover and read about, because it's like again it's like my situation, my thoughts about it has always been the same even with the Jack Perry situation. It's like you like starting these issues, and then when people react it's like, oh my god, how could they? But I'm like, dude, this wouldn't have happened if you didn't initiate it.
That tiger didn't go crazy, nephew. That tiger went tiger.
But you can't put your hands on people. That is the law. You can't do that shit. That's if you are an adult. I know this from experience because I used to fight motherfuckers for no reason.
Kris was the CM Punk of his day.
Right, yeah, I really was. And it's like you that's not how you can contort yourself in adult situations. Somebody says something that you don't like, you can't raise up on them. If you want to challenge them to a fight, that's fine. But choking somebody and sucker punching them and shit, that is against the law. That is a ticket to litigation. That is not something that you need. It's not worth it.
I agree, but I'm not more so talking about like just that aspect, but I'm more so referring to like the agitation part of it, and what
if AEW told him to do that.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's my, even with the Jack Perry situation, that's my thing. It's like I don't agree with walking around putting your hands on motherfuckers, but I'm talking about like this like absolvement that people get when you agitate and you poke and you poke and you poke, and then you like, oh my god, how could this person, this other, you know, individual I share a locker room with, how could they do that? And it's like, you're the reason for, like, partially the reason for this escalating to where it was. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about just in this particular situation. And that I found like the similarities between those specific two incidents. If the, you know, the other one did happen, you know, the way that, you know, Ryan said it happened, but it's like I just don't like them amplifying the agitation part, and then like wondering like how this got to that point is crazy to me, because it's like y'all share a locker room. You say these things about this individual, and then, you know, now y'all going back and forth, y'all trading bars to whatever medium you trading bars on, and then now it just escalates to the point that it did already in the heated environment that it was at that specific time, where you got like people like roster splits with certain individuals. Like if you like CM Punk, you run the roster, and then if you do like CM Punk,
suspension.
You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy, bro. Like it's crazy. Like the whole situation is great, but like, yes, Kris, like I completely always agree with that point. You can't be walking around putting your hands on folks. That's not. Please don't do that. But
yeah, and being on tape doing it too is another layer to it, you know, like, because you can always lie and say, hey, I didn't do it, but once you're on tape, it's like you could pull a Puff Daddy and say, hey, I never put my hands on that woman. The tape doesn't lie, you know. The tape shows what it shows, you know. So I hope, for the sake of Ryan Nemeth, he finds some kind of peace and solace, whatever that looks like for a Ziggler. I hope he finds it, man.
For a Ziggler. And to T. Anthony's point, he did bring up in the chat that Ryan was one of the people that first spoke out about Bill DeMott.
Yeah, he was, yeah. And it was a bunch of them too, because I remember that what's the guys? Ethan.
Oh yeah.
EC3.
Oh yeah. EC3. Yep.
Yep.
Something about it too. Yeah.
Ethan Carter.
Yep.
So I mean, it's like that stuff really does need to kind of stop happening in wrestling. It's like, if you don't like the guy, or let's say Ryan Nemeth is 100% in the right, and CM Punk is the guy that started it, and CM Punk was the guy that wanted it with him, and he attacked him or whatever. That's not how you handle people, man. That's just not how you do things, Yeah. And we like the wrestling industry is notorious for that. It's like a guy could do something as like simple as putting his backpack in your locker or something like that, or just making like the tiniest mistake, and then you haze the motherfucker to death. You shit in his bags, you freeze his stuff, and do all kinds of like bully, like really like eighth. I'm not even gonna put this on eighth graders.
Nah.
This is like immature stuff like that. Why do you have to do that to somebody that rubbed you the wrong way? That's what I don't get.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all the topics for today, fellas.
Ooh, we did it.
Cool.
We did it.
We're on time today too.
What was that, Ray? Chris?
I said we were on time today too.
We did. We started on time. We didn't stick around for too long, man. We did it right. We did it right.
Man, Jared was a good luck charm, man. Good luck charm.
I'll be that. I'll take it.
That's what Team Nefarious brings to the table.
And now let's go ahead and run down WrestleMania. No.
Starting with night one.
Well, I think Zack Sabre Jr. No.
Jared got jokes.
Not you too, Jay.
Had to.
Yeah, like I think this is a great episode of the program, man. We appreciate everybody for checking us out again. One last time, want to plug Nefarious Media Network. Everybody that you see on your screen, everybody that you're listening to in your ears is part of Nefarious Media. Again, 2 months into the formation of this new project, and we are so happy for so many of y'all that have come along for the ride. If you have not taken that Mustang Challenge, we're not asking a whole lot of you. We're not asking you to climb Mount Everest with Darby Allin. We're just asking for $5, man, less than the cost of a biggie bag, because inflation is a mother, and biggie bags ain't even $5 no more, nephew. You go to Wendy's right now with $5, they're gonna look at you crazy. Try to get a biggie bag, but $5 can get you over 300 hours of audio and video content from Nefarious Media Network, man. In addition to some new exclusives that we have on the Patreon that Ray will talk to you about in a minute. But yeah, like we're so happy to everybody that's come along with us on this journey, and the new team members like our guy upper mid card Jay Lacey and Gerard Downtown Brown, who has made his presence known in the chat tonight. We trying to do some big things, trying to change the tone and tenor of conversation on these podcast streets, and we're gonna do it by any means necessary, even if those means may be nefarious. So that brings an end, nephew, to, I would say, a completely non-traditional edition of the NWA Podcast. One last time, let's go around the room, man. Oh, yeah, last call for any birthday super chats for this good man, Ray Williams, as it is now officially Ray Williams' birthday. You know what I'm saying? Chris, I know we normally don't do this, man, but one time for the one time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear to a Ray. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Now let's do it non-traditional. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. But yeah, we definitely are glad that y'all have decided to join us this evening. Let's go around the horn one last time and start with our very special guest tonight. First timer here, ladies and gentlemen, upper card Oh, upper mid card. You know, we ain't pushing you to the main event yet, Carmelo. You still batting 7th, 8th. Upper mid card of Jay Lacey. Anything you'd like to promote? Any socials you want to shout out? Let the people know where they can find you, good brother.
Yeah, thank you again for this maiden voyage here. You can find me on Blue Sky. Just activated that at Derek Wins. You can also find me at that same handle on Instagram, and on the Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it is at JayLace. That's JEYLACE, and that's where I'm at. You will find me at the on the Nefarious on the Ringside Theories, or is a Ringside Rap on the last
Ring
episode.
Theory.
Ring Theory. My bad. We still in the name convention on that. I was on the last episode. So yeah, check me out there, and that's all I got.
Birthday boy, two-way Ray Williams. What you got to promote for the people?
Well, we're gonna go ahead. Like Brother Nate said earlier, we are having a live watch along for the Raw in Brussels tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern. So go ahead. If you could join us on the Nefarious Media Network, YouTube, and also if you do hit up that Patreon and become a paid member, you may be able to join us live on air. So go ahead, join us either way. Also, when it comes to Nefarious, we do have a Styles Break Fights episode coming out next Monday, I should say, where we're recapping UFC 313, and we're going through all stuff going on with boxing. Is UFC getting into the boxing game finally? Is TKO getting into the boxing game? Answer is yes. And we're also going to have ourselves, if you're a member of the Patreon, we're also putting out SBF extra episodes. And we should be having, yes, indeed, we're going to have an extra episode, pretty much previewing the 2025 NCAA Men's Wrestling Championships.
Nice.
With a special guest. He may or may not be a third member of
the Eagles don't hunt flies.
Yes. So the nefarious one, the infamous one from New Jersey, he may make an appearance on that particular episode. So all that can be found on the Nefarious Media Network, wherever you get your podcasts, also on YouTube, and of course, as we've been saying ad nauseum, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network.
All right, good stuff, Ray Williams. And yes, happy birthday, brother. All jokes aside, we appreciate you and what you mean, not only here at NWA, but to the Nefarious team. We love you, brother.
Love y'all too, man. I appreciate you guys.
Nephew, let the people know where they can find you, brother. Let the people know about all your hard work. I'm sure you got a lot of great stories coming up, maybe even an exclusive on Ricky Superdome. I can't tell if Nephew's mic is muted or if he's just not going to dignify the Ricky Superdome comment.
There he is. We can't hear you though. You're not muted, but something's going on with your mic. Still can't hear you though.
You can check Andrew Thompson out at Andrew Thompson Interviews. Check out the YouTube channel. We may be having some upcoming episodes of Andrew Thompson Interviews in audio format on the Patreon, not at the Patreon, but at the Nefarious Media Network. The youngest in charge. Find all of his written work here at the Post Wrestling Network. The brother does good work, man. But yeah, follow the nephew, subscribe to the nephew, AD Thompson __ if y'all still over at X. Follow him on other platforms as well, though, because we ain't trying to give Eli no more money. But yeah, show love to the nephew, the youngest in charge, one of the most hardest working brothers in the game, man. Certainly a non-traditional journalist if I've ever seen one. But we appreciate and love and respect everything that the nephew brings to the table.
Indeed. It's all love, Andrew. It's all good. If you want to go to Vegas, brother, don't let me stop you, brother.
He'll even let you use the company card, nephew.
Indeed. Just make sure you fill it up with gas first.
Professor Kris Ealy, where can people find you, my man, and let them know anything else that you would like to promote, brother?
All right, so first things first, I got this Hurt Syndicate shirt on. I think me and MVP have finally squashed.
The beef is squashed?
I think so, because I sent him, I was like, look, bro, I bought your shirt. You can't ever accuse me of not supporting the Hurt Syndicate. He retweeted and he said, thank you for doing business with me.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So he said, thank you for doing business. So
I love that.
Yeah, so I think the beef is squashed because I never had a beef with MVP. He took exception to what I said, and but the beef seems squashed. So I'm gonna call Nana and ask him if the beef is squashed. Get confirmation because I do have Nana's phone number. So
well, have you talked to his mother, Leslie Jones, lately?
No, I haven't.
Come on, Excalibur. Come on, brother.
I haven't had that fortune yet. So hopefully I get to talk to Leslie Jones too. But yeah, so if you want to follow me, the best place is the Nefarious Media Network, where we do our shows. And we're still putting up new stuff, so that's cool. Also, I have taken back up to writing. Right now, I'm just writing on Medium. You can see it in the tag. It's Kris Ealy.medium.com, KrisEaly.medium.com. KrisEaly.medium.com. You can read what I've written about Bill Maher, Chuck Schumer, all my political articles. I've been getting asked from people on my Blue Sky account if I'm ever going to do wrestling writing again. I'm trying to keep my Medium account separate from what I do in wrestling. I'm not opposed to doing the wrestling columns again, but I'm trying to keep those two things separate. But if it comes up, it comes up. We'll see what happens. And follow me on the Blue Sky. KM Easy does it at bsky.social. And I'm looking forward to next month. I always hate these kind of shows because tomorrow's episode of Raw is gonna be a big deal, and I'm really chomping at the bit to talking about this in April. So I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, you can talk with us about it tomorrow, Kris.
Yeah, well, I got Zooms during the day.
Kris said, unlike Darby Allin, I'm actually going to work tomorrow.
Right, yeah. They're not taking any Everest days off.
But yeah, that's the good Professor Kris Ealy. Show that brother some love, man. We are honored to have his presence here on Post.
And follow me on Medium. Make sure all you need is your Google account. And if you got a Google account, just hit follow me and follow me. All right?
What is Medium, Kris? Is it like
it's just where writers go. I'm in their partner program.
It was a blog. It was kind of like a blog site back in the day that I was on for a little minute. Like this is probably about a decade ago. Because I was in my fields after my breakup and my return to America. I can't even remember what the hell that site was called anymore.
Right. Yeah.
But somebody out there can search like emo Nate, and it'll probably pop up when I was in my feelings.
Right. I mean, we've always in our feelings back.
We've all been there. Kris has been there 41 times. But yeah, y'all show the doc some love. As for me, come on, you know where you can find me. Nefarious Media Network is the home base. Patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. Again, it sounds like we're beating you over the head with it because we are. Because we definitely want to get this thing off the ground. We got a lot of support so far, but we could always use more. And if you're already subscribed to the Patreon, man, share the show with your friends. I think there's this thing where you can do gift subscriptions and free subscriptions on Patreon, man. So let people know about what we're doing, man. We got a lot of stuff up on the channel, not just wrestling, not just combat sports. We got a lot of talk about MCU. Like I did a profile on Sam Wilson, on the heels of Captain America Brave New World. That's up. I talked about Sam Wilson, Anthony Mackie's portrayal of Sam for about 15, 20 minutes, and it's on there. We got a lot of stuff, political stuff that's on there. As Ray mentioned, next Monday, you'll get the next edition of Spinning Black Fist or Styles Break Fights with Chinyere Okafor and Ray Williams. We got the SBF Extra coming up on the Patreon. Then next Monday, we'll have a live edition of the Avengers Initiative with myself, Jennifer Smith, and the talented Brittany Monet. I don't know why I slighted Jenny right there. Jenny's talented as well. But the three of us will be talking about Daredevil, the first 4 episodes. I think it'll be 4 by then. Episodes of Daredevil that have aired. It's a great series on Disney Plus. We're really enjoying it so far. So we'll give you our thoughts at kind of like the midway point of Daredevil Born Again. And you can check that out on the Nefarious Media Network. And don't forget, man, as Ray said, tomorrow going to be a big edition of Monday Afternoon Raw from Brussels, the home of Jean-Claude Van Damme. And Ray and I will be going live with some of the other members of Team Nefarious. And you, if you're a member of the Patreon, you can join in on the conversation. Excited for it. We haven't done a live watch of Raw ever. So this will be episode 0 of Ring Theory, formerly the Ringside Rap. Ring Theory is going to be your home of at Nefarious Network for all things wrestling. It's going to be under that umbrella while, shows like the Kings of Sport get a little bit more sportsy. We've got a new episode of the Kings of Sport up as well, where we talk all things NBA. What's up?
Now, before we sign off, you can also follow me at opednews.com. I'm writing for news too. OPED news.news.com because I'm writing there. They're paying me a little bit. So
get that bag, Kris.
Yeah, so follow Christopher Ealy on opednews.com.
This man Kris is booked, blessed, and busy, ladies and gentlemen. He's working in traditional and non-traditional spaces. But yeah, Nefarious Media is where you can find all things Nate Milton related. And again, you'll find me here at Post Wrestling every month with the NWA crew. And again, Post Wrestling, y'all show some love to John and Way and what they've cultivated here. A lot of great programs the past few weeks here on Post Wrestling. I don't know if y'all caught it, but the review with Kate and Karen of is it called Queen of the Ring?
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why I doubted myself on the name of the damn movie. But that's a hell of a review by Kate and Karen. There's Rich and WH holding things down.
An interview with the stars of that movie.
Yes, Karen's got an interview up with a couple of the stars of the movie as well. That's great. So great coverage.
One that's been in some hot water over the last week, but yes, which we didn't get into, but
and then Rich and WH holding it down with MCU later, covering Daredevil. So there's so much good stuff here from the crew at Post Wrestling, man. So y'all show some love. But as we leave, again, tip of the cap to John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, for offering up the platform. Shout out to Righteous Reg, our good brother Righteous Reg over at Grapsody, along with the homie Phil Lindsay for providing us the theme song. Shout out to my man Austin James for the logo work here for the NWA podcast. And most importantly, shout out to you, the listener, for joining us on this maddening edition of the NWA podcast. Because as I said off top, Ray Williams, we're all a little mad here in this pro wrestling space. So that's going to do it. We appreciate it. We'll be back next month. Next month going to be a crazy episode. I don't even know what we're going to talk about. I just know it's going to be crazy. So join us next month. Join us tomorrow for the big live watch of Monday Afternoon Raw from Brussels. And join us in general at the Nefarious Media Network, because we're changing the game by any means necessary, fellas, even if those means may be nefarious. So, for upper mid-card Jay Lacey, for the birthday boy, Ray Williams, two-way Ray, for the nephew, the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson, and for the professor, Dr. Christopher Marquise Ealy. I am the Godfather, Nate Milton, and remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. See y'all in April. Hit the button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the Godfather, post wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.